Chapter 121 Game 93 and Reality 24 Dialogue and Preliminary Preparations. After the king left, the room was quiet for a while. The conference room was not a suitable place for them to talk. But considering that as long as it was within the kingdom's territory, the content of the conversation could not be hidden from the king. So it was obviously not important where the conversation took place. As the silence continued to lengthen, Anuta, who had no sense of existence just now, spoke first. In fact, I discussed this scene with my tribe. When I reported the specific situation of this new civilization to Ezigen. When the kingdom just started to contact the mages, we conducted a more in-depth discussion on this new civilization and reached a consensus. Torjean rolled his eyes. He had cooperated with Ezigen for too long and knew Ezigen's style of doing things too well. Just by listening to this beginning, he knew what Ezigen was thinking. The conqueror of this world has appeared. Chapter 69. Anuta looked around at everyone present. In fact, I am more surprised that the king would make it clear at this moment. He could have waited until the kingdom's territory expanded again, until the mages had to face the threat approaching their doorstep, and directly completed the annexation of the Arcane Academy. But he chose to make the future known only to him at this moment, giving you the right to choose. Anuta said sincerely, restrained, tolerant, generous and full of moral bottom line. His Majesty the King has noble qualities. Torjean rolled his eyes again and broke the show on the spot. Just listen to his words. In this whole paragraph, only one sentence is meaningful. He discussed this scene with his tribesmen, said Torjean. They reached a consensus. The meaning is very simple. Ezigen had anticipated this development and made a decision. Torjean glanced at Anuta. The following words are all words that Ezigen used to persuade you on behalf of the king based on this choice. They are meaningless. Convince us on behalf of the king? Nulita touched his chin. In other words, Ezigen made the choice to stand on the side of the king? He showed a surprised expression and stretched out his hand to Ezigen from a distance. Heroes think alike. We are all like-minded. Why didn't you hint to me earlier? I can also cooperate with you. Let me repeat again. The vast majority of the reasons why demons are unpopular are definitely because they are too annoying. Not on the side of the king. Anuta corrected the demon's words, based on the principle of Ezigen not to participate in the war. We maintain an objective and neutral attitude towards this. Torjean could hardly restrain the urge to spoil the show. Then why did you say how noble the king's morality is? Isn't it to convince us on behalf of the king? Anuta, the king's morality is noble is an objective fact. I am just stating an objective fact. As for the tendency shown in it, it is probably because, at this point, Anuta paused for 2 seconds, in an objective and neutral attitude. I think your unnecessary struggle is meaningless. Direct integration into the kingdom is the best choice you can make. But if you don't struggle, doesn't it seem that everyone is particularly spineless? Nulita was hesitant and fanned the flames. After all, they are all well-known races. Anuta heard this and looked at Nulita. You don't behave like a loyal subject standing on the king's side. Nulita said frankly, if the situation requires, I can also be a staunch opponent of the kingdom's expansion. He was not ashamed but proud. It is too unrealistic to expect loyalty from demons. Torjean was puzzled. Why does the king want demons to stay in the kingdom? Is it just to let you betray the kingdom better, when necessary? Torjean climbed onto the table with his pocket-sized body, thinking, the king's behavior is not so much about noble morals as it is not like a king at all. Although the dragons are greedy and careless, it is easy for people to think that they will be easily deceived. But in fact, as an overly powerful immortal species, they have witnessed history, and the long time has given them unimaginable experience and wisdom. Just like now, Torjean, who had seen enough human kings, found the problem right away, but he is not only a king, but also the king of a very powerful kingdom. Nulita, so, what does this mean? Torjean, this means that this is not a human kingdom at all. Nulita thought, I see. Do you realize that you just said nonsense? You call the kingdom composed of undead and humans, who are not human the human kingdom? The pocket golden dragon narrowed his eyes dangerously, and looked at Nulita. And the smell of sulfur was suddenly strong. Before the situation became more chaotic, Anuta reminded the other party, damaging the kingdom's public property is a violation of the kingdom's laws. And we have obviously witnessed the strength of the kingdom in defending the kingdom's laws. Don't remind him. Let him feel good. Nulita jumped up and down to add fuel to the fire. I also want to know whether the king's sacred guard can kill a dragon as easily as killing a demon. Torjean burped and swallowed the dragon's breath. and continued the previous topic as if nothing had happened. To be precise, this is not the kingdom we know. Torjin, considering that the king has just established the so-called democratic communist political system not long ago. Perhaps he really doesn't think of himself as a king. Seriously? Nubleta straightened his expression and said seriously, that golden dragon. Do you realize that you have been talking nonsense? If it weren't for the location that restricted Torjin's performance, it would be a question whether Nubleta could still stand there intact. The honest dwarf couldn't help but sigh, the only one who dares to provoke the Dragon Clan in person and provoke them twice. I'm afraid it's the devil? Torjin ignored the devil's words and continued, I think this is a very important question. I have seen many humans. I understand humans. Why is a king who doesn't regard himself as a king so keen on expanding his territory? Torjin, has no one thought about this question? When Torjin got to the point, no one at the scene realized what the answer to this question meant. It was not until a long time later that they suddenly realized that Torjin had found the answer to all the questions at the beginning. But at that time, this question only received a lot of doubts. Andisu was somewhat puzzled. Do all immortals like to think about such meaningless questions? Nubleta quickly distanced himself from the matter. Don't generalize a group of people. Demons don't think about such meaningless things. Andisu was extremely puzzled by Torjin's question. Does it matter why the king did this? I think you should be more concerned about what is going to happen next, rather than being so bored as to explore the hidden secrets behind ambitions. The word you is used very accurately. Nubleta performed his duty as a troublemaker. I heard. I know which side the dwarf is on. Since Nubleta said so. Andisu shrugged. The king's mission has not been completed yet. I have to go back to work. You guys talk slowly. Anuta stood up and said, it just so happens that I also want to send you the materials. Let's go together. Logically, I should stay and try to convince you as much as possible. Anuta nodded slightly to Nubleta, but since the devil is here, this behavior is meaningless. Demons are good at this. And everything related to human nature is their specialty. And the negotiation methods of tempting with benefits, moving with emotions, explaining with reason, and threatening with threats are what the devil has left. It is very difficult to achieve the goal through dialogue in front of the devil. So Anuta gave up this idea. The dwarf who had already made his choice, and Azajan, who did not intend to participate in the war, took the lead in leading the conference room. There were a few fewer people in the conference room, but the atmosphere did not change much. The devil used the behavior of jumping up and down to promote the dialogue. What do you mean that my presence is meaningless? Nubleta said shamelessly. I won't stop him from talking. In the silence that no one paid attention to, Nubleta continued, since everyone has nothing to say, let me sort it out for you. The two choices before us are either to fight or to accept the established facts. Let's analyze the option of fighting first. First of all, whether it is the Arcane Academy or the Everfree Forest, the chances of winning the war against the kingdom alone are very small. And you are not the only one facing the threat of the kingdom. Right? After the kingdom expands to the Arcane Academy, it will continue to expand. And it is impossible to stop after swallowing the Everfree Forest. The entire continent except the kingdom is facing the threat. So, if a war breaks out, then I suggest that we first form a united front. From the human empire to the seabed. Kingdom. One by one. Go to war with the kingdom together. At least we will be invincible. So if you think this option is better, then we have to consider how to unite. Persuade other forces. Organize a large alliance. And go to war with the kingdom. As for the second option, accept the established facts, which is much simpler. Wait for the next expansion of the kingdom, and directly annex the Arcane Academy and the Everfree Forest from a geographical point of view, based on my understanding of the king and the king's arrangement for the dwarves. If the Arcane Academy and the Everfree Forest become the kingdom's territory, there will be basically no political changes. After all, the king is not like a king. And naturally, he will not demand to control everything of other races, like a normal king. Speaking of this, Nuli de Chao just emphasized that the king is not like a king. The golden dragon sought support, right? Torgen. There's nothing wrong with these two options. Torgen staggered from the other end of the table to Nullida. And with his tiny body, he exuded a powerful aura. The question is, do you include we? Nullida? Nullida scratched his head. Your suspicion of me will make the demon very sad. Of course, I am included in we. He presented facts and reasoned with Torgen, based on our relationship with the Father God. Among all the races on the continent, The demons are the ones who have the greatest obligation to protect the world created by the Father God. Torgrim was not touched by the demons' contrived performance. Demons are never trustworthy. When a plan involves demons, the plan has already failed halfway from the beginning, and the remaining half depends on the demon's thoughts on it. To Arjun, we are all old acquaintances. Do you think anyone will believe what you said? Nibelda glanced at the druid and the mage, and said confidently, they are not familiar with me. Maybe 1 or 2 fools can be fooled. Duodi stroked his beard. From the appearance, he was the oldest at the scene. But in fact, he was the youngest. There are too many immortal species, which is a bad thing, even if it is a long time for the mage. For some races, he has just started his life. I think, Duodi said slowly, this matter has nothing to do with you. Arjun and Nibelda turned their heads to look at the mage. Nibelda was shocked and said, what do you mean it has nothing to do with us? This matter that concerns the survival of the entire continent. How can it have nothing to do with us? Arjun cursed, do you think I want to care? If the kingdom is not also expanding to the South China Sea, I would not bother to care. Duodi said slowly, first of all, the premise of the united front of the whole continent is to convince all the races on the continent. He paused for 2 seconds, unless the kingdom annexed half of the continent and posed a direct threat to the remaining half of the continent. This would not be possible. Secondly, the Arcane Academy has its own judgment on this. Duodi stood up, glanced at the demon and said, you don't need a demon to give advice. Nibelda rolled up his sleeves and said, from what you said, you look down on demons? Duodi is a standard mage, which is reflected in his harshness, among all the things the demons have done. Is there anything worthy of my respect? Hey! I have a bad temper. Nibelda rolled up his sleeves for a long time, still standing there motionless. Arjun urged him, no one is stopping you. Beat him up quickly. I think I've been unhappy with the wizard for a long time. Nilida stopped rolling up his sleeves and tried to make excuses for himself, as if I care whether you look down on demons or not. If a demon is not thick-skinned enough, then he is not a pure demon at all. Nilida, if you don't need my advice, then don't need it. I'm just thinking about you. Dottie walked towards the door, although I can't guess which side the demon is on. Since the king has not expelled you yet, I don't think we need to consider which side the demon is on. Lincoln stood up silently and walked out without any sense of existence. Dottie pushed the door open and finally said to the demon, because you are definitely on the king's side. Nilida shamelessly ignored the mage's words and called out to the silent druid, Druid, are you just leaving? Why don't you stay to discuss? Lincoln stopped, thought for 2 seconds, turned his head and said to the demon, there is a small problem with the 2 choices you just mentioned. Nilida, what small problem? You think that if we really fight, the probability of our winning is not high. Lincoln shook his head, that can only mean that you don't understand the endless forest. He left the room and left a small gift. A bunch of small flowers sprouted in his original position, swaying gently, looking harmless and weak. Arjun looked at the small flower, bit it in one bite, and then burped. So, the demons chose the kingdom? Arjun used his claws to pick his teeth, licked the plant stuck in his teeth, and said, these druids really can't be underestimated. They look like human beings, but they are like a mobile explosives depot, and they are hard to defend against. After only the demons and the golden dragon were left at the scene, the conversation became casual. Nilida turned to the only old friend left. What do the dragons think? Let's discuss it. Given the distance between the kingdom and Dragon Island, even if the kingdom really expands towards Dragon Island, the Undersea Kingdom will have to fight it first before that. Arjun, the Undersea Kingdom is not easy to provoke. The Sea of the Kingdom is connected to the South China Sea. Nilida also said objectively, have you seen what is in the Sea of the Kingdom? Arjun paused while picking his teeth. What? Are you rushing to help the king scare me? He looked at Nilida critically. Are you so eager to show your loyalty to the king? Nilida said coldly, I am just repeating the facts. You can't accuse me of intimidating you because the facts are too terrible. If Doodlin is really resurrected, then the Underwater Kingdom, just wish you good luck. Arjun didn't care about the Underwater Kingdom on the same front at all. He said it casually and turned back to the topic, so, the alliance against the expansion of the kingdom was disbanded before it was formed. Although Nilida was jumping up and down and shouting the so-called All-Continent Alliance just now. In fact, Nilida told the truth. This alliance was impossible to form from the beginning. Let's not talk about other things. with the two methods of inducement and intimidation. The country. The king is very good at it, Nulita said, although his method is crude. Enough to make people see through his purpose at a glance. This small flaw is not enough to cause an impact, because no one can refuse the bait he offers. From this point of view, every intelligent creature present just now, no matter what they think, has already boarded the pirate ship, and the rest is nothing more than confirming this point. Jean commented on the devil's words. It can be heard that you can't refuse the king. The Father God is the carrot hanging in front of you. So the king doesn't need to care how bad the devil's nature is, because he holds the most powerful bargaining chip. Nulita spread his hands. Have you seen the monument in the center of the square? Are you talking about the carvings on the monument about the Third Age? To Arjean, those carvings fully confirm the speculation that the kingdom has a close relationship with the Father God. It's as if they saw it all on the spot. Nulita took the player operation manual and walked towards the door. So, what exactly does the Dragon Clan plan to do? You can discuss it slowly. The demons will not play with you. We are the most loyal subjects of His Majesty the King. At the door, Nulita stopped and pulled the door frame and said, for the sake of old friends, I remind you that I have the same judgment as Ezigen. The conqueror of this world has appeared. He Xingwen listened to the discussion of other races on how to deal with the invasion of the kingdom. But he didn't have any ideas. After all, he was very busy. And the final results of those discussions were meaningless. He gave them the right to choose in advance out of respect for each other, not out of fear. Can the production line guarantee output? He Xingwen retracted his attention and confirmed with Duolongna. Can the delivery be made on time before the deadline? Duolongna accompanied him to wander around the dwarf factory. He was a little impatient, because the other party disturbed his work. But he didn't show it too obviously. He gestured to the front. The dwarves will hurry up and complete the task in time. In front of them, in the factory's newly built production line, a complete set of forging tables powered by black bloodstone occupied half of the production line. The forging table was not the kind of forging table familiar to Earthlings, but a complete set of forging tools that combine the control of ether energy, machine tools, and forging machinery. Because the tools are all-encompassing and almost enough to achieve automated forging, the dwarves' labor force is liberated to the greatest extent, allowing more dwarves to invest in more critical forging steps. Outside the forging table is a busy assembly line. The forged holographic game core parts will be assigned to different dwarves in different categories, and they will complete the most critical step in the core parts, depicting the most complex etheric circuit in the core area to ensure that the core parts can play the role they should play. This is a job that cannot be replaced by machines. Only dwarves can complete it alone with their talent for forging and familiarity with ether. This step is also the most time-consuming part of the core parts, and there is a certain failure rate. Once it fails, the entire part will be completely scrapped, if this part of the parts is handed over to China to complete, let alone the public beta on October 1st. I am afraid that it may not be publicly tested on October 1st a year later. Its technical content is very high. Even the dwarves have the advantage of a 10-to-1 time ratio between the other world and reality to complete the task before October 1st. He Xingwen stood outside the production line and watched the dwarves working busily. He turned to Duolongna and said, this is a long-term extra task. The calculation method of points is different from that of regular tasks. You can check the specific points when the time comes. Duolongna, who didn't understand what the points were used for, asked loudly, what can points do? This is a good question. According to the rule that those who don't work don't eat, the more people work, the more extra resources they can get. Duolongna didn't understand. He Xingwen said to him simply and clearly, for example, the dwarves, the materials, technical support and military support provided by the kingdom to unify the dwarf kingdom are not free. A number appeared on He Xingwen's retina. Points can be used to repay debts. Dorona was uninterested. Oh, it's useless to talk for so long. Of course, considering that the dwarves will continue to use the minerals, spell materials, and other materials provided by the kingdom in the future. Dorona instantly became excited. Can this be purchased with points? No. There will be no purchase behavior. The points prove that your contribution to the kingdom is enough to obtain more resources. In fact, Dorona still didn't understand. And he didn't understand why the king had to speak in a non-human way. But it didn't matter. He understood that the more they did, the more materials they could use later. This is what the dwarves care about most. Materials. Minerals. Forging. I'll let them hurry up and forge. He Xingwen watched Dorona run into the production line. Although the dwarves have low emotional intelligence, they are a race that loves work and has strong hands-on skills. And they are simply perfect model citizens. He walked out of the dwarf factory and met another perfect model citizen. Jin's voice was surprisingly loud, and it fell into He Xingwen's ears from afar. The venue we provide has changed, and the original contract should also be adjusted accordingly. He Xingwen stopped and looked at Anuta, who was intercepted by Jin on the way back to the commercial building. This is not something that Ezigent actively applied for. In fact, the oversized venue has caused me trouble. We require you to provide a new catalog, and we have the right to get a discount based on the original price. I need to apply for a discount, but... No buts. And the king told you that many players will soon flock to the kingdom? I hope you can make it clear that the kingdom is only allowed to sell what we have already bought. Any goods on this list that we have not purchased are absolutely not allowed to be traded privately with the people of the kingdom. He Xingwen listened to it, but didn't listen to it. He continued to move forward, returned to the altar, and logged off next to the altar. Special Investigation Bureau. Familiar contact information. Words flashed on the computer screen. Like the other party's helplessness, have you encountered difficulties? Xiaoming sighed. I reminded you that October 1st is too rushed. We haven't studied the manufacturing of related parts yet. And the popularization of the production line has encountered technical problems. I know. So I asked the dwarves for an answer for you. A compressed file queue and a dwarf version .rar appeared on the computer desktop. While downloading the file, Xiaoming said, the technology used by the dwarves is different from that used on Earth. I think it's hard to fundamentally solve the problem. Xiaoming handed the USB drive to the person next to him and asked him to take it to the meeting room next door. So, there is also a part of it that contains the techniques for using ether in the field of forging. The text on the computer screen paused for a few seconds and continued to appear. Why not let Li Ming take a look? This may be helpful to you. Li Ming, behind this ordinary and even old-fashioned name, is a player who works at the China Design Institute and cooperates with the Special Investigation Bureau. He is currently the only player who has changed his job to a mechanic. At the same time, he is also a person with special abilities. He is currently in a ward in the isolation corridor of the training center in City B. He is isolated from the crowd because he cannot effectively control his special abilities. The Special Investigation Bureau has not yet confirmed what his abilities are, because he is completely unable to communicate now. But judging from his performance, it is somewhat similar to when Dukong was unable to control himself in the early days. He is also unable to respond to the outside world and is almost demented. The difference is that while he is almost demented, all the inorganic objects around Li Ming will also show some abnormalities. For example, the legs of the stool suddenly broke, and the light bulb suddenly went out. Xiaoming was not surprised that His Majesty the King knew about Li Ming's existence. In fact, they were somewhat puzzled by Li Ming's current situation. Li Ming was one of the first members to come into contact with ether perception and control. Logically, Dukong could achieve preliminary control of ether, so Li Ming could not fail to do so. But his condition has not improved. He Xingwen gave an explanation, because his special ability is very powerful to a certain extent. His out-of-control performance has become more and more intense. I suggest you pay attention to those internal test players who have obtained the qualifications to run for the head of the novice village. They are all very good. The text appeared calmly, so their stimulated potential is often strong enough. When the Special Investigation Bureau had many ideas because of this sentence, He Xingwen turned the topic back. I have given you the solution. I hope you will seize the time and start the public beta on time. There are reference answers, so there is no need to hand in a blank paper. Right. Chapter 122 Reality 25 Countdown 0. Forum. Public beta list is out. The first batch of public beta players have received SMS notifications. They didn't cancel? I saw a post in the forum before. Someone swore that there was inside information. The production line of the holographic game cabin has just started, and it is impossible to mass produce the holographic game cabin in more than 20 days. I also saw this post. The debate was so heated that I was convinced. But the public beta list is out? Wait. You said that the players on the public beta list received text messages? Why didn't I receive any? Fuck. I wasn't selected. I wasn't selected either. I suspect that the number of people participating in the public beta is even less than that of the internal beta. Maybe they didn't cancel the game, but they only opened up a few hundred spots due to production line issues? A few hundred spots is worthy of being called a public beta? Don't spread rumors. I went to the official website to check the public beta list. The total number of players in the first batch of public beta is 10,000. The second batch of public beta list will be announced next week, with a number of about 20,000. I checked the latest notice from at the latest official notice of Huagua holographic game, and posted it here for everyone to see. Official Chinese holographic game. In view of the production efficiency of the holographic game cabin, the public beta list will be released in batches. Players who have not yet obtained a place in the public beta should not worry. The next batch of public beta lists will be released on October 1st. Within 3 to 5 days after the list is released, the relevant department will come to install the holographic game cabin. On the 7th day after the list is released, the holographic game cabin will be unlocked and players can log into the game and enjoy a healthy life. So what this means is that a batch of public beta test quotas will be announced every 7 days. If so, I can accept it. At least I can play it in a few days. As expected of the official, it is completely unlike those rubbish game manufacturers that engage in hunger marketing. To be honest, I think the official is much more anxious than us. This is not a game. It is an ether simulator. Shock. Hee hee. I went to check out the foreign forums. They are still making a fuss. Now they have changed to asking the government to introduce holographic games in a timely manner. I doubt they can do nothing else except making a fuss. There have been several cases of superpowers killing people. The result is this? People abroad are living in dire straits. JPG. I saw that the Tourism Bureau has issued another reminder, asking everyone not to travel abroad in the near future. It is difficult to guarantee personal safety. Why are you discussing current affairs again? Are you afraid that this post will not be deleted? Ah, I won. Thank you, Dad. Thank you. 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 I will fill in the address. Fuck. There are obviously 10,000 places. Why is it not me? I don't accept it. Didn't the official announce the review conditions? Is there any shady operation? 10,000 places sounds like a lot. But take a look at the number of appointments and calm down. It is normal that this number does not make a splash when it is placed in the tens of millions of appointments. Aren't the review conditions at the bottom of the appointment page? I can see that I didn't read it carefully when I made the appointment before. What? There are review conditions at the bottom? Why didn't I know? Another one who didn't read it. To be precise, it is not the review conditions, but the application conditions and advantageous projects. Basic requirements for reservation, Chinese citizenship. Adult. Advantages. Additional points will be given if any of the following items are met. 1. Won a national game championship. 2. Internal beta player. 3. Made outstanding contributions to the country. 4. PhD degree and participated in national large-scale projects. 5. Is this a game public beta qualification review? Or is it a selection of outstanding talents? Revival of aura. Understand it. I was not selected. Understand nothing. This is not a hard standard. And if a batch of public beta quotas are announced every 7 days, no matter what, you can always get a public beta quota after waiting for a few batches. Right? Playing a game. Playing it into a civil servant review. I can't imagine it. There is something even more unexpected. After the winter vacation, the whole country will carry out a comprehensive reform of primary schools, junior high schools, and universities in accordance with a preliminary plan for education system reform, adding pure theoretical courses on ether cognition, as well as practical courses on perceiving ether and controlling ether, to ensure the revival of aura, starting from babies. Is it true? Go read the news yourself. I have a friend who is in the training center. He is said to have started taking new courses. What new courses? Apart from the previous class records of the mages, what new courses can there be? The country has completed the research on ether so quickly. It seems to be a complete theoretical system, and textbooks have been published. What the hell? This efficiency is very suspicious. Could this spiritual energy revival really be something we have come up with? Otherwise, how could it be a system so quickly? If His Majesty the King is one of us, then it makes sense. The authorities are great. They quietly created such a big scene. They are solving international conflicts from the root. When will this textbook be released on the market? That depends on when the foreign countries finish negotiating with the authorities. Watching the news, The verbal battles are very lively. But I haven't heard of any progress in the negotiations. So tough? Why don't you give in quickly? Capitalist countries still have to consider the issue of making money. Understand? Understand? I've said it 100 or 80 times. Don't talk current affairs. I won't argue with you anymore. I'm going to apply for a holographic game cabin. When the game cabin is installed, I'll return the pictures to everyone. Special Investigation Bureau Headquarters. As the public beta date approaches, the entire Special Investigation Bureau is in a hell of a busyness. What's wrong with the holographic game cabin in the training center? It's almost the public beta. But it hasn't. The second half of the sentence stopped abruptly. Wu Xing pushed the door open, stared at the empty technical department for a long time, took a step back, looked up at the sign hanging outside the door, holographic game cabin technical support department. He was in the right place. He leaned against the door frame, took out his mobile phone, clicked on the internal contact app, opened the technical group, and started typing. Huaxia Star, where are the people? Why is there no one in the office? Bald Reserve number 1, busy? Wait a moment. Bald Reserve number 2, wow. Brother Mu, you still have time to send a message? Didn't you say you were going to assemble a holographic game cabin for the boss? Playing with your phone in front of the leader? Awesome. Bald Reserve number 1, bullshit. The boss held a meeting in the middle of the trip. And now he is taking me to an emergency 800 miles away to check the grassroots equipment. I guess I won't be back for a while. Shao Kahn, don't forget to check the production line later. Bald Reserve number 3, Brother Mu. I am instructing them on how to assemble the holographic game cabin. Tomorrow, we will arrange for them to assemble it for the public beta players. The training has not yet ended. How can we have time to check the production line? Bald Reserve number 1, Alan. Then you go. Bald Reserve number 2, Brother Mu? Are you kidding me? I am not in City B. I went to City X to assemble the holographic game cabin for the City X training center. I can't come back. How can I check the production line? Bald Reserve number 1. Others have no permission to enter the production line. Wu Xing was silent for 2 seconds and quickly exited the technical department group given the busyness of the technical department. He was afraid that he would be drafted by the technical department. He stood up straight. His eyes swept back and forth in the corridor. Quickly locked onto the victim. Grabbed the innocent person with glasses, sparse hair and obvious features, and said straight to the point, "Are you from the technical department?" "Ah?" The guy who came back to get a certification card looked at Wu Xing blankly. "Who are you?" "This floor is all from the technical department." "How did you get in?" From the tone, it was undoubtedly from the technical department. Wu Xing dragged him out, swiping the card to open the door as he walked. And the whole process was unimpeded. "Wu Xing, come to the training center next door and help us assemble the holographic game cabin." "No. I still have things to do. You go get an application first and line up. When things here are done, the technical department will send someone to solve your problem." The guy's struggle was useless. Wu Xing didn't listen at all and dragged him to the next door. "Do you think I don't know how long it will take to queue up honestly? Go and help us solve it now. There are hundreds of children in the training center who are crying for food." "No. This is not my responsibility. I don't assemble holographic games. If you do this, I will tell my leader. Tell your leader to talk to my leader and see who can win." The young technical guy took out his mobile phone with one hand and complained with difficulty. After complaining, he tried to persuade him again. "Really? I have something else to do." "Then I don't care. We have a lot of people waiting for you to help." In the tug-of-war, Wu Xing successfully dragged this lost lamb into the training center. After dragging him into the training center, Wu Xing was no longer afraid that he would run away. He let go of his hand and led the technical guy straight to the hall where the holographic game cabin was installed. Logically, someone should be responsible for assembling this for you. Right? The technical guy was still struggling. "Where is he? I don't know who intercepted him halfway. If I hadn't come to see it, I would have found that it was not assembled at all. Who knows when it will be finished?" Wu Xing swiped his card to open the door, showing the empty hall and neatly arranged single rooms in front of the technical guy. In addition to the open public area in the center of the empty hall, there are also enough single rooms on the second floor to provide personal space for students. This. Wu Xing pointed to the boxes randomly placed on the first floor of the hall, and then pointed to the direction of the second floor and said, "All need to be assembled." The number approved by the leader is 300. 300? The technical guy was shocked. When will this assembly be completed? I really have something to do. Come on. I found a technician to help us assemble the holographic game cabin. Hurry up and unpack it. Wu Xing ignored the young man shouting as if nothing had happened, and called the staff to come forward to unpack the boxes. A crowd of people came out of nowhere and rushed forward to unpack the half-unpacked boxes. The assembly of the holographic game cabin is actually not complicated, considering the future promotion and the need to enter thousands of households. The design drawings of the game cabin have been considered for ordinary people as much as possible from the beginning. But the problem is that after the holographic game cabin is fully assembled, the technical authority is required to set up the binding program to start the holographic game. This is why the technical department is so busy that all the staff are bald. After the weak resistance failed, the technical boy was forced to merge into the busy assembly army on site. The assembled holographic game cabin has smooth and simple curves, which is quite futuristic. The semi-concave shape is enough for the human body to lie comfortably in the cabin. After sensing that the human body has entered the game cabin, the transparent layer above will automatically close to form an incompletely sealed space. At the pillow position of the head of the game cabin, there are complex patterns, which seem to be part of the exterior design. But in fact they are used to drive the ether to build an ether circuit that connects with the other world. The core parts of this part are provided by the dwarves. But the pattern at the top is from Li Ming. His Majesty's advice is always right. Li Ming, who has been in an unsolvable state, gradually reacted after reading the contents of the compressed file provided by His Majesty the King, and finally initially controlled his ability, and performed the splitting and localization of the ether pattern in this part of the compressed file, making it quickly become a new step on the assembly line. After the silver-white cabin was fully assembled, the technical guy stepped forward, activated the game cabin with the authentication card, and set the relevant permissions for the game players. This is a very necessary step. Different game times are set according to different player permissions to avoid excessive addiction to games. In addition, the player account is directly bound to the game cabin through technical permissions. One account per person, and responsibilities are in place. The most critical thing is the built-in learning program. In simple terms, you must go to the kingdom school to go to school and punch in. After all, the official propaganda has always said that the holographic game is an ether control simulator. One of the purposes of the public beta is to allow players to further control ether. The game cabin in the training center has different permissions from ordinary players, and there are more requirements for learning content. And of course, the online time will be extended accordingly. The technical guy was forced to stay in the training center, and during this period, he received a call from the boss, asking him to stay in the training center to help. So, boss, you didn't win the argument? The technical guy said doubtfully. Did I lose to them? Their boss has 2 levels higher authority than me. I can't win the argument. There's nothing I can do. You can help first. But it was Brother Mu who asked me to check the production line before. Otherwise, why would I run back to get the temporary authentication card? Isn't it because I don't have the authority to enter the production line? The technical guy said bitterly. Then boss, find someone else to check the production line for Brother Mu. The boss was shocked. Where can I find someone? The office is empty. The technical guy had no sympathy. Anyway, I can't go. The other side sighed, full of the vicissitudes of life. Okay, I'll solve it. Forum. Public beta countdown. Please focus on this post. Don't open new posts to flood the screen. Otherwise I will block them all. Let me record it first. There are still 124 minutes until midnight on October 1st. Open beta. Open beta. Open beta. Check in. This familiar open beta start time is early in the morning again. If His Majesty the King was not a Chinese, I would have suspected that he was living in foreign time. Is there a time difference with China? He kept me awake in the middle of the night and made me anxious. I found that cloud players who can't play games at this time are always more anxious than others. Nonsense. It is the nature of Chinese people to join in the fun. If you go to social media and take a look, the top 5 hot searches are all holographic games. Namely holographic game public beta, physical picture of holographic game cabin, holographic game public beta account. Foreign relevant departments seriously protest the first release of holographic games in China. Holographic game king. The design of the game cabin is too futuristic. If I hadn't witnessed the development history of this game with my own eyes, I would have thought that the future was already in front of me. Who can say we are not in the future? Spreading hands. Holographic games are really hot. Holographic game cabin. Picture my brother went in early in the morning and is snoring loudly now. Our whole family is starting to worry. Will he miss the server opening later? Your brother has a very good mental state. How can he fall asleep? I want to look at the alarm clock 10 times a second. Don't worry. It is said that the holographic game cabin can capture the etheric body in the sleeping state. So even if you fall asleep, you can enter the game smoothly. High-tech. So why haven't the derivative products of this high-tech been further developed until now? This is simply a blessing for people who treat insomnia. Then I have to ask the relevant departments. Why can only develop holographic game cabins? But none of the related derivative products have entered the market. I admire that they can achieve the public beta on time in such a short time. It is said that the production line was rushed out. Is our country's production capacity and mobilization capacity a joke? Infrastructure God. I just saw the hot surge. A fool dismantled the holographic game cabin. And now it can't be put back. And it's calling the police. Asking for repairs. This is not the first case. Every time this kind of news appears, I wonder how his game account was approved. Even if he is a doctor, it doesn't affect his idiot. Public beta player is -1 again. Only 60 minutes. Hang on a little longer. Soon you can see those hateful public beta players post pictures to show off. After saying this, I suddenly feel that I am a fool waiting here. I don't care. I just want to see what His Majesty the King has updated. What else has he updated? I think he hasn't updated anything. It's good enough to be able to be in the public beta. Don't expect too much. Speaking of His Majesty the King, I clicked on the hot search and saw the popular Weibo. His Majesty the King. A scientist who gave up becoming the world's richest man. A pure person. Ha ha ha. To be honest, this is the truth. But as long as I think of His Majesty the King's amazing brain circuits, I think it's too funny to connect the two. I have a feeling that scientists will become the ideal professionals of primary school students again. To be honest, His Majesty the King has never said that he is a scientist. What's even funnier is that His Majesty the King thinks he is an up master. Never tried to understand the King's brain circuit. Why is it not midnight yet? I am so anxious. Countdown 25 minutes. Players with public beta accounts, please remember to share with us in time. Countdown 10 minutes. Countdown 0. At the moment the bell rang in the early morning, forums, social media, and even video websites became lively. In the first half hour after the public beta officially started, it was the cloud players who were busy with their own excitement. 1 hour after the public beta officially started, the online world in the early morning set off a carnival. Forum posts, fuck. His Majesty the King is awesome. Your Majesty, the King is always a god. Video sites take you into the updated Novice Village. Is this the Novice Village? I suspect I've entered the wrong game. Simple evaluation of the holographic game. Social media hot searches. Holographic game public beta. Holographic game update. Holographic game futuristic sci-fi background setting. I'm the only one who doesn't have a holographic game account series. First-hand news from public beta players is relayed layer by layer. And the kingdom's updates are presented to people who have been waiting for a long time in a graphic and textual way. Lewin, as a well-known holographic game strategy maker and official insider, released his evaluation of the holographic game 3 hours after the holographic game started. Holographic game public beta evaluation. Lewin's product must be a masterpiece. Hello everyone. I am your old friend, Lewin. I am fortunate to be one of the public beta players and have experienced the content of the holographic game after the public beta first. First of all, although the official has not made a big fuss about it, this is indeed an open beta test. The accounts of the beta testers will still retain some of their original data, such as skills and credit points. But this is not important. What is important is that I never expected that the difference between the public beta and the internal beta would be so big. How big is it? The internal beta made players feel that the planner had a hole in his brain, while the public beta was a completely mature work. First of all, let's talk about the power system that was repeatedly complained by many players during the internal beta. After the public beta, it was completely adjusted, retaining the career upgrade path, and the auxiliary and main careers were marked separately. Personal interface screenshot. From the screenshot, it can be seen that although the profession has not been unlocked, the career upgrade path is clear at a glance. I flipped through the personal interface profession column and counted that there are about 18 different professions. It can be said that the planner really put in a lot of effort. Then, there is the point that players have no level setting, which has been criticized. After the public beta started, it can be clearly seen from the personal interface that the character has a level setting. But unlike traditional online games, the level setting of the holographic game is based on the ether points you get to unlock related skills and upgrade. To be honest, I flipped through the personal panel and almost all functions have been perfected, including no limit on the number of resurrections and basic settings such as losing ether points when dying. The minimap is also open. The call channel, private chat and friend functions are not unlocked yet. It seems that there is a level limit, but at least these basic functions are indeed well designed. Regarding the fact that there are only boring brick-moving tasks during the internal test, I just took a round of tasks. And the long chain tasks, random tasks and daily tasks are all set up completely. And the brick-moving tasks are completely cancelled. At present, these tasks are more inclined to establish friendships with NPCs, explore the complex entanglements between different races, and explore the history of the continent. This is the normal task that a game would have. The 5 eras of the continent, so many races, are the best materials no matter how you look at it. And it is enough for the planner to update countless expansion packs. From these basic game functions, I think everyone has felt the sincerity of His Majesty the King. Only His Majesty the King can make such an almost comprehensive update. Oh, by the way, let me mention one more thing. The kingdom is the initial birth point. All players are bound to the kingdom camp by default. And when the novice is guided, it will remind the player that the game is currently only open to the kingdom camp. In other words, don't even think about the enemy camp. At least it will be possible after the planner updates several expansion packs. At present, there are 11 known novice villages, and there is still only one main city. If any of the conditions of level, reputation value and favorability are not met, players cannot enter the main city. Novice Village number 1 where you are stationed has an elite task to become the village chief of the novice village. But other players don't have to rush from the current novice village to novice village number 1. This task has been closed. Only players who have obtained the qualification to run for the novice village chief during the internal test can accept the subsequent tasks. I suspect this is a benefit for beta testers push classes. Finally, the most important thing for everyone is the update of the kingdom map. Yes, if you still remember the special term God's Falling Land, then you can delete it from your mind now, because God's Falling Land has disappeared from the map and has become part of the kingdom. Next, I will talk about a few suggestions after entering the game. Chapter 123 Public Beta 1 The first day of the public beta. The slightly empty city became lively because of the influx of players. The altar in the center of the city is still the birth point and resurrection point of the players, and a steady stream of players poured out of it. Some players appeared at the birth point as soon as the server was opened, while some players were half an hour later. As for why there is a time difference, it is very simple. Because the game has launched a face-pinching system. Those who appeared in the kingdom at the first time are basically players who randomly selected a template face. And those who are half an hour late are basically players who carefully selected a satisfactory face before entering the game. Wu Xing stared at the figure that emerged half an hour later and wrote down the key points in his little notebook. People with a medium level of aesthetics are not recommended to pinch their own faces. The face-pinching system of the holographic game is different from the face-pinching system in previous online games. It depends entirely on the players themselves to fine-tune it, which is a great test of aesthetics. By the way, the so-called micro-pick refers to subtle adjustments. That is, on the premise of randomly selecting a template face, the player makes subtle adjustments to it. So, forget about the stunning beauty. The system doesn't support it. Half an hour later, the surging crowd once again covered the entire birth point. Wu Xing, who was squatting at the door of the birth point, moved to the side to make room for the jumping players. The players who just came out of the birth point did not rush to leave the birth point. On the contrary, they circled in the birth point, jumped, waved, and smiled. The painting style was peculiar and full of wisdom. That was the novice guide. In the online game era, the novice guide usually teaches players how to operate the characters, while the novice guide of this holographic game teaches players to recognize their own character panel and how to communicate with NPCs in a friendly manner. It is very unique. Although Wu Xing had already stepped back a few steps, there were still players who jumped too hard and bumped into him. The player who was doing the novice guide immediately responded with a conditioned reflex. Sorry. Are you okay? Look at how the player was yelling. Even using honorifics. Wu Xing could feel the king's urgent desire to make the players play the game in a civilized manner. It was a bit unrealistic. After the new player apologized, he quickly checked his reputation and found that it had not decreased. So he continued to complete his novice guide. The player's personal character interface is another focus of the game. In addition to the name, occupation, level, and ether points at the top, the personal panel also has the reputation value, favorability, and task interface of different races and forces, as well as the unlocked friend interface and friend channel, full map channel, and other functions. Wu Xing glanced at his personal panel. Unlike public beta players, internal beta players will directly import the previous internal beta account when creating a character. The account retains the basic data of the internal beta, including name, appearance, level, and reputation. The benefits of inheriting the internal beta account are obvious. Just like at this moment, Wu Xing is not in a hurry to complete the task, but wandering around the map in the novice village, and can also say hello to the familiar NPC. Hua Xing. Long time no see. Good day. It's so lively over there. While Wu Xing greeted the NPC, he continued to note the key points in his little notebook. NPCs now speak with an NPC flavor. To explain what the NPC flavor is, it is, every sentence has a breath of issuing tasks. A certain NPC, Hua Xing. You seem to be free now? Wu Xing did not intend to accept the task. The kingdom has changed too much. I plan to go around first. The NPC forced the task to be issued. It's great that you are free. I left something at XXX. Can you help me get it back? Wu Xing glanced at the small map floating in the corner and continued to decline. It doesn't seem to be on the way. NPC, you can take a single-person suspension car as a means of transportation open to the people of the kingdom. This is the best choice for touring the entire city. Wu Xing looked in the direction he pointed and saw the suspension car station and the spherical transportation tools neatly arranged in the station. I am really interested in it. As Wu Xing finished his words, a notification popped up in front of him asking whether to accept the task. Ordinary task from Mu. Use a single-person hovercraft to travel around the city and retrieve the task item left by Mu at XXX. Reward for successful task. Favorability from Mu plus 20 credit points plus 20 kingdom reputation plus 10 several random rewards. Penalty for failed task. Favorability from Mu minus 10 kingdom reputation minus 5. This kind of ordinary task is very common. Each NPC will randomly issue it. It is a way to enrich the player's gaming experience. The reward is not much, and the punishment is very symbolic. You can accept it or not. As for the random rewards in this task reward, Wu Xing just changed into a new pair of shoes, ate a barbecue, and got an extra purse. Of course, these NPCs also have long chain tasks and main tasks. But triggering these requires meeting hidden conditions, which is a test of luck and character. The most likely long chain main tasks for players are in you. The tasks issued by you will guide players to understand and integrate into this world, and further explore the stories behind this world. Wu Xing is very interested in the single-person suspension car. In fact, he is very interested in all the new things that appear after the Kingdom update. After all, this is also part of his task, a part of the real task. Wu Xing accepted the task. Mu showed an official smile, took Wu Xing to the suspension car station, and kindly instructed him how to use the suspension car. Sit in and enter the destination. Mu patted Wu Xing on the shoulder. Remember to help me get my things back. After that, Mu didn't intend to listen to Wu Xing's answer at all, and turned around and left. Wu Xing stood beside the single-person hovercraft station. After watching the other party walk a distance, he suddenly took out a book out of thin air and carefully compared the process of the task he just issued with the process in the manual. NPC already has a personal space? After Wu Xing wrote down the key points, he turned his attention to the book. Considering the other party's performance, it couldn't be an NPC role-playing manual or something like that? His Majesty the King has put a lot of thought into the public beta. Wu Xing retracted his gaze and sat in the single-person hovercraft. The round spherical vehicle sank slightly, and the transparent membrane rose rapidly to seal the vehicle. Wu Xing watched its changes with some surprise, including the map and stations that appeared on the film, and the screen that replaced the cockpit. Standard Chinese appeared on the screen, and Standard Mandarin was also heard in the car. Good morning. I am happy to serve you. Please enter your destination. Intelligent navigation program? Is this a big leap in technology? Wu Xing, Travel around the entire novice village. A navigation route has been planned for you. The current urban traffic conditions are good. It is estimated that it will take about an hour. If you need to speed up, please apply for permission. If you need to specify the forward route, please apply for permission. If you need to take off, please apply for permission. In a series of prompts for applying for permissions, the single-person suspension car started and moved along the road at a steady speed. Wu Xing looked around the car. The screen in front of him showed the obstacles around the single-person suspension car, which made it clear to the passengers at a glance. And the film above his head showed the changes in the position of the single-person suspension car on the map in real time. No matter how you look at it, this is a step from the magic world into the future world. Another public transport vehicle overtook the single-passenger hovercraft that Wu Xing was riding, and left him in the dust on the public transport lane. Wu Xing realized belatedly that the current speed of this hovercraft seemed to be only slightly faster than walking. After Wu Xing realized this, another single-passenger hovercraft following closely behind also overtook him, leaving him in the dust at a speed no slower than that of the public transport vehicle. Wu Xing was silent for 2 seconds. Speed up. Authorization is being verified. Identity is being obtained. Points information is being obtained. After a slight pause, the other party continued, authorization has been unlocked. And you are speeding up to a safe speed. The spherical vehicle shook slightly, and the speed increased, catching up with the vehicle in front. Wu Xing asked tentatively, liftoff? Limited authority. Just as Wu Xing was experimenting with the function of the single-person suspension vehicle and admiring the entire novice village, the school outside the novice village was also very lively. The school is located in the center of Novice Village No. 1 and the main city. After the expansion of the kingdom, it was upgraded to a complete building. But also because of the expansion of the kingdom, its distance from other cities has also widened. If the players go there by themselves, it will definitely take at least 10 days and a half a month, or at most a month. Therefore, considering the players' demand for schools, almost every city has a train that goes directly to the school. This train is a suspension train jointly developed by dwarves and mages. It reached an astonishing speed because it tried to effectively use the energy of black blood stone for the first time. Of course, after the kingdom was updated, the train was inevitably upgraded. The specific performance after the upgrade is that the core energy parts jointly developed by dwarves and mages to effectively control the energy of black blood stone have completely changed to another mode. Objectively speaking, the safer and more effective use of the black blood stone energy has increased the speed of the train again, making it the only means of transportation between the vast areas of the kingdom. How much do you dislike the black blood stone energy control parts we developed? Dorona muttered. Although it is indeed not very stable and has certain dangers, it is enough to be an epic-making invention. As a result, as if we did a bad job, every train was replaced. And they also helped us upgrade the furnace to a forging table that can use black blood stone more efficiently. Dorona glanced at Endisu who were surrounding the forging table. Endisu, do you care? Endisu, who was immersed in studying the use of black blood stone on the forging table, didn't hear him at all. Dorona jumped up and down. Since the king has a forger of this level, it's not too much to introduce us to each other? Dorona. Endisu looked up. You are so noisy. Well, Endisu didn't have this idea at all. Dorona shut up, moved over, and immersed himself in watching the effective use of new energy. It's simply art. How did you do it? No matter how many times you watch it, it's amazing. The gap is too big. There's no way to copy it. The dwarves surrounding the forging table gave endless praise, exhausting all the words to describe the ordinary energy parts placed on the forging table. Although it is so ordinary, it can't cover up its technical content as a core part that can completely control the energy of black blood stone. This far exceeds the technological level of this world. Whether it is the dwarves, the Arcane Academy, or the Salfa Federation, their research on the internal energy of the black bloodstone is still at a very rough level. Not to mention complete control. The half-open door was knocked. The NPC who already fully understood the dwarves got straight to the point. The players who want to learn the dwarven forging skills have arrived. Is there anyone who can go to class? The dwarves didn't even look away, and answered each other in a flurry. Let them learn by themselves. Is Li Ming here? Let him teach. Yes. Yes. Compared to those idiots, Li Ming is considered outstanding. Besides, didn't I might give Li Ming a note? The NPC was not surprised by the answer he received. The dwarf had been in this state for several days. Whenever he had time, he would stare at this thing. It didn't seem like he was looking at an ordinary part, but rather at some unprecedented treasure. The NPC turned around and looked for Li Ming. The players who had flocked to the Black Factory because of the dwarf's infrastructure video, and the army of machines filled the lobby on the first floor. The second floor was too empty because players had no permission to enter. So the NPC found Li Ming here. In fact, Li Ming, who had just been able to control his special abilities, did not do any tasks after the public beta began, and went straight to the renovated Dwarf Academy. Dwarf Academy was the official name on the Black Factory. Then he swung the hammer in silence for a long time. The dwarf asked you to teach the players. The NPC said straight to the point. Li Ming stopped and showed the same troublesome expression as the dwarf. But he obviously had no right to refuse, because he was exploited by the dwarf. The teaching building, which was originally just a building, has become a vast academy, with different areas divided according to the nature of the academy. For example, in the Dwarf Academy, there is a vast factory, and the entire production line and fully automatic forging area provide the most comprehensive and advanced forging tools for the dwarves. And the Arcane Academy, although the name may be confusing, the official name of the area where the mages teach in the school is indeed the Arcane Academy. In the Arcane Academy, there is a vast laboratory, which includes comprehensive experimental facilities. In the Druid Academy, the most eye-catching thing is the huge greenhouse used to take care of different plants in different categories. It is worth mentioning that, excluding the 3 academies that have already been occupied by mentors, although the other academies have been completed after upgrading, they are currently closed and not open to the public because there are no mentors. Not to mention the reaction of the players, who are looking forward to having a mechanical army after seeing another player come to teach them. The Arcane Academy is also very lively at this moment. Most players came to the mages teaching building for realistic considerations to learn how to further control the ether. And then, they were greeted by an empty hall without any trace of human activities. Where are the mages? Has no one been here at all? No. Don't the mages have classes? Amid the players' doubts, the ubiquitous NPCs calmly replied, due to some special factors, the mages have not yet reached an agreement with the kingdom and returned to their workplaces. It was the first time that the players heard this reason, and the players who rushed over from the novice village at the first time had several question marks. Does this mean that the mage will not attend classes? The NPC nodded, confirming their guess. The public beta player who entered the holographic game for the first time turned his head to look at other players in confusion. The internal beta player was familiar with this and explained to them, the planner's brain circuit has always been so magical, and he is keen on following the game plot. At this point, the internal beta player turned his head and asked the NPC, so what did the mage and the kingdom disagree about? The NPC recalled whether this was confidential information in the manual. After a simple judgment, he felt that this should not be kept confidential, so he told it frankly. The mages are dissatisfied with the speed of the kingdom's expansion. As an independent entity, the Arcane Academy seems to think that the kingdom's behavior is a provocation. The internal test player understood and turned to explain to the public test player, who was exposed to the planner's brain circuit for the first time, a fight is about to start. What? I just entered the game. Why is there a fight? The public test player stood there, weak, pitiful and helpless. Hurry up and upgrade. Another large-scale task will be issued soon. After the internal test player said this, he dispersed and ran towards the Druid/Dwarf teaching building, while the players in the Arcane Academy were confused. The players who ran to the Druid Academy did not miss it. The tree people were diligently stationed in the greenhouse, taking care of the plants in poor condition. Although the number of druids was reduced by more than half, at least a few were left, busying around with the tree people. As soon as the players appeared, they were drafted by the druids and received a lot of tasks such as fertilizing, sowing, and entering the forest to mark the location of plants. After touring the novice village, Wu Xing returned the single-person floating ball at the station, returned to the city center, walked around the altar, and walked into the brand-new commercial building. The building is vast and has many floors, almost enough to be on par with the commercial center of the earth in Wu Xing's concept. Azajan made full use of the entire building and did not let it fall into an overly deserted state. Entering the first floor of the building, the internal map of the building is in front of you. Wu Xing stopped and looked at the functions of each floor on the map. Clothing, snacks, handicrafts, daily necessities, artworks, luxury goods, Skilled books and special customized services are classified on each floor, which makes the trade item to the extreme. It is indeed called Ezigen, a business empire that monopolizes the market. Wu Xing wrote down the map and continued to move forward. He discovered the second point. Ezigen did not hire other employees to run the store and serve customers. These stores are all for customers to choose, order, and pay on their own. This is really a very bold shopping model. After all, his customers are players. Wu Xing reasonably suspects that if there are no restrictions, the players can empty the entire building overnight. When Wu Xing entered the building, there were already pure life players who were not interested in tasks or controlling either shopping in the game. From the current situation, it seems that there is no situation where players took things and rushed out of the door. Wu Xing walked into a clothing store casually, looked at the amount, and quickly exited the clothing store, looking for things he could afford on this floor. He found a convenient sales window for goods at the side door, a window that can be consumed directly outside the building without entering the building. The window displays familiar goods to players, such as blood recovery agents, as well as new products, such as return scrolls and space bags. Wu Xing became alert and looked down at the price. Scroll of return, 1,000 credit points. Small space bag, 5,000 credit points. Wu Xing looked at his credit balance. He had saved up only 700 or 800 credit points after an internal test. I can't afford it. Sorry for bothering you. Wu Xing picked up the blood recovery potion, which was priced at 120. A payment notification popped up on his personal panel. Wu Xing didn't rush to click on the payment. He took a step back with the blood recovery potion. A warning appeared on the payment notification. It has been detected that you are violating the laws of the kingdom. Please pay attention to your behavior. Wu Xing did not try to violate the law easily. He clicked the payment button and waited for 2 minutes against the wall. A player came hurriedly from a distance, picked up the blood recovery agent smoothly, paid and left quickly. Something seemed wrong. Wu Xing waited for half an hour, but did not wait for a theft/robbery. Wu Xing stood up straight and stopped the 11th player who bought the blood recovery agent when he was about to leave. Excuse me. I have something to ask. The player who was stopped showed a puzzled expression. Stopped and said, You say? Still using honorifics? Wu Xing began to suspect that he had stepped into the wrong world line and came to a holographic game that he was not familiar with. Wu Xing carefully considered his words and said, I've been waiting here for half an hour, and it seems that no one has taken the things and run away. The player who was stopped by him was more confused. Why run away? He glanced at the blood recovery potion in his hand, and suddenly realized it. He lowered his voice and said to Wu Xing, Did you not accept the novice mission of the game? Wu Xing explained, I am an internal test player. The other party suddenly realized, the internal test method doesn't work. There is a long-term task in the novice mission of the game, which requires not to violate the laws of the kingdom and be an excellent citizen of the kingdom. After completing this long-term task, you can obtain the status of a citizen of the kingdom. Wu Xing, obtain the status of a citizen of the kingdom? Hey, you are a temporary citizen now, and you haven't been formally converted yet. The other party waved at Wu Xing. You should still do the novice mission when you have time. When Wu Xing was at a loss, someone had the same doubt as him. For him, what is the difference between a temporary citizen and a formal citizen of the kingdom? When I was just doing the novice mission, I received a long-term mission from you to become a regular citizen. I read the mission introduction several times, but I still don't understand. What is the difference between the two? What? The player is not a formal citizen of the kingdom yet. What is the difference between the two? You explained it very clearly. Did you not listen at all? Original poster. I used to play games, so I subconsciously skipped the plot and found that I seemed to have missed something important. The difference is that temporary citizens have limited rights in the kingdom, cannot drive vehicles into the air, cannot be allocated houses, and must use credit points to buy goods, etc., which are many benefits that formal citizens can enjoy. I think everyone should have noticed that NPCs do not use credit points. The basic materials such as daily necessities they need are directly allocated by the kingdom, while luxury materials are allocated according to their contributions to the kingdom. In other words, their houses are also allocated directly. I know this. The kingdom does not have a monetary system, so everything is produced and distributed by the government. Some of the things purchased from Ezigen are also purchased by the government and then distributed to each NPC. Wait. Direct allocation of houses? Don't stop me. I want to be a regular employee. So what exactly is this long-term mission to be a regular employee? Before the mission, which lasts for several years, does not violate the laws of the kingdom, and the reputation and favorability are not less than 500. The king's favorability must be above 100. And the favorability of more than half of the NPCs in the kingdom must be above 200. So many requirements? It's easy to increase the favorability. For example, in the previous large-scale mission reward for the expedition to the Diamond Empire, the favorability of all the people in the kingdom was directly plus 50. No, I have never seen the king, this NPC, so I have no chance to improve his favorability. Until the end of the beta test, I only had 40 points of favorability with the king. This is amazing. This is the biggest problem of this mission. Right? Wait. Let's not discuss how to complete the mission. Has no one discussed why the planner suddenly added the setting of formal citizens and temporary citizens? To be honest, this doesn't seem to be a temporary addition, judging from this difference in treatment. Beta test players are also temporary citizens and have never enjoyed the treatment of formal citizens. Now that I think of it, there is an item in the kingdom law that you cannot attack the kingdom citizens. But didn't we form a group to kill demons at the beginning of the beta test? And were killed countless times by demons. But the demons eventually died because they violated the law of destroying the kingdom's public property. Not because they attacked the kingdom's citizens. Damn. So temporary citizens are inferior. It makes sense. I believe it. From the beginning, players were second-class citizens. But think about it the other way around. We attacked the demons, but we didn't die because we violated the law. First of all, are demons citizens of the kingdom? Secondly, I have a reasonable suspicion that our attack at that time was not an attack at all for the demons. I was convinced. Let's go. I'm going to take the task. Although the task lasts for a long time, and the conditions are very harsh. It gives me a house anyway, although it is a house in the game. I think that in the end, few people can complete this task. The requirements are too harsh. I'm here to play games, not to be played by games. Your attitude is not very correct above. Who said you are here to play games? This is an ether simulator with game functions. Do you understand? Stop arguing. The holographic game live broadcast jointly organized by the XX live broadcast platform, and the official will start soon. The anchor is Luan. Cloud players can go to his live broadcast room to watch. Chapter 124 Public Beta 2 Live Broadcast in Progress Part 1. Juan Luan, a famous anchor on the XX platform, the producer of Luan's Guide, and an official insider, proposed and planned this holographic game live broadcast. Although the simplified game helmet has the function of taking photos and recording videos, it does not support live broadcasting. The holographic game cabin is different. It has the function of live broadcasting, but His Majesty the King has not opened this function. The reason for not opening it is also very simple. After all, this is not a real game, and the NPC is not a real NPC. However, as an official insider, in order to promote the holographic game and to dispel some intentions, the Special Investigation Bureau, after communicating with His Majesty the King, specially approved the live broadcast license and allowed Juan Luan to conduct a related live broadcast after the public beta begins. People come and go, and the live broadcast preparation site is extremely noisy. Official staff, are you ready? Official staff are responsible for controlling the entire live broadcast process to avoid inappropriate things, and Juan Luan's own staff are responsible for communicating with the audience, answering questions for the audience, heating up the atmosphere, and timely blacklisting brainless small accounts. Brother Luan, the popularity is unprecedentedly high. A staff member who was refreshing the live broadcast room said, it hasn't even started yet, and the popularity is already approaching tens of millions. Juan Luan finally confirmed the live broadcast process and precautions, made an okay gesture to the official staff, and laid down in the holographic game cabin. The official technicians operated the back end to connect the holographic game and the live broadcast platform, exported Juan Luan's scene in the holographic game, and imported the bullet comments on the live broadcast platform. In fact, this is very simple, because the holographic game cabin itself has this function built in. Unlike the simplified version that the system tinkered with, the holographic game cabin unlocked after the system upgrade is a very mature product. The live broadcast room with bullet screens flashing quickly turned black and showed the picture. It's on? Wait. This scene. Is it the scene before the game is loaded? I want to use some magnificent words to describe it. But I am uneducated. So I rack my brains. The universe is so big. And the sea of stars is so beautiful. The stars are shining in the back. And Wang Luan's game character is standing on a rotating planet. Wang Luan glanced at the bullet screen fixed on the perspective, and waved at a random angle. Hello everyone. I am your old friend. Luan. Today I am honored to bring you a special live broadcast. As you can see, I am in the interface of loading the game. You may not feel the vastness and insignificance of being in the universe just by looking at the picture. No matter how many times you watch it. I just want to say, His Majesty the King is awesome. His Majesty the King is awesome. Stop bragging. Load the game quickly, and take a look at the kingdom. Stop praising. His Majesty the King will be arrogant again. His Majesty the King. Forever the God. You can experience this shocking feeling for yourself later. Looking at the picture is completely different from being in it. I will load the game first. Wang Luan stretched out his hand to the vast universe. The light and shadow changed. The white light emerged. And the scene changed. Wang Luan emerged from under the monument. He did not rush to act. First clicked on the personal panel and introduced the most basic things to the audience. Under Wang Luan's game nickname, 3 activated professions were displayed in sequence. Mage unchanged. Forger unchanged. Druid unchanged. Wang Luan clicked on the profession. And the personal panel automatically jumped to the profession panel, showing the upgrade path of the mage profession. Level 1 caster is a common mage profession. And level 2 branches into 2 different career paths. One is magician, and the other is mystic, each with a different career upgrade route. However, because Wang Luan has not yet unlocked the spellcaster profession, the names of the professions after level 2 are all in an invisible lock state. I counted them. And the magician has 3 locked career names. And there are 5 locked career names after the mystic. That is to say, it only takes level 5 for the magician to upgrade to the highest career level. But it takes level 7 for the mystic to upgrade to the highest career level. 2 more than the magician. But this is not necessarily because the mystic is stronger than the magician. After all, everyone knows the planner's brain circuit. I read the strategy before, saying that the career system has taken shape. And there are such clear upgrade paths. And it is indeed formed. Has the power system been adjusted? Broadcaster, you still haven't changed your job? Wang Luan glanced at the barrage, clicked on the blacksmith's job panel, and explained, it's only been a short time since the public beta. I'm preparing for the live broadcast. When the live broadcast officially starts, I'll take you to see the difficulty of the job change. The broadcaster is so dedicated. I cried. How about you? There are also 2 career paths for blacksmiths. Blacksmiths don't even have a common first-level job. They are directly divided into 2 routes at the first level. One is the route with mechanic as the first-level job, and the other is the route with blacksmith as the first-level job. Because he has not yet changed his job, the subsequent job names are all invisible. But one thing that is better than the mage is that at least the 2 career paths have the same number of upgrade routes. Mechanic. I saw on the forum that some players have changed their jobs. Right? That class video. Right? It's outrageous that players take classes for dwarves. What's even more outrageous is that he changed his job quietly during the internal test, and didn't share with everyone how to change jobs quickly. People's hearts are not as good as they used to be. Why did I hear that the other party is an official staff? Wang Luan glanced at the barrage. And before the topic of the barrage became inappropriate, he quickly opened the druid's job panel to attract the audience's attention. The druid profession is more special. It has only 1 upgrade route. The first level job name is primary druid, followed by 4 invisible blocks, which means that this upgrade route has a total of 5 levels. Druids were originally more popular than forging, but the dwarf's mechanical army directly changed the popularity of this profession from the last to the second to last. And as a result, druids became the least popular profession. But I can understand, Wang Luan said, after all, druids are indeed. He thought about the wording and glanced at the barrage, which was refreshed vigorously. He has a brain disease. Environmental protection master. People are not as good as plants. If you dare to touch a hair of plants, you will lose all your reputation on the spot without negotiation. Wang Luan spread his hands and did not continue to speak, letting the audience understand for themselves. Anyway, that's it. Those who understand will understand. He returned to the personal panel and showed the audience the row of data below the profession, HP, 100. Ether points, 12 points. Credit points, 1030. Kingdom favorability, 120. Kingdom reputation, 150. Dwarf favorability. Some of these favorability and reputation values are basically above 100. 100 is not the maximum value. Then is 100 health the maximum value? It seems that all players have this health. It seems that the upper limit of health should be 100. As for favorability and reputation, I heard that some beta testers have reached hundreds, and they have not reached the limit. I am afraid the maximum value is 999. Wang Luan glanced at the barrage, retracted his gaze, and opened the task panel. The task panel was displayed very clearly, classified into completed, in progress, and failed. The temporary citizen status conversion task was clearly listed in the in progress column. Wang Luan showed the remaining locked categories to the audience. Friends, conversation channels, private chats, and backpacks all showed that the conditions were not met, and they were not yet open. The small map exists in the form of floating on my retina. I don't know if you can see it. Anyway, the map is very small, but at least it will mark the location of important NPCs and the location of functional types. For example, Wang Luan walked out of the birth point, then turned around and gestured to everyone. Now the resurrection point is marked on my map. This map is a bit small. Wang Luan gestured to the dwarf factory opposite the altar, at this distance. The factory sign did not appear. I need to walk a few more steps. Wang Luan walked a few steps towards the dwarf factory, and the factory sign appeared on the map. But compared with the internal test, this is already a huge improvement. So everyone should make do with it. Hurry up and accept the task. Let me see the game. Anchor. What is that above your head? There is a road in the sky? Is that building a store? Go shopping. I want to see what's on sale in the mall. Go to school. Change your job. Go see the demons. There's a very handsome demon. He's the most handsome. Where is the dragon? Go see the dragon. Take the train. I want to see how fast it is. The requests for swiping the screen came in waves, each different. Wang Luan persisted for 2 seconds and gave up the idea of looking at the barrage. There were too many barges, and he couldn't read them all. He planned to follow the original plan. Let's go find you first. You is a popular NPC. I've seen the voting results of unofficial organizations several times. Basically, you is the winner. Wang Luan said as he walked, but it's ridiculous that Nilita can still make it into the top 3. I suspect you don't understand how annoying demons are. As a professional anchor, Wang Luan is very professional. He chatters while walking and interacts with the audience. You is right in the square. Because the target is so clear. There is no need to look around. Players line up in front of him in an orderly manner. Wang Luan lined up and continued to chat with the audience to kill time, understand. The game features. After all, there is only one you. Who will the players in other novice villages take the task from? Seeing this barrage, Wang Luan explained, other novice villages also have novice guide NPCs. But you is the best. Of course. The player in front of him naturally interrupted the conversation. You is different from other NPCs. If other NPCs are NPCs, then you is an elite NPC. The player who interrupted the conversation had a template face, stretched out his hand to shake Wang Luan's hand, and said excitedly, I know. Luan. You are broadcasting a holographic game today. Right? He didn't know where the camera was, but he made a scissor gesture to Wang Luan. Mom, I'm on TV. What quest did you come to you for? Have you been to school? I'm here to take a job change quest. If you change jobs now, you can't become a mage. The other party gave first-hand information. The mage is not in the kingdom. So the only 2 professions that can be changed are dwarves and druids. You changed your job? Wang Luan looked at the shrinking team in front of him and hurried to interview the other party. How is it? Is it difficult? It's quite simple. Just accept the task from you and find the NPC of the race you want to change your job to do the task. The other party said, compared with the internal test, the difficulty has dropped dramatically. In order to balance the power system, His Majesty the King has adjusted many places. The player behind Wang Luan also interrupted the conversation. Can I learn the first level skills? Doing tasks and brushing up your favorability is a bit time-consuming. But learning skills is not difficult. With the enthusiastic popularization of the players, Wang Luan finally got in front of you. You glanced at Wang Luan and showed an official smile. Long time no see. Wang Luan, What can I do for you? I want to change my job. Your previous performance was excellent. You looked at Wang Luan. From his perspective, the other party's data was clear at a glance. And the game console matched him with a task suitable for the other party at the first time. This is another function that NPCs get after the kingdom is upgraded, a function that was born purely to better improve the player's gaming experience. The quest is issued by the NPC, but in fact, in the first place, the game main console. Different tasks have been selected for NPCs based on the player's data. In other words, the Game Master Console is worthy of its name, and it controls everything in the game. I noticed that you have the qualifications to run for the head of the novice village. You continued, I have a profession that is more suitable for an excellent person like you. Although it will be a bit difficult to switch to these professions, I believe that the rewards they give you will not disappoint you. Are you interested? Hidden profession. Fuck? Did the official adjust the data for the anchor in the background? This can even produce hidden professions? Eligibility to run for the head of the novice village. This has appeared in 2 large-scale tasks, and is given to the players with the most outstanding contributions. But I remember that the number should not be large. The anchor is awesome. Is there any way to get the qualifications to run for the head of the novice village now? No more. Even the original task of becoming the head of the novice village is no longer open to ordinary players. But if you had paid attention to the live broadcast just now, you would have found that when the anchor introduced the task list, one of the tasks in the anchor's ongoing task list was to become the head of the novice village. I report that the official discriminates against non-beta test players. Report to the official that the official discriminates against non-beta test players? Who is kneeling in the hall? Why are you suing me? JPG. Wang Luan did not expect this development. For a moment, he forgot that he was broadcasting live, and did not care about the reminder that the game would be more difficult. He nodded like pounding garlic. Interested. Very interested. Then you can talk to Anuda. He may have a career suitable for you. Elite mission from you. Job change. Go talk to Anuda. Mission success reward. Favorability from you +10. Start job change. Mission 2 Kingdom reputation +10. Mission failure penalty. Favorability from you -10. Close job change. Mission Kingdom reputation -5. Wang Luan accepted the mission and quickened his pace towards the commercial building. Wait. Why don't you go to the clothing store first? I just saw a very pretty little skirt. All the first floor is a clothing store? There are actually quite a few people shopping. Casual games are confirmed. Seeing the barrage of comments asking the anchor to go to the clothing store, Wang Luan slowed down his pace, picked a clothing store at random, walked in and showed the beautiful little skirt to the audience, then pulled out the price tag without leaving a trace. And the huge 4-digit number instantly defeated the audience's desire to let the anchor buy the little skirt. Fuck. Robbing money? Let's go. The clothes are pretty, but the price is too high. I remember that the anchor only has a little over 1,000 credit points. And this shirt costs 2,008? Can anyone afford this? Wang Luan walked out of the clothing store and explained as he walked, no one can afford it now. But after the players complete the novice guidance tasks, there will always be someone who can afford it. After all tasks give credit points. And the main tasks and long chain tasks give more credit points. He walked to the edge, where the swaying spherical hovercraft was located. The hovercraft here is different from the hovercraft outside. Their navigation paths are locked between different floors, and cannot be used outside the commercial building. Wang Luan got into the hovercraft. Go to the customized service floor. Fuck. What kind of high-tech is this? Watch more related videos. Holographic game videos are all over the place. Single-person hovercrafts are just like shared bikes, and are very common in all novice villages. You call this vehicle that flies to the top floor with a whoosh a shared bike? It's as common in the kingdom as our shared bikes. And they're everywhere. Who has time to change the Baidu encyclopedia of this game? The Western fantasy magic world is outrageous. And this is clearly a science fiction future world. Wang Luan glanced at the barrage and agreed with this statement. I suspect this is a step into the future. Otherwise it wouldn't be so technologically advanced. Before he finished speaking, the hovercraft stopped, and he saw Anuda when he opened the door. Although it was upgraded from a grocery store to a commercial building, Anuda didn't need to communicate directly with players. And at this stage, there were basically no players who needed special customized services. So when a large number of players poured in, it was even emptier than before. Wang Luan. Anuda stopped and looked at the name above Wang Luan's head. He was different from the NPC, and he didn't have a game console. It directly filtered the tasks that could be issued to him. But it didn't matter. After all, there was only one commission from the king that was related to the player. You asked me to come and talk to you. Wang Luan strictly followed the game steps and said, about the job transfer. Oh, you have the qualifications to run for the head of the novice village. Right? Anuta took him back and walked into the vast room behind him. Various glittering equipment shone brightly under the lights. Wang Luan stared at the room full of golden equipment, revealing the truest desire of a player. How nice it would be if all of this were mine. Fuck. This floor is probably full of artifacts. This golden light is so dazzling that I'm going to be blinded. Think about the price of a shirt on the first floor. You can't even afford the goods on the top floor, even if you sell it. Then why is he displaying it? Decoration. Anuta followed Wang Luan's line of sight and explained, there are too many things in the personal space. I'll sort out the inventory. Is this what a human would say? He is indeed not a human. The race of the wandering merchant is a gene. Fuck. I suspect that the biggest boss of the kingdom is a gene. I'm afraid he is full of artifacts. So wandering merchants make so much money? Get the concept clear. It's not wandering merchants who make money, but the monopolized wandering merchants who make money. The official background information directly stated that the commercial trade on the entire continent is basically monopolized by a gene. Sure enough, getting rich quickly still depends on monopoly. Then, this job transfer. The wandering merchant profession is open. What? Is this the rhythm of the coin-throwing mode? Humanoid self-propelled Krypton Gold Warrior. Look at the inventory in the room. Who can beat it? Wang Luan accidentally glanced at the barrage, and it was hard not to be moved by it. Of course, the general merchant profession is nothing big. But can Azagen be compared with the general merchant profession? This is simply an insult to Azagen. The communicator is not sold to the public, but everyone in Azagen has one. With this welfare treatment, maybe they will be given a magic weapon as soon as they join the company. Wang Luan's eyes were full of desire. Azagen's unique talent allowed Anuta to clearly perceive the surging desires of the other party. This is Azagen's favorite customer. Customers with strong desires have a very deep cooperative relationship with Azagen, such as the Dragon Clan. Of course, in contrast, the kingdom, from the people to the king, are not the ideal customer type of Azagen. The people of the kingdom have no desires at all, and the king's desires are so low that they are almost not like humans. Customers with too low desires rarely become Azagen's repeat customers, because they don't need anything such as druids and tree people. These are not sold to the people of the kingdom. Anuta, who knows the players very well, said at first, so, let's talk about your job change. Wang Luan stared at Anuta with expectation, and did not give up coveting the profession of wandering merchant. Anuta smiled slightly, took out a catalog, and handed it to the other party. Full of professionalism, which one are you interested in? Wang Luan, who took the catalog, had the illusion that he was shopping. He looked at the catalog in his hand, then looked at Anuta, and finally looked at his unchanged job transfer task, and felt that things were not that simple. The attention of the barrage was completely focused on the simple catalog. This title? Advanced Career Planning Customized Plan? Why does it sound so professional? Is this also a service provided by Azagen? The title is not important. The stuff on this catalog, the official cheating is confirmed. Look what I see. Advanced Professions Beast Speaker? Summoner? Berserker? Why is there a missionary? Is this how beta testers are treated? Love it. I report these advanced professions for destroying the balance of the game. Come on. Look at these names. The next missions must be at least legendary level. Right? Wang Luan looked at the professions above and said very cautiously, are these advanced professions? These are the professions that are most suitable for players to develop according to Azagen's judgment. Anuta smiled businesslike. If you are not interested in these professions, we actually have some others. Let me see what other professions there are. Anchor. I want to watch. Wang Luan glanced at the barrage and asked in cooperation, what else? There may be some hidden dangers, because the deduction process of these professions comes from other new races and is not mature enough. If a businessman can say something that is not mature enough, then there is no complete system at all. Right? Wang Sun quickly gave up his covetousness for it, interrupted Anuta's words, and got back to the topic. Can you introduce these 4 professions to me? Beast Speaker. The deduction process comes from Druid, which is a weakened version of Druid. It can communicate with wild beasts and control dangerous beasts. This is a very gentle advanced profession. Just pay attention to one thing. Druids and treemen may not like this profession. Summoner. The deduction process comes from the undead, which is a very special race. High-level undead have the ability to summon low-level undead to form an army of undead. Under this premise, the goal of the summoner is to summon unknown creatures that accept restraints and control them. But one thing may need to be noted. On the mainland, most of the creatures currently known to be willing to accept restraints are undead races. Berserker. The deduction process comes from the beast man. It allows you to temporarily lose your mind, stimulate the ancient beast in your body, and improve your combat effectiveness to the limit. The more serious the injury, the more sanity you lose, and the stronger the combat effectiveness. Of course, there is one thing to remind you. Losing your mind may cause you to lose the distinction between friend and foe in battle. Missionary. The deduction process comes from the unspeakable. This is a pollutant born from faith. This profession supports you to create new faith. If the existence you believe in has enough believers, then you will get the blessing of the gods and gain powerful power in the expanding faith. Of course, there is one thing to remind you. The unspeakable is an uncontrollable and irrational pollutant, and dealing with them often requires death. Another reminder. The unspeakable is regarded as an absolute enemy by some forces and races. Why do I feel that the precautions are increasing? It sounds like the negative effects are hard to describe. The last missionary is definitely a villain. Right? I can see the cruelty of capitalism now. Ezigen, who casually threw out this kind of thing, is more like a big boss. Right? The anchor chooses a missionary. This is cool. Wang Luan glanced at the barrage and ignored the audience, who were watching the fun. These have great negative effects. But they are still reliable advanced professions? What do you mean by the other less mature professions you mentioned before? Anuta took out another catalog because he moved so quickly. It even gave people the illusion that he had prepared it for a long time, just waiting for Wang Luan to ask. Wang Luan glanced at the catalog, and the comments began to boil. This title, Racial Evolution Planning. Don't look at the title. Look at the product options below. The physical fitness of the dragons, the ether immunity of the bears, the toxins of Dujulin, the hive control ability of the Zerg Queen, the summoning ability of the undead army. What kind of business organization is Ezigen? It can do this? Why hasn't it unified the world yet? Wang Luan has the same doubts as the audience. Can you do all these things in the catalog? Not very mature. There are some hidden dangers. As a qualified businessman, Anuta told the truth, but I think those small hidden dangers are nothing for an undead. As long as you can bring the bodies of the dragons, bears, Dujulin, and the Zerg Queen. Of course, the time of death must be within 3 days, and the bodies have not completely lost their biological activity. As for the summoning ability of the undead army, you only need to bring the crystal core of the undead marquee. There is no time limit. If I can kill a dragon, I will still be chatting with you here. A legendary task without a doubt. The anchor should take this task. What's there to be afraid of killing a dragon? Which player has not killed a dragon? I really don't have this. Before saying this, I suggest you replay the video of the golden dragon repeatedly to wake up. Why watch the video of the golden dragon? Go to watch the early video of the leaf dog being chased by several desert lizards to feel what it means to be crushed by the power system. Doesn't the kingdom have sub-bears? What's wrong with having sub-bears? You probably haven't faced a sub-bear directly, let alone fighting. It will crush you to death with 1 foot. Just do the ordinary job transfer tasks honestly. Don't think about the legendary profession. This is obviously a pit. Chapter 125 Public Beta 3 Live Broadcast in Progress Part 2. Wang Luan stared at the list in Anuta's hand for 2 seconds, and agreed with the judgment of the barrage. This is obviously a pit. These are too difficult. I'd better consider the advanced professions before. Wang Luan looked back at the list that Anuta first took out, and hesitated between the 4 professions that each had its own shortcomings. Anuta felt a little regretful. To be precise, very regretful. Wang Luan was not the first player he had received who needed to customize an advanced profession. Before him, Anuta had received several players who had eligibility to run for the head of the novice village. Without exception, they all rejected this list of professions. When considering players as a group, people are often surprised by their greed, ignorance and disorder. But if you only look at the individual players, people will be more surprised to find that the players have diverse personalities and distinct levels. In the greedy, ignorant and disorderly group, there are individuals who are greedy but restrained, ignorant but rational, and disorderly, but had their own rules. As the comments in the comments said, the reason for taking out this list is indeed a trap. The appearance of the players made Ezigen see the possibility of making the options on this list a reality. As Anuda introduced to Wang Luan at the beginning, this is an immature project with hidden dangers. A dragon corpse is not so easy for a weak race to steal the physical fitness of the dragon race. What's more, Ezigen is not unable to obtain a dragon corpse. To achieve this step of letting a weak race steal the physical fitness of the dragon race, they need to step on the edge of morality and ethics with one foot, and on stealing the authority of the gods with the other foot, and cooperate with many races to carry out product development to improve this product. But unfortunately, even if the Ezigen didn't care about the negative effects of morality, ethics, and stealing the power of God, they still lacked the most critical existence, a controllable object that would not die easily in the process of product development and was ambitious for powerful power. Players were the perfect candidates. The immortality of this race meant that they could cooperate with the process of product development to prevent it from dying halfway. Their ambition for power and lack of moral constraints meant that they could easily reach an agreement with the Ezigen, and the best thing was that they had abundant desires. And having desires meant controllability. It was hard for the Ezigen not to have some ideas about this. And what was even better was that His Majesty the King happened to discuss with them the business of customizing advanced professions for players. Are you interested in customizing advanced professions? Anuda was very surprised. Do you think the players are too weak? When the young king looked at him, he seemed to be able to see through his inner thoughts, always like this. The king's past performance even made Anuda believe that the other party might really be able to see through his inner thoughts. No. Although they are still very weak now. As long as they are given a little time, they will surpass imagination. The king poured him a glass of wine and said calmly, as if casually, I just think that those advanced professions are interesting. And they should be very interested. Even if it is just for the player's gaming experience. You can try to add this factor. Anuda tentatively said, but you have not expressed your interest in this before. The king even only looked through the list of goods provided by Ezigen once. And the things he bought from Ezigen were mostly the most common goods on the continent. And never involved Ezigen's most famous and popular goods. Isn't Jean discussing with you how to revise our cooperation model? The king looked at Anuda. I realized that Ezigen's business areas are somewhat broad. He thought about the wording and said, many of those special goods involve areas beyond human imagination. It seems that you are tirelessly seeking ways to transcend limitations. The king lightly pointed out this point, which was not euphemistic, let alone probing. Anuda adjusted his sitting position. We are indeed very interested in this. He carefully chose his words. We have experienced the humiliation brought by weakness, and have faced all the difficulties that a powerless merchant alliance will face. Therefore, after understanding the history of the continent, since the Father God who created the world can be killed, then racial restrictions and species differences can naturally be overcome. This idea naturally appeared in our minds. We performed some attempts on this, and soon found the right path. Anuda told everything it was meaningless to hide in front of the king. In addition to us, many civilizations are interested in this. We turned these attempts into part of the goods. Relying on our friendly relations with all civilizations on the continent, we have carried out deeper cooperation and exploration and developed a series of new products. The popularity of these products exceeded our imagination. We are sure that this is a win-win cooperation. In the product catalog provided by Ezigen before, basic ether system tailor-made structure, hand-in-hand help you establish diplomatic relations with other races, basic economic system adjustment plan, racial advancement plan allocation, and eternal immortality tailor-made plan are listed. This is enough to prove that although Ezigen is not a scholar-type organization, as the leader of most new civilizations, the network he has is enough to unite scholar-type organizations to develop new products. Therefore, the special products that finally appeared in the product catalog became this kind of undisguised existence that stole the authority of the gods and transcended racial restrictions. So I guess you are very interested in players. He Xingwen smiled and said, and I am also interested in what you can do. The king's tone was a little interested, from the list of products you provided. The race advancement plan and the immortality tailor-made plan have both achieved your goal of transcending race restrictions and becoming more powerful. But you don't embody this. These are mature products. Anuda, but as you can see, it is just a plan. And turning the plan into reality is another matter. Of course, we have enough time to implement the plan. But out of caution and some previous experience, we are not in a hurry to do so. He Xingwen understood. Did someone fail? To be precise, a civilization failed. Anuta mentioned this point, and was very understated, compared with the consequences of failure. Waiting is a very meaningful thing. He looked at the king, because we will never know what the next new civilization will be. It's like the emergence of the kingdom. The existence of players is incredible. He said, of course. The kingdom itself is full of incredible things. We are sure that in the realm of soul and body, you have gone further than us. The young king was silent for 2 seconds in the other party's visible excitement, and reminded the other party, it's not me. It's the Father God. Anuta calmed down instantly. Of course. Of course. If anyone knows this best, it's only the gods. This is where their authority lies. What Ezigen pursues is not to become a god, but to transcend the limitations that have existed since the birth of the race with a mortal body, such as fragile physical fitness, and the manipulation of ether. Just like compared with powerful carnivores, human individuals who do not rely on tools are always at a disadvantage. And what Ezigen wants to do is to make himself have a strong physical fitness, a long life, and all the talents that cannot be obtained because of the limited racial gap. Compared to becoming gods bound by faith, they prefer to surpass gods. From this perspective, it is difficult to say that the Ezigen who pursue these things are pure good, but it is also wrong to judge them as pure evil. The moral requirements of different worlds lead to completely different views on good and evil. For the other world, Ezigen is definitely a neutral and friendly camp. Based on this conversation, Anuta took on the business cooperation of customizing advanced professions for players, and at the same time obtain permission from the king if the player voluntarily chooses a profession on another product list. The king will not deny the player's choice. But unfortunately, the king seemed to have seen the ending long ago. Among the several players, no one chose the other list of goods. They all chose the choice given by the king, rather than the more powerful bait. I have a question. Wan Luan, who didn't know the secret story behind the two lists, stopped hesitating and started asking questions. Since the beast speaker is a weakened version of the druid, it can't be called an advanced profession at all. Right? Wouldn't it be better for me to switch to a druid directly? Only players who don't understand the world would ask such questions. Any native who knows a little about this continent would not say so. Anuta, has anyone among the players changed their profession to druid? No. But that's because this is the beginning. No one will change their profession later. Considering the miracle attribute of the kingdom, Anuta forcefully added 2 words at the end of the sentence. Too many. Wan Luan understood. Is it very difficult to change the profession to druid? You have all come into contact with druids? Don't you know them yet? Anuta was surprised by this. Any race that has been with druids can understand the characteristics of druids in the shortest time. Druids care more about nature than living intelligent creatures. If you want to change your profession to druid, unless you can be like them, and like nature more than humans, you can't meet the basic requirements of changing your profession to druid. This is key information. Anuta is generous. He just said this information. The characteristics of druids are indeed very obvious, but they are not that difficult. Right? I'm afraid no one can change this profession. Wan Luan glanced at the barrage and felt the same way. Is the requirement so harsh? So, the advanced feature of the beast speaker profession is that it weakens the difficulty of changing professions. Players do not need to have the rigid requirement of loving nature more than loving people, and they can have some of the abilities of a druid. At this point, Anuta paused for 2 seconds. I reminded you that druids and tree people may not like this profession. So if you want to become a beast speaker, you'd better be mentally prepared. I have a hunch that if you change to a beast speaker, the druid's favorability will directly become negative. Look at what you said. It seems that some people are not negative now, and everyone is negative. But the difference is more negative than less negative. From this point of view, it is confirmed that druids don't like people. Wan Luan hesitated for a few seconds and made a choice. Let's be a beast speaker. Anuta was a little surprised. Compared with other professions, the beast speaker is neither powerful nor has outstanding advantages. For a crazy player, this choice is too conservative. The audience had the same idea as Anuta, and the comments were crazy. Beast whisperer? No way. Although this sounds interesting, it is a weakened version of druid, which is completely unattractive. Why not choose summoner? Anuta has hinted that summoner can summon an army of undead. Even if you are afraid of undead, why not choose berserker? Anyway, there is no need for sanity to exist. Just be reckless. You are not interested in such a unique profession as missionary? Or are you not a streamer? This is obviously a traffic weapon. I will record a few related videos and guarantee a traffic explosion. I can't understand why the anchor chose the Beast speaker. It shouldn't be. There's no reason. A very conservative choice. After a brief surprise, Anuda quickly returned to his merchant nature and played according to the suggestions in the player's operating rules. But it's also very wise. The difficulty of changing jobs to the Beast speaker is very low. If you are sure you want to change jobs to the Beast speaker, then please bring me some animals and enough credit points. The next link of the job change task finally jumped out. Elite task from Anuda job change 2. Beast speaker job change task list. 10 living wild animals elite level. It is recommended to obtain them from the forest. 1200 credit points, which can be obtained by completing tasks. Exigence favorability greater than or equal to 100. Kingdom reputation greater than or equal to 120. Mission success reward. Favorable impression from Anuda plus 10 start job transfer mission 3 Azajan reputation plus 10. Mission failure penalty. Favorable impression from Anuda minus 10 permanently closed job transfer mission Azajan reputation minus 5. Wanluin chose to accept the mission, and then began to ask Anuda for information. If I bring these back, can I directly change my job? Anuda showed a surprised expression. Of course not. This is just the initial payment link. It is indeed an elite mission, and it is impossible to complete it simply. Wanluin checked the time. The live broadcast time he applied for was not enough to support him to complete this mission during the live broadcast. So out of professional ethics, Wanluin planned to temporarily put this mission on hold and continue the original live broadcast process. Wanluin quickly ended the conversation, nodded to Anuda, and then turned around and left. Anuda was left behind him, and he was used to the player's style. Isn't it just crossing the river and destroying the bridge? It's too normal. You know, some players before not only crossed the river and destroyed the bridge, but also launched attacks after the conversation, trying to kill the NPC to see if the NPC could drop any equipment. Of course, these players soon realized with the death ending that it was a concept that an NPC was stronger than them. Wanluin left the commercial building, chatting with the audience while hurrying on the road. First, explain and advertise. The live broadcast time I applied for is not enough to complete my job transfer task. So I will post the next job transfer task process video on the video website after editing. Everyone remember to follow and like it. I started advertising again. My friends remember to double-click to unfollow. Fans who have already followed can just click directly. What to do next? Since there is not enough time, go directly to school. Let me experience the feeling of going to class. Do I need to experience the feeling of going to class? You have never been to class. Can it be the same? This is a school in the game. Then you think too much. In fact, there is no difference between the game and reality. Class is class. And those mages are just like those who have passed the teacher qualification examination. So professional. Wanluin glanced at the barrage. I will take the hovercraft to tour the novice village for everyone. To be honest, the scenery of the novice village is nice. As he was talking, he caught a glimpse of a certain existence. He suddenly stopped and stood a few steps away, taking the resurrection point, that is, the monument, into his field of vision. I almost forgot that the resurrection point is the most valuable building in the entire novice village. Awesome, 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 awesome. Fuck. Your Majesty. The King. The God of Eternity. This monument is so impressive. Hurry up and go to school. Don't waste time here. Screenshot. By the way, host, you haven't told me why you chose the Beast Whisperer? Wanluin saw this question and looked around. There were no NPCs. Then he explained, this is an ether simulation controller after all. Not just a game. You said I chose a berserker. What if my IQ in real life decreases? What should I do? Fuck. That makes sense. I almost forgot that this game is an ether simulation controller. No way. Who makes it so good as a game? The host is too cautious. At most, I'm learning how to control ether. How could it affect me to this extent? If the impact is so great, then this is not just an ether simulation controller. It's the real world. A long barrage of hack floated across the barrage. Host, as an insider with official connections, you are so vigilant, which makes us feel uneasy. Are those random speculations on the internet true? Knowing the truth, Wanluin coughed and changed the subject. I am a cautious person. Don't let your imagination run wild. By the way, We have arrived at the station for the single-person suspension vehicle. I tell you, this suspension vehicle is amazing. Host, do you know that he is not very good at changing the subject? Host, do you know that he is acting like he is trying to cover up something? Host, have you forgotten? You just rode a single-person suspension vehicle at the Wandering Merchant's place. Now you act as if you have never seen a single-person suspension vehicle. It is very suspicious. Wow, the hover car is really amazing. To be honest, I didn't watch it carefully just now. Now that the anchor has come in, I realized that it is too smart. Into the future. Although the process was a bit tortuous, the questioning topics were successfully brushed away in the rapid brushing of the large number of bullet comments, leaving behind new viewers who were surprised by seeing a single-person hover car. Wang Luan breathed a sigh of relief. Entered the command to travel around the novice village. Let the bullet comments brush vigorously. And simply sorted out the next process in his mind. Take the hover car to travel around the novice village. Then take the train to the school. Take a look at the dwarf and druid classes. And finally visit the popular Asian bear. In fact, it is a better choice to take a look at the Dragon Clan. But considering that the Dragon Clan is in the mine cave on the top of the mountains, it is too far away from the actual distance of the kingdom. So Wang Luan regretfully gave up this idea. The entire live broadcast process is tentatively scheduled to be this procedure. But emergencies are always uncontrollable. For example, the job change task suddenly became an advanced job provided by Anuta. So the difficulty suddenly increased, causing Wang Luan to be unable to complete the job change during the live broadcast. As Wang Luan fell silent, the barrage of comments that kept refreshing the screen seemed to slow down a little because of the incredible city scenery. How did the planner combine the two factors of science fiction and magic? The entire city design is not abrupt at all. It is obviously a combination of high-rise buildings and country villas. It's great. NPCs are slow. And players are also slow. I think you seem to have an illusion. The reason why you see slow players is that the players who are in a hurry to complete the task are either in the forest or in school. How can they stay in the novice village and wander around slowly? Don't novice villages have quests? The game is for beginners. And other NPCs are for daily quests. How can they be more important than the quest for job transfers in school? The most important thing is that it is mandatory for public beta players to go to school. You may not believe it, but I punch in to go to school in the game. Who designed this? Force players to attend classes for a certain time? Stop it. Stop it. It's just that your attitude is not correct. You treat an ether control simulator as a game. Seeing that the barrage began to have a bloody tendency again, Wang Luan changed the subject. The destination is almost here. The train is just ahead. I'll take you to see it. He got off the single-person suspension car and walked towards the waiting area at the city gate. The waiting area is very conspicuous, with a huge train logo floating in the air. And below the logo, there are players and NPCs sitting on neatly arranged stools. Because the train moves fast and has many seats, there are almost no cases of passengers waiting too long or too many people waiting. Wang Luan waited for a few minutes at the waiting area, and the next train floated in from afar. What the hell? What the hell just whizzed into the screen? This speed is too fast. I used to think that the beta test players were exaggerating when they said that the speed was super fast. But judging from the speed of the transition from motion to stillness, it must be the speed of light? Not really, brother. The speed of light is exaggerated, but it is definitely faster than the train. Isn't the speed of the train mainly for the safety of passengers? If the speed is too fast, the probability of problems with the train will increase rapidly, and the safety of passengers will drop sharply. Obviously, in the game, pursuing science is unscientific. Anyway, if the planner says it's okay, then it's okay. Let alone the speed is faster than the train. Even if it can take off, I wouldn't be surprised. Wang Luan walked into the train and chose a seat at random. As soon as he sat down, a thin film immediately appeared on the seat, sealing it. His eyes went dark. His ears went silent. And he was almost completely in darkness and silence. Not to mention the impact of the train's high speed. The player couldn't even feel whether the train was running. The live broadcast room was disconnected? Why is it pitch black? Something went wrong? Did the equipment fail? In the suddenly dark vision, the barrage was still lively, bringing the vitality of another world. Wang Luan opened his mouth, realized that he could speak, and explained, it's not a problem. It's that the passenger's perspective is pitch black. By the way, I can't even hear the sound outside now. It's worthy of being a magical world. The answer to the question of whether the passengers' bodies are adequately protected when traveling at high speeds has suddenly become scientific. Director, please cut the view. This is too dark. Can we really experience the perspective of a blind person? Under the strong appeal of the players, the perspective of the live broadcast room changed, moving from the anchor to the inside of the train. Is this train running? These passengers look like cicada pupae. There is no good scenery inside the train. Director, cut the view again and see the scenery outside the train. Before the endless barrage of comments began to swipe the screen, the darkness in front of Wang Luan's eyes slowly faded, and the film faded silently, returning the visual and auditory perception to Wang Luan again. The cicada pupae stood up one by one. No! It's over. The train has arrived at the destination? Too fast? Didn't I just sit down? Wang Luan got off the side of the train and arrived at the school, which covers a large area and is extremely beautiful. There were passengers getting off the train at the school, and there were also passengers getting on the train, and there were also passengers who had not reached the destination in the first place. After a period of orderly bustle, the train was closed again and prepared to start. Host, don't move. I want to see how big it is. Where's the car? Where's the big car I put here? Fuck? It disappeared in a flash? I haven't finished typing yet. And when I looked up, there was nothing in front of me. In the short time that Wang Luan raised his eyes, the train completed the entire process from starting to departure and then disappearing, and disappeared from the live broadcast screen. Wang Luan spread his hands. Everyone should be able to intuitively feel how fast the kingdom's train is. Otherwise, with the distance between the school and the novice village, players will be exhausted just by walking. He stepped into the school gate. In fact, the school has no gate at all. It presents an open space. Anyone can enter the school at any time but except for the gate. Most buildings require permission to enter. Wang Luan looked up at the vast buildings, took a deep breath, and prepared to make a sensational interaction to increase his fans. But his peripheral vision caught the barrage, which was refreshing the screen. By the way, did you go to see Null Buddha's arrangement during the live broadcast process? Null Buddha. I can. Null Buddha. Super handsome guy. Pretty boy. A treasure lost in the world. Host, you are blocking the camera. Can you move? I want to take a screenshot of the school gate. It's not that you are ugly, but you are a bit redundant in the picture. Nublita. The little devil prince. The sentimental interaction was aborted, and Wang Luan took a deep breath again, this time to suppress his impulse. Do you know how bad Nublita's personality is? This is one of his cute points. A good-looking little devil with a bad personality. The planner is so good. To be honest, Nublita's style is really different from that of others. I even suspect that the planner paid someone to build a model for him. Otherwise, why is he so exquisite among so many NPCs? As one of the internal test players who have come into contact with Nublita, Wang Luan, I am tired. Destroy it. Hurry up. Chapter 126 Public Beta 4 Live Broadcast in Progress Part 2. Judging demons by appearance is too irrational. Wang Luan walked towards the nearest arcane academy with heavy steps, educating the audience. Don't look at his good looks. I have never seen an NPC more annoying than a demon, even because of their bad personalities. We once thought that demons were not NPCs, but small bosses specially designed by planners for players to practice. Wang Luan said earnestly, you have never come into contact with him, and you don't know how annoying demons are, so you can be so superficial. The anchor scolded the audience online. Too tough. I will follow you first. The anchor scolded me. Reported. You are talking nonsense. Good-looking people are not bad. Demons are so cute. You are not allowed to say that about demons. In order to prove that what you said is true, please let the audience see how bad the demons are. Go to see the demons? I support you. I tell you, if you don't take us to see the demons, it will not be so easy to get away with your scolding me. To be honest, Nullita is pleasing to the eye. Cursing people with his mouth is just a hobby. Cursing people with his mouth? Demons don't curse people with their mouths. That is simply an insult to the demons. Moj will only torture you mentally and tease you with his actions, so that you will feel evil and have the urge to form a group to kill monsters. Since you said so, even if it is just to prove my innocence, I have to take you to see how bad the demons are. Wang Luan said, I will see if I can meet Nullita by chance later. He glanced at the comments on the screen and brought the topic back to the point at hand. This is the teaching building for mages. Wang Luan looked at the vast building in front of him and changed his words. The academy. This whole building belongs to the mages. The whole building Wang Luan was referring to was the typical European-style castle complex in front of him, which seemed as ancient and elegant as Hogwarts, exuding the breath of historical sedimentation and the taste of magic. This thing is specially made old? If I remember correctly, isn't it just built? It can be seen that the planner has a Hogwarts complex. This is the game style I imagined. Who would have thought that it would go astray and become a science fiction world? Don't stand there. Host, hurry up and look at the mages. Look! There's nothing inside. The mages had a quarrel with the king and ran away. What? Falling out? Why? Only I am paying attention. We came here to learn how to control the ether from the mages. But the mages ran away. Who can we learn this from? What kind of problem is this? It's not just the mages who can teach how to control the ether. Any NPC can control the ether. This is a basic setting in holographic games. You don't understand. Why did the mage run away at such a critical moment? This means that the story of the mage has begun. Wang Luan glanced at this comment, and it was hard not to agree with the other party's point of view. The mage's abrupt behavior is obviously the pre-plot of the main quest. He walked into the brand new academy. Because the mage had never been here after the kingdom was updated. The place remained the same as it was after the kingdom was upgraded. Wang Luan pushed open several doors that he had the authority to push open. The classroom behind the door did not exceed the audience's cognition. At least the tables, chairs and benches were very complete. The mage did not come to work. So the mage's class has not started. Wang Luan walked around casually and walked out. Anyway, the mage's academy is like this. After the pre-plot is completed, the mage will come back to class. I will make a video to introduce it to everyone in detail. At this point, Wang Luan once again seized the opportunity to advertise himself. So, everyone remember to follow me, and know the dynamics of the holographic game as soon as possible. The Dwarf Academy is very different from the Arcane Academy. As soon as you enter the gate of the Dwarf Academy, the clanging sound of hammers brings a sense of foreboding full of labor. The architectural style of the Dwarf Academy is also completely different. Sculptures of dwarves swinging hammers and various styles of hammer models are spread throughout the corridors of the academy, revealing the simple atmosphere of the happiest working people. Let me remind you that the dwarf teaching building was nicknamed the Black Factory by the beta test players for a reason. Wang Luan pushed open the door of the classroom. Wow. Huh. Bang bang bang. Players swung hammers beside a small stove, sweating and sparks flying. If there was only one player, the scene might not be so lively, but this classroom accommodated hundreds of players. And the scene of hundreds of people swinging hammers intently, it had nothing to do with school anyway. In addition, the rewards for players completing the dwarf daily tasks were not rich. So the nickname of the Dwarf Black Factory came into being naturally. Wow. No matter how many times I look at it, this doesn't look like a school. The Black Factory is worthy of its reputation. I think the dwarves should carve the words labor is the most glorious on the wall. Their painting style is a perfect match for the name of the kingdom. Wang Luan glanced at the lively classroom and didn't see the dwarves. Although the dwarves have always been free to let the players go. From the fact that some players successfully changed their jobs during the internal test. I think the dwarves are very friendly mentors for most players. Wang Luan took 2 steps to the side. We don't seem to have caught up with the player who took the place of the dwarf in the class. But the relevant video has been uploaded to the video website by some players. If you are interested, you can go and see it yourself. Wang Luan thought about the wording. And because the other party was a colleague, he gave a good review, very professional. To be honest, he is much more professional than the dwarves. I even suspect that he is the official teacher arranged to teach the course of controlling ether. I suspect that he is a teacher in real life. He must have passed the teacher qualification examination. Looking at the video, from lectures to homework, it is completely academic style. Wang Luan took a few steps forward and showed the audience the scene of the player's labor at close range. There was nothing fancy, just the rough embryo being hit continuously, and the repetitive labor of hammering again and again. To be fair, as a game, this kind of boring, tedious and long repetitive labor is a very failed planning. But if it is used as an ether control simulator, its existence is not redundant at all. I watched the class video, and the other party also specifically explained why the daily task of the dwarf is for the player to swing the hammer 100 times, because this can exercise the player's control of the ether. I was convinced. No wonder he changed his job during the internal test. He knows dwarves better than dwarves do. Dwarves can't say a word. They really need such a spokesperson. A veritable ether control simulator. The worst thing is that because the mage is not at work, there are only two choices for players to punch in for class. One is the dwarves, and the other is the druids. As a result, players have to come here to swing hammers, and are forced to work. What's wrong with druids? Even if they lose favorability all the time, it's easy. Loosen the soil, water, and take care of plants. How good is that? Wang Luan glanced at this barrage and said as he walked out, "Let's go and see the druids next." The style of the Druid Academy is unique. When you step into the Druid Academy area, it's like you've come to a forest. The lush plants are cleverly integrated with the buildings built by plants to form a living environment that druids and tree people like. Wow. So dreamy. I like tree houses. It must be wonderful to live in the forest. If you have watched a few druid-related videos, you will not say such words. Wake up. It is not time to dream yet. Don't you understand the brain circuit of the game planner? If he can learn the tricks of domestic online games, will the players still be so sad? What does it mean? It means Wang Luan deviated from the specially built road and took 2 steps into the dreamy-looking flora. He pulled away the extremely confusing plants and showed them what was inside the forest at close range. A rich variety of insects, thin and long snakes, and soft-shelled creatures that move slowly, like a treasure chest, presented the real and dense nature at close range in the live broadcast room. Fuck. What are those dozens of legs? Move away. I'm going to vomit. Fuck. That strip of creature that's flying by quickly. Isn't it a snake? No. How come there are such big cockroaches in the grass? Fuck. This ecology is too good. Is there no one walking around? How come there are so many kinds of small animals in such a small piece of grass? Isn't there no one walking around? Do you think the druid is kidding you? What he loves is nature, not just plants. To be honest, these cockroaches are cuter than you in the eyes of the druid. Wang Luan sighed deeply. If a player steps on these lawns, the reputation and goodwill will be deducted to negative numbers in the next second. In the next second, a druid will appear in front of you and warn you not to harm nature. If this is the second time, then congratulations. The number of deaths will be increased by 1. And you will be expelled from the Druid Academy immediately. Wang Luan walked back to the main road, staring at the ground intently, and said as he walked, "So why is it said that the Dwarf Black Factory has the most people? Because in just a few days, the druids killed a lot." Seeing the snail whizzing past his feet, Wang Luan stopped urgently and saved his life. Some players are careless. But some? Wang Luan stared at the ground, as if there was money on the ground to pick up, and said, it was an unprovoked disaster. Wang Luan walked through the main road with difficulty, and came to the most lively building in the Druid Academy. The greenhouse. The huge tree man moved in the greenhouse, taking care of all the plants in poor condition. 2 or 3 druids were counting the animals and plants brought back by the players, classifying them one by one to where they should go so that they could receive the best care. The scene was busy and peaceful, completely different from the Dwarf Academy. Wang Luan did not move forward, but took a look from a distance. Even if he had completed this process, he turned around and walked out. There are so few druids. Where are the others? Isn't the host going to take a quest? There are not many players here. Wang Luan walked and said, "Didn't I take the job transfer quest?" Anuta reminded me that druids will not like beast speakers. I decided to stay away from druids in the future to avoid accidents. The host is very cautious. Druids are too extreme, and they will deduct favorability at any time. I can completely understand why Anuta said that it is impossible for a player to change his job to a druid, because they don't like people at all. There are 3 professions in total. The dwarf plot is over. Next, we have to wait for the dwarf kingdom to hold a unification celebration. The pre-plot of the mage has already begun. Is the druid plot line not revealed at all? Wang Luan did not respond to the barrage. After finally walking out of the Druid Academy, Wang Luan breathed a sigh of relief and had time to look at the barrage. He found that the barrage was noisy as expected. Next, I will take you to see the forest and the sea. Wang Luan looked at the time. There is still plenty of time. I will ask someone where the demon is. If it is close, I will let the demon show up first, so that you can see how annoying the demon is. Why ask someone? Someone on the forum reported the location. The demon is in the novice village. The demon is a lazy old bug. He has not moved for hundreds of years. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Nubleta kept looking at the map and did not move. Kenty, who was standing peacefully by the window, woke up from his sleep and looked at the door. A mere door obviously couldn't block his vision. Seeing that it was a player, he closed his eyes again and fell asleep again as a demon with a human head and a sheep body. Sleeping standing up was his usual posture. The other demons who were looking for places didn't respond at all, and slept peacefully with the knocking sound. Wang Luan knocked for a long time, but didn't get any response. He stopped and said to the audience with a serious face, "Look, the character of the demon. I'm obviously inside, but no one cares about me." Nubleta, who was staring at the map thoughtfully, moved his ears slightly, revealing an expression of "I seem to hear someone scolding me," and stood up excitedly and opened the door. Glorious beauty. I'm so blown away. This style is like having a holy light. The planner is biased. Can the host help me ask? Other demons are basically not human objectively speaking. But why is Nubleta not only human-like, but also so good-looking? Looking for me. Nubleta opened the door a little. With ill intentions and enthusiasm. What? Wang Luan, under the constant encouragement of the barrage, boldly asked, "I want to ask. Why do other demons look like that? But you can look like this?" Ha ha ha. A boiling laughter broke out in the room. Kenty poked his head out from behind the door to see who was so brave to provoke Nubleta accurately in front of him. This sudden burst of laughter sounded too much like gloating. Wang Luan took a step back and tried to save himself. Many players think so. You are very good looking. Nubleta smiled and repeated the nickname of the player floating above Wang Luan's head, Wang Luan. Right? Since you are trying so hard to flatter me, I have a hidden mission. Do you want to take it? Wang Luan refused without hesitation. No. 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 This is a compliment from the bottom of my heart. Definitely not for the hidden mission. The main thing is that 9 out of 10 demon missions are pitfalls. And the only one that can be completed successfully has few rewards. So it's useless to do it. I appreciate your frankness. Nubleta patted him on the shoulder and said, "What do you think of demons? What do you think? What else can you think besides being a bitch and shameless?" Wang Luan hesitated and said, "Very powerful. If it were any other race, he might have died 100 or 80 times because of his bad personality." The temptation sounded like a whisper. "Then do you want to be a demon?" The barrage instantly became energetic. Is the anchor really cheating? Can I change my job to a demon? Stand still. Anchor. I'm going to play the game right now. I've never heard of changing my job to a demon. Is this really a hidden mission? To be honest, considering that it's a demon who said that, I don't believe it. Wang Luan's rationality advised him not to treat demons as human beings. Wang Luan's impulse was stirring. Let's give it a try. I'll give it a try. The worst that can happen is that I die once. Anyway, there is no limit on the number of resurrections in the public beta. Nubleta had no doubt what the other party's final answer would be. Demons always understand human nature best, otherwise, how could they always be tricked? Wang Luan opened his mouth and closed it again, revealing obvious entanglement and struggle. Let's talk about the topic just now. Nubleta was surprised and exaggerated. You don't want to be a demon? I think there is something wrong with you. Wang Luan really wants to if this is really just a game. But he is an official internal staff who has been recruited. So, he doesn't want to wake up one day and find horns growing on his head. This crucial premise makes Wang Luan, who has always been flying in the game, infinitely conservative in all relevant choices. Even if the official confirms that the impact of the other world on players will not be to this extent, it still does not change Wang Luan's conservative strategy. The official's understanding of Ether and the other world is at the same level as his, unless His Majesty the King says so. Wang Luan will never take a 1 in 10,000 chance to go. Wang Luan saw that the comments on the screen were all saying something is wrong with you. So he quickly changed the subject. I'm just curious why you look so different from other demons. Ha ha ha. The room burst into laughter again. The demon's gloating reaction was too obvious. It was obvious that he asked a very inappropriate question. Wang Luan took a step back, but failed to succeed because he was pulled by Nubleta's neck. It sounds like this is not a compliment to you. Wang Luan quickly shivered. Then how about? Just pretend I didn't say anything? You don't want to be a demon. Do you look down on demons? Nubleta made up a reason casually to explore the real reason behind the other party's abnormal choice. Wang Luan quickly denied. Demons are much stronger than me. Why should I look down on demons? This is the truth. Players don't discriminate. They only admire the strong. Then why don't you want to be a demon? Nobuta put his shoulder and moved his wrist. Think about it before answering. Deceiving a demon is not a rational choice. Kenny chimed in. Although death is meaningless to you, I find that you seem to be very interested in missions. Other demons followed in the fun. Do you believe that Nobuta will follow you all day and night and make you unable to complete missions? Wang Luan glanced at the barrage. Put yourself in the host's shoes. My fist is hard. Not allowing players to complete missions? Are you human? Generally. The threat of NPCs is death at most. How can this be upgraded to not allowing tasks? Is he an NPC or a player? How can the threatening posture be so skillful? The so-called joys and sorrows of the world cannot be shared. And the audience watching the live broadcast obviously cannot resonate with the host's mood at the moment. Wang Luan did not doubt the threat of the demons. After all, they really could do it. I have no intention of changing my race. Before Nolita narrowed his eyes and showed an expression of disbelief. Wang Luan immediately emphasized, I think players are good. After all, demons cannot live forever. Are these two concepts the same? Even if the race becomes a demon, the player is still a player? Once the computer is turned off, the game has nothing to do with me. Anyway, demons can't tell the difference between the two. The host's response is good. Okay. Let's go quickly. This place is too dangerous. Let's go to see Yashion quickly. The next second after this barrage passed by, the demon who was staring at Wang Luan thoughtfully crushed his larynx and gave him a thorough death. The live broadcast room went dark, indicating that the anchor was offline. Did the demon go back on his word? Didn't he say that he would not kill the anchor? Because death is meaningless to players. Didn't he just say so? Believe a demon's words? Too naive. Going back on one's word is very demonic. Administrator. Reconnect. The barrage did not call out the administrator, but a notification. The live broadcast has ended. Wang Luan showed an expression caught off guard. A flash of white light, and disappeared in front of the demon. Kendi was a little surprised. How did you kill him? He didn't tell the truth. You don't want to continue asking? Nolita closed the door and returned to the room. There is no need to ask. He answered very clearly. Did you hear it again? Another demon habitually mocked. Nolita rested his chin on his hand, showing a thoughtful expression, and said to himself, this time the kingdom expanded. There are big changes. The players are so cautious, which is not like their original style. Nolita, that guy said that he didn't want to become a demon because he would change his race. The demons said in unison, he lied. This level of lie, in front of the demons who have spent a long time, is like a sign saying this is a lie, which is obvious at a glance. Nolita said slowly, apart from the lie. The second half of his sentence is that he is a demon, and he can't live without death. If it was just a lie, there would be no need to add the second half. In order to increase credibility, half truth and half falsehood is the best choice. So he really cares about the difference between demons and players. So, they became more cautious after the kingdom expanded. Kenny took over the conversation, because for them, the choices they made are not without impact. Nolita recalled the conversation just now, when he was talking just now. His eyes kept drifting to a certain place at a fixed frequency. Kenny guessed, looking at the system? System, game, task, planning, are the words that players often talk about during the internal test, and now, it is a bit too much to ask the demons to know nothing about them. In fact, they not only remember the common words used by players clearly, but also remember which internal test players are clearly, much more frequently than before. Nolita made a positive guess. It's a bit unusual. Kenny thought, it's also unusual that he suddenly asked you about your appearance. Nolita glanced at Kenny with a warning. We can stop talking about this topic. Kenny chuckled. No one is laughing at you. The villa was in chaos, and Kenny relied on his 4 hooves to flee in the house. It's all the fault of the father. Nolita was furious. I have become a big devil. And you said that big devils and little devils cannot be confused. As the most perfect creation of the father, the big devil has a nearly perfect appearance, while the little devil is a low-quality product. Not only is it hard to describe its appearance, but even its species are all kinds of weird. Nolita didn't care about appearance. After all, although the devils looked all kinds of weird, at least their aesthetics were fine. What he cared about was that this represented the mistakes he had made. Stop making a fuss. The demon on the side just opened his mouth and chattered without doing anything. So, the players have a small weakness? Nubita said lightly. Other people should be more interested in this news than us. Then we have to tell the king quickly. Another demon said diligently. The players have a weakness. We all see it. And Anuta can't fail to see it. Another demon fanned the flames. Let the king kill Anuta. Anyway, that guy is in the way. Wait. Anuta seems to be on the king's side? Really? Another demon thought for a few seconds and said impatiently, forget it. Who cares which side he is on? As long as you can pit one. Nubita. It's time to use your power as a demon to sow discord. Nubita sat back in his original position, staring at the complete map and said, what power? Do you think the king didn't hear our conversation? Oh, that's right. The demons who were excited about being able to do bad things calmed down in a second and lay back bored. Boring. Boring. The king is so impeccable. So he must be more bored than us on weekdays. Right? How is that possible? He has nothing better to do than eavesdropping on what we are talking about. Kinty kicked him, pay attention. That's the great king. You are too flattering to flatter him from a distance? Another demon raised his head and said with dissatisfaction, or do you think that the king, who is broad-minded and a role model of morality, will get angry because of 2 or 3 words? In terms of shamelessness, all the demons are seeded players in the final round, and it is difficult to easily determine who is better. Chapter 127 Reality 26 and Public Beta 5 Changes and Diamond Empire's Mission. Everything is progressing in an orderly manner. From the initial confusion in the face of the spiritual energy revival to the current process-based registration management, along with the opening of the public beta of the holographic game, China has entered the stage of localization of spiritual energy revival at an astonishing speed. The mentality of the special ability people changed from I am the chosen one to go to school honestly and serve the people in just a few days because they quickly realized what the era of spiritual energy revival is. As the concentration of ether increases, the impact on the earth becomes more and more profound. More and more ordinary people have sensed ether and generally entered the stage of controlling ether. The endless animal and plant mutation events force human society to adapt faster to this new world that is completely different from the past. The world is changing too fast. When Wu Xing picked up, He Xingwen to go to the training center again. He even had the leisure to chat with He Xingwen casually. It was hard for He Xingwen to disagree with Wu Xing's words. After all, he witnessed it all with his own eyes. From the initial confusion of others to the current adaptation, the world has become another look without knowing it. Xiao He, where are you going? Andy Wang, who was coming downstairs, called He Xingwen and glanced at the unfamiliar Wu Xing, and said vigilantly, he is not from our community. Right? Show me the access permit. Wu Xing took out the community access permit and showed it to Andy Wang. Andy Wang squinted her eyes and looked at the stamp on the access permit. After a long while, she let down her guard and chatted with He Xingwen in a familiar way. He doesn't look like an ordinary person. At first glance, the ether on him is very bright. Layer by layer. He Xingwen was a little surprised. Andy Wang, can you also sense the ether? I tried it too. Andy Wang said with a bit of pride. Little He, can you sense the ether? He Xingwen shook his head. I don't have much talent. This is not about talent. Andy Wang was not fooled by him. I watch the news every day, and it is very detailed. From what the ether is to how to control the ether, it is explained clearly to you. In fact, not only the news, but also the relevant teaching screen recordings, TXT documents and even PPTs are everywhere on the internet. As long as you go online, you can't avoid these materials. Of course, considering that some elderly people are not very familiar with the internet. The country has also specially launched a TV column to fully cover all channels for obtaining information to ensure that everyone can receive information about the rebirth of spiritual energy, the ether, and how to deal with the great changes of the times. This effectively reduces panic, and of course inevitably leads the rebirth of spiritual energy to localization. As long as you try a few more times, you will be able to sense the ether. An Wang said angrily, you must not have taken it to heart. Xiao He, we can't do this. The news said that we should face everything positively and optimistically. Don't think that you have no special abilities and lose hope. The news said that we are much better than those with special abilities. He Xingwen took over the conversation and was caught by Aunt Wang. She taught for a long time. In summary, it was to study hard, not give up on yourself, and strive to be the people's pioneers of the new era. He Xingwen could listen to Aunt Wang's chattering patiently. But Wu Xing couldn't. Not only were there mutants waiting, but he also had other things to do. He moved his nose and interrupted the conversation forcefully. Why do you smell something? Aunt Wang didn't even turn her head. There's meat cooking in the pot. It's okay. It's used to train Bebe. Bebe? The poodle you raise at home? He Xingwen continued. Why are you training again? Wu Xing said on the side. Even if you train a dog, you can't use such a dangerous method. If the pot catches fire, there will be safety hazards. So hurry back and watch the pot. Aunt Wang was very calm about the young people's fuss. Whose pet doesn't have some mutations? I am training Bebe to control mutations. Wu Xing was stunned for 2 seconds, and then stood in awe. What is the direction of your poodle's mutation? My Bebe is smart, and even his mutation is different from other dogs. Speaking of Bebe, Aunt Wang said more. Before, someone from the Special Ability Registration Center came and told me that Bebe can predict danger, but can't tell whether the danger is big or small. So I am practicing it. Right? He Xingwen and Wu Xing were forced to listen to another interesting story about Bebe. When the smell of barbecue suddenly became strong, Aunt Wang stopped talking with a sense of unsatisfaction. Okay. I won't chat with you anymore. I have to go back to look after Bebe. By the way, Xiao He, don't take what I just said to you lightly. After finally seeing Aunt Wang off, Wu Xing quickened his pace and took He Xingwen downstairs. On the way out of the community, we met 3 neighborhood committees, which delayed us for a while, and they checked Wu Xing's access permit one by one. This is also for the safety of residents. After checking the access permit, the grassroots staff handed it back to Wu Xing and habitually explained, whether it is a mutant creature or a person with special abilities, the danger must be nipped in the bud. Right? After the sudden surge in the strength of some people, in order to avoid the occurrence of mutant creatures attacking people, and more importantly to avoid social unrest, China's grassroots mobilization was directly mobilized to the level of villages, which firmly held the entire country together. By the way, Xiao He, did you take the brochure? The other party stuffed a stack of brochures into He Xingwen's hands. Anti-fraud guide, emergency response measures and help hotline. Keep them all. Don't turn your head and lose them. If you have any problems, contact the phone above. After He Xingwen agreed, the other party glanced around, suddenly quickened his pace, and shouted, Building 17. 203. I've told you several times that you must practice ether control in a safe situation. You broke the glass again. What if it hits someone later? Someone upstairs stuck his head out to pick up the broken glass and apologized to him repeatedly. When he turned his head, the other party began to lecture a child on the side of the road. And you? Wang Jiujiao. Where's your dad? It's not that a skateboard is not a skateboard without wheels. I've told you so many times that you need an adult's permission to use special abilities. Look how thin you are. It's obvious that you've overused your abilities. A normal-sized girl with 2 braids, no more than 7 or 8 years old, defended herself aggrievely. I'm really not thin. She was standing on a board with no wheels. The board was a few centimeters off the ground and swayed slowly forward. Of course, after being scolded by the other party, the board fell back to the ground with a clang, jumped twice, and stopped moving. Wang Jiajiao, don't look for my dad. I sneaked out. Familiar environment. New human life. He Xingwen watched the other party dragging Wang Jiajiao with one hand and holding a board in the other hand to find Wang Jiajiao's parents in a threatening manner, and deeply felt the traces of the changing times. The magic is mixed with Chinese characteristics. Wu Xing quickened his pace, left the community, and was relieved after getting in the car. No one blocked the road. He drove and said, special ability people like Jiajiao, who are too young, can't leave their parents for too long, so they have to learn some basics. The mutation of children is better than that of adults. At most, they can skateboard, and their lives are not in danger. The black car merged into the traffic flow, and the scenery on the roadside became very different. The middle-aged and elderly people holding the information and mumbling to each other, looking around curiously, watching the young people in the world composed of ether, the owners who took their pets out for training, and the patrol teams that increased significantly. The world seems to have not changed much, and it seems to have formed a clear outline. But you don't seem to be interested in ether? Wu Xing looked at the traffic ahead and said casually, this is quite rare. He Xingwen said calmly, people are different in all kinds of ways. Do you need me to report my experience? I just asked casually. After being criticized by He Xingwen. Wu Xing touched his nose and shut up honestly. Although it is rare to be uninterested in ether at the moment. As He Xingwen said, people are different in all kinds of ways. Some people are willing to pursue powerful power. And some people are not interested in it. In such a big country like China, there will always be some people who are different from others. The black car drove into the parking lot of the training center. And Wu Xing took He Xingwen to the training center. The training center was much quieter than when He Xingwen came before. Wu Xing looked at the time. At this time, we should be training in the holographic game cabin. So some of the public beta quotas were indeed reserved. By the way, the reason why I called you this time is because of the mutant creatures this time. Wu Xing swiped his card through the doors and said casually, "It's quite strange." He walked towards the depths of the corridor without stopping, so I want to see if you have any effect on it. He Xingwen passed by the room he had been to before and walked to the deepest part of the corridor before Wu Xing stopped. The light and shadow standing next to He Xingwen tilted his head slightly and told He Xingwen the answer, "Deep-sea creatures. It's not very aggressive, but it's very dangerous. So I don't plan to let you come into direct contact with it." Wu Xing led He Xingwen into the room. The busy white coat had no interest in outsiders. He glanced at He Xingwen, then moved his side back and gestured in another direction. Wu Xing consciously walked in that direction, took out the notebook, opened the space behind the door of this room, and took He Xingwen to the destination in front of the transparent glass connected to another room. In the sealed sea view room, the chairs floated in the water, and the artificial equipment floated on the water surface. Obviously, its original purpose was not to be a sea view room. The seawater filled the whole room, flooding it unreasonably, so that the original huge water tank in the room became inconspicuous in it. In this chaotic space filled with seawater, the shadows shrank in the dark and were very easy to be ignored. He Xingwen's eyes fell on the shadows formed by the layers of furniture. "What is that?" "Octopus." After Wu Xing finished speaking, he realized that what he said was not accurate enough and added a few more words. "Mutated octopuses are one of the smartest biological groups in the world. They like to get into various containers. So what you see now, Wu Xing, it is a small part of the other party that is exposed after getting into the container. This is a giant octopus. The Special Investigation Bureau must have spent a lot of effort to bring it here. Giant octopuses are not very common. It is definitely not a creature that can be encountered casually on the road." He Xingwen, so you have begun to explore the mutant creatures in the deep sea? China is keen to prevent the future and has a strong desire to understand and control all uncontrollable factors around it. But it is a bit too exaggerated to take the exploration steps into the deep sea in such a short time. China has not yet fully controlled the mutant creatures on land. It was an accident to find it. Wu Xing denied this and explained, "It came ashore by itself. Considering the extremely high IQ of octopuses, we suspect that it came ashore because the mutation in the deep sea was more serious, and it even sensed the danger." Wu Xing's tone was heavy. "Currently, there have been several incidents of attacks on humans caused by mutations of offshore organisms abroad." At this point, he remembered He Xingwen's identity as an ordinary citizen, and before more internal information was revealed, he changed the subject. "So, we want to see if you can have any connection with it." He Xingwen, "Didn't it confirm before that I don't have special abilities?" The shadow in the water moved slightly and slowly extended in a certain direction. The two people who were still talking didn't seem to notice this. Light and shadow stared at the world in front of them boredly. To the system, the world in his eyes looked different from what humans saw. Information, data, and behavioral traces constituted the world in his eyes, offering the answer to the question with both hands. A timid octopus. The system was not interested in this. The only reason why he was still staring at this place was that He Xingwen was here. So he dutifully told He Xingwen the answer. The ability of the mutation is survival type, and a large amount of seawater will flow out of the body in a short period of time. So this room became what they saw. Timid octopus? He Xingwen thought. According to the description of the system, this octopus should not be dangerous? But judging from the fact that it was locked in the deepest part of the corridor, the conclusion of the Special Investigation Bureau was obviously different from the system. The system added the rest of the words, but it is very large. Step back 5 steps. He Xingwen took 5 steps back. A huge black shadow suddenly appeared, and its huge body instantly covered the entire glass. Like a pounce or a collision, several long arms slapped the glass, waving within the sight range. Almost in the blink of an eye, Several dangerous cracks appeared on the bulletproof glass. Wu Xing was startled by the sudden change, and pressed the intercom to speak quickly. The alert level is increased. Put down the second layer of glass. As soon as the voice fell, Wu Xing took a few steps back and walked to He Xingwen's side. And then the second layer of glass slowly rose in front of him, separating the second layer of space. The glass shook and ducked, and the innermost glass was smashed, and the huge octopus rushed out of the room with seawater. This is indeed a giant octopus, with an amazing size. It looks like it is waving its tentacles in the seawater, and it is so big that its 8 tentacles can easily touch both ends of the room when they are fully extended. Judging from its size, even if the opponent is very timid, it will not reduce its aggressiveness. After all, even if the opponent is timid and waves its tentacles, it can instantly smash a whole bulletproof glass. He Xingwen remembered Wu Xing's original words when he introduced it. It is not very aggressive, but it is very dangerous, which is a very accurate description. The overexcitement of the giant octopus is obvious, but these excitements soon calmed down with the surge of water. The huge octopus has 2 big eyeballs on its head. It stared at He Xingwen for a few seconds, as if it suddenly realized another point, and quickly drilled back into the original container, shrinking in the darkness, and turned back into a small shadow. If you ignore its huge size and the power that can easily smash bulletproof glass, this is indeed a timid octopus. At least the chimpanzee was able to ignore He Xingwen under the threat of the Dragon Clan and the sub-bear. But it showed a frightened look. Wu Xing was very puzzled by its behavior. Is it frightened? I don't think I can have any connection with him. He Xingwen said objectively, if you have any hope for me, you will be disappointed because I am not special. The system looked at He Xingwen and smiled at this sentence. It was probably praising He Xingwen crazily in its heart again. From the various inspections and the other party's performance, He Xingwen was right. But the special reaction of the mutant creatures when facing him was really hard not to be puzzled. Wu Xing was troubled by this doubt, and could not guess the correct answer to the puzzle at all if He Xingwen did not take the initiative to reveal it. The other party would never guess the incredible answer. The Diamond Empire's delegation to attend the Dwarf Kingdom's unification celebration has arrived. The system that pays attention to the other world reminded He Xingwen in time. They want to see you. He Xingwen glanced at his watch and reminded Wu Xing, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. In the series of events that follow the kingdom upgrade and the start of the public beta, people can easily have the illusion that a long time has passed. But in fact, for the entire continent, time has not passed too long. It has only been a few days since the kingdom of the gods falling land became famous in one battle. The continent is still immersed in the other party's unexpected strength, and has not realized that the kingdom has changed again without their knowledge. The Diamond Empire's delegation cannot be said to be late, and it can even be said that the other party acted quickly and responded to the failure of the contact war in a very short time. However, even so, when they arrived at the kingdom, they still faced the updated kingdom. It can only be said that luck was not on their side. After all, if they had come earlier, they might have been able to see the kingdom when it only had 2 cities. Before obtaining the king's permission, the delegation stopped at the land of God's Fall. No, to be precise, outside the kingdom's territory. They saw the scene of the dwarves rebuilding the dwarf kingdom on the top of the mountains. Machinery and tools shuttled between the mountains and trees to build the framework of the building. Under the premise of not interfering with nature as much as possible, they built a kingdom belonging to the dwarves. It is much smaller than the previous scale of the dwarf kingdom. Du Lei, who appeared in the delegation because of the commission of Diamond Karen III, evaluated the buildings located in the mountains and said, it seems that the style of the dwarves has changed. The Diamond Empire delegation was still led by Lizhan. In a sense, the old acquaintance of the players because of Yi Ye's experience. He frequently appeared in the video website screen recordings and created an astonishing number of views. From showing off their own strength to being more practical and frugal, Lizhan did not appreciate this change very much. If a kingdom is not keen on emphasizing its own strength, it is difficult to say whether it is really strong enough. Durai said objectively, I think the dwarves have proved this with their actions. As the loser in the contact war, Lizhan did not seem to be qualified to say this. Liashan's eyebrows moved slightly, and he did not continue to speak, but turned his eyes to the other side. The endless plain surprised him very much. Not long ago, he visited the kingdom with the king's invitation, although he stopped outside the kingdom's borders. But at that time, what he saw was not a vibrant plain. Nor should the cursed, bearing God's falling land look like this. But now, everything has changed. Liaison was a little worried about this, and he had a bad premonition almost the moment he arrived in the kingdom. They waited patiently for several hours. The sky gradually darkened, and a different scenery finally appeared on the plain. The train whizzed in and stopped in front of them. Dorona motioned them to get on the train from the cockpit, and scattered players and NPCs walked out from the back of the train. The crowd passed them and stopped. A person from the Diamond Empire? Does this NPC look familiar? I remember. Isn't this the NPC who tempted Ye to betray the kingdom? As soon as the voice fell, the crowd surrounding them took a step back, as if they felt safe, and then continued to whisper. Some things in the kingdom have changed, but some things obviously have not. The disorderly and crazy players are still fearless, and still do their own thing. Liaison glanced at the players and asked tentatively, "Do you seem to know me?" The next second, the crowd dispersed. "Let's go. It's too dangerous to talk to this guy." But why did the people from the Diamond Empire come to the kingdom? What else can they do? Seek peace. You've seen the video. The army was destroyed. What else can they do in the kingdom? Kneeling too quickly. After all, it's an empire. Can't you have some backbone? If the players hadn't run fast enough. If Liaison hadn't stood on the territory of the kingdom. If Diamond Karen 3 hadn't specifically told Liaison. It's hard to say whether Liaison could remain calm amid these whispers. Dulé caught a glimpse of the sudden storm under Liaison's calm. But considering that the players always do this, he believes that Liaison will be able to control himself soon. After all, the other party came to the kingdom with a more important mission. The Diamond Empire's envoys got on the train. Before they could study everything in the train, they sat down and their eyes went dark. When they lost their senses for a short time, the train had already started and rushed all the way to the main city. Just as the delegation was surprised by the darkness and silence and was about to do something, this short journey came to an end. The train stopped in front of the kingdom's main city. Dorona left the driver's seat and walked into the passenger area at the back, saying to the special guests, "Someone familiar is waiting for you there. You can get off by yourselves." "Are we there yet?" As Liaison got off the train, he recalled the scenery he had just seen outside the kingdom's border. There was no city in sight. He was sure that the city was some distance away from the kingdom's border. But judging from the short driving time just now, they arrived too quickly. Liaison turned his head to look at the means of transportation behind him. This was not any means of transportation he was familiar with. Dwarves have improved the means of transportation? Dorona had no interest in the other party's temptation and gave the answer he wanted directly. The energy of black blood stone. Not surprisingly, if they have already applied black blood stone to the field of war, then they should have explored its use in other fields. Liaison slowed down his pace and watched the train restart and disappear from their sight at an astonishing speed. The energy of black blood stone. It is the goal of all races to use it effectively. But no one has done it before. But now, the place where miracles were born has created another miracle. You can't look away from the train. A familiar voice sounded, instantly filling up the hatred value. Pay attention. It's just a train. Don't act like a country bumpkin who has never seen good things. There are many things here that are worth your attention. Liaison took a deep breath and spit out the other party's name. Nublida. Long time no see. Liaison K. Kant. Nublida greeted him enthusiastically. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. TSK. To be honest, the border troops of the Diamond Empire are too weak. Liaison gritted his teeth, not wanting to see the other party's face at all. But he had to bow his head under the eaves. And he greeted him in a very official manner. The strength of the kingdom is indeed beyond our expectations. Nublida was pleased with the other party's reaction. I believe it will soon exceed your expectations again. Nublida glanced at Dulé on the side, and did not forget to pull the other party's hatred, as Azajan, who has a deep friendship with the kingdom. It is surprising that you appear with the Diamond Empire. Dur was not moved by it. Azajan is a commercial organization, and we accept commissions from customers. Nublida smiled and gloated. You are really principled. I hope the king will not mind your small shortcoming of changing your mind. The flawless Azajan is obviously not as interesting as humans, who easily reveal their emotions. Nublida turned his head again, put his arm around Liaison's shoulder affectionately, and grinned, adding a dark shadow to Liaison's bad premonition. Anyway, welcome to the Democratic Communist country. Chapter 128 Public Beta 6 Warning from the Arcane Academy and Goodwill from Azajan. But before that, I hope you have understood the rules. Nulita glanced at the players, who were gradually gathering around them, and walked into the main city. The players who heard the news did not get too close. Yi Ye's previous experience was enough to keep them at a distance from the Diamond Empire's delegation. Of course, a dog can't change its nature, and the players can't change their eagerness to try all possible tasks. The delegation came too quickly. Has the main quest started? Are we going to establish diplomatic relations with the Diamond Empire? It was just a short battle. Isn't it a bit too anticlimactic? Why don't we ask Nulita later? Maybe there's a quest? Asked the devil. Forget it. I choose to give up this quest. Do you still have any unrealistic fantasies about the devil? Forget it. The devil can't have a serious quest. The meaning of this race's existence is to plan the embodiment of malice. The players watched the devil and the delegation enter the main city. Some players did not learn the lesson and followed them in, but were stopped by a pop-up notification box. The main city is not open to players at present, including internal test players. There are only 2 players who have the right to enter the main city, He Shu and Du Ming. In their first conversation with the king, they obtained the king's permission. But after that, they never stepped into the main city again. It can also be said that the main city is the eye of the hurricane. In the chaos caused by players and the expansion of the kingdom, it always remains calm and has the right to decide where the chaos will spread. After entering the main city, the harassment of the players was completely isolated, so the delegation was able to face the city without external interference. The commotion quickly spread within the delegation. It was difficult for them to remain indifferent in front of this unimaginable city. Not to mention that they had stepped from magic and swords into science and the future. Lizon lost his speech for a short time. He looked at the building of amazing height and the road floating in the sky. It seemed that this country even conquered the sky. The vastness of its territory was beyond their imagination, and its city proved that it was by no means a small border country. What the Diamond Empire faced was not a countryman who was blessed by luck and coincidentally possessed powerful weapons, but an ambitious man who had already bared his fangs on the continent. This was not good news. Lizon took a deep breath and controlled his emotions. Nulita was very satisfied with their reactions. He liked them. Demons instinctively pursued all strong emotions and were keen to create them in other races. Compared with the satisfactory reaction of the delegation, Du Lei's lack of reaction really disappointed the demon. Of course, considering the existence of Anuta, it is not surprising that Du Lei can be so calm. After all, he probably knew what the grass and trees here looked like from Anuta a long time ago. As soon as Nibalita's eyes fell on Du Lei noticed it, and before the demon was ready to provoke, he accurately diverted the other's attention. Aren't you going to explain the rules to be followed in detail? Nibalita's attention was successfully diverted. It's actually very simple. Don't violate the laws of the kingdom. Don't do anything impolite to the king. He glanced at Lizon. Of course, it's best not to leave the team and walk alone in the kingdom. These are all for your safety. Please be sure to comply. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. Nibalita took the delegation on public transportation. They did not deliberately separate the delegation and the people of the kingdom. The people of the kingdom got on and off at every stop, and the people of the kingdom did not pay any attention to the delegation from a foreign country. Lizon noticed that the people of the kingdom were very indifferent. Not only did they not show any interest in outsiders, but they almost did not talk to each other. The moving vehicle was unusually quiet, an existence that is completely opposite to the players and almost forms a contrast. After Lizon cast his eyes at them frequently, he couldn't help but ask, do they have some kind of physiological disorder? Nulita, who has long been accustomed to the performance of these non-human creatures, was surprised. How could it be? He said something terrifying in a very relaxed tone. They just don't look like humans. Lizon said dryly, but they look like humans. So they are not actually human? Nulita casually called out the name of an NPC. Are you human? You stopped and had no emotional fluctuations. You have wasted a lot of time. I don't think it is a good idea to let the king wait for you. The NPCs who got on and off the bus in an orderly manner turned their heads to look at them. This is public transportation, and I don't control the speed, Nulita muttered, but with the degree of Devil's understanding of the situation. He can always be just right. Just pretend I didn't say anything. The NPCs who were watching them all turned their eyes away and continued to get on and off the bus in an orderly manner. The public transportation that stopped briefly at the station resumed operation and drove towards the end. What surprised Liaison was that Nilida actually kept his word and calmed down instead of going back on his word. Judging from the performance of the demon, the people of the kingdom suppressed the demon. As a human, this is a very remarkable record. But if it is an unknown non-human creature, Liaison was worried. Which means that the enemy facing the Empire is composed of a group of non-human creatures who can suppress the demon. The situation has become worse. In fact, since entering the kingdom, Liaison has not received any good news. Everything in the kingdom is proving one thing: it is not a coincidence that it can defeat the Imperial border guards. Even if it gains an advantage in the next all-out war with the Empire, it will not be a coincidence. It has enough confidence to win the war. Liaison looked at Du Lei, who remained silent. Du Lei noticed his gaze and cast a puzzled expression. I remember that these kingdom citizens did not appear in the team led by the dwarves before. Liaison repeatedly studied the brief contact battle, so he was deeply impressed, except for the dwarves and players. I didn't see any humans. Nilida's eyes moved. Remembering the NPC's urging just now, he restrained his urge to interrupt, and waited for the public transportation to arrive without looking away. Demons are not afraid of those NPCs. But ignoring their reminders or even angering them is a very bad practice. After all, they are the cornerstone of the kingdom. Their connection with the king is much closer than that between the devil and the king. Du Lei, indeed. The scene fell into silence after Du Lei's answer. Nobita sighed in his heart, regretting that he could not provoke at this moment. The guards of the delegation stopped outside the administration, and the members of the delegation responsible for negotiation walked in. To Liaison's surprise, after entering the vast building, they saw many humans, but not humans who served His Majesty the Emperor in the concept of the Empire. This is not a palace to show power, but just a busy workplace. There are round tables and chairs in the conference room. Apart from decorative furnishings, there are no extra luxury items. In front of He Xingwen, who sat at the main seat of the round table, there was a thick stack of information, and a teacup was placed symbolically at other positions on the round table. Nobita sat down below He Xingwen and invited the hesitant delegation to sit down. He Xingwen closed the folder of pending matters, glanced at Liaison, and said straight to the point, "Are you here to attend the celebration of the unification of the Dwarf Kingdom?" Liaison was a little uncomfortable, whether it was such a simple audience process or everything in this room. He could understand that a new civilization lacked etiquette, but he could not understand that a powerful civilization still had no order. He moved his body slightly, sat up straight, and said in a serious tone, "Greetings to you, respected king. I bring the goodwill of the Empire, and greetings from your Majesty." Then he answered He Xingwen's question, "Yes. The dwarves who have been divided for thousands of years have been reunited, and we are happy for it. Then go and join us." He Xingwen listened to the polite words patiently, and said to him, "The celebration will be held at the site of the old dwarf kingdom on the top of the mountains. You can confirm the procedures with the dwarves." "Is that all?" Liaison picked up the teacup and realized the difference between this king and Diamond Karen III. Diamond Karen III is a typical, powerful and ambitious ruler. He is used to strengthening his authority in front of his subordinates and gaining their submission in order to achieve the goal of dominating the entire empire. This king is not strong and does not care whether others have expressed enough submission to him. Liaison put down the teacup and changed the way of conversation. "Will you attend then?" Liaison asked, "As a king of kings?" "No. He Xingwen, that is a celebration of the dwarves. A king of kings will not fail to attend the celebration of the kingdom under his control, if he does not emphasize who the real master of this country is on such an occasion. Then this country will sooner or later forget their status as a vassal state and the awe they should have." "So, the dwarves are not your people?" "Of course they are." Hirshen saw many things in this kingdom that were different from the empire, including the way it treated vassal states, which was surprising. But the natives of this continent have encountered too many surprising new civilizations, and they have assimilated them into the continent with an amazing tolerance. So, after a brief surprise for a few seconds, Liaison went straight to the topic of his mission. "Your Majesty is a little uncertain about the future of the empire and the kingdom." Liaison said, "We want to know. Are you here to conquer? After unifying the dwarf kingdom, where will you focus on?" As a habit, even if he got straight to the point, in front of a powerful king, Liaison subconsciously retained enough respect. "If you are willing to show kindness, your Majesty is happy to cooperate with the kingdom." He Xingwen repeated what he had brought to Diamond Karen III. "The kingdom is not warlike. but it is not afraid of war. Lies on. So you are not here to conquer? Of course. He Xingwen affirmed. As for expansion, can peaceful expansion be called conquest? The next second, the door was knocked twice. She poked his head out from behind the door and looked at Lies Han. He felt that the other party's presence was not a hindrance. So he told He Xingwen the unfortunate news. The mage has made a decision. The mage's reaction to the decision was much faster than the system expected. He Xingwen, so fast? He glanced at the light and shadow on the side. And the system seemed a little helpless, obviously. It is difficult for intelligent creatures to remain rational most of the time. It seems that the conclusion drawn by the system is quite different from peace. She confirmed the system's guess. The Arcane Academy does not recognize the kingdom's peaceful expansion and brought a notice to completely interrupt the cooperation between the Arcane Academy and the kingdom. He paused and finished the unfortunate news. The kingdom has been listed as a high-risk target by the Arcane Academy. The people of the kingdom are prohibited from entering the territory of the Arcane Academy. The other party warned us that if the kingdom does not intend to restrain the expansion of the territory, then the Arcane Academy will take measures to defend their legitimate rights and interests. After Zhe finished talking about the notification from the other party, he asked, "How do you plan to respond to them?" Lies Han listened to the whole thing. Although he didn't understand what happened, one thing was obvious: the expansion of the kingdom caused a serious warning from the Arcane Academy. This is definitely not a peaceful gesture. From the warning of the Arcane Academy, the other party's next conquest target is clear at a glance. Because the chairs at the round table were full of people, the system stood behind He Xingwen and said close to him, "In my prediction, the Arcane Academy is the most likely to accept peaceful expansion. They are obsessed with the study of ether, and the kingdom has everything they are obsessed with. Ether, black blood stone, and even half-planes. If they are rational enough, they should not make this reaction." The voice of the system was close to his ears, but it did not attract any attention from He Xingwen even if it was closer. The other party would not bring He Xingwen human warmth and breath. He had no weight, no temperature, just a vague light and shadow. He Xingwen thought along his line of thought. The system looked down at a small piece of skin on the back of He Xingwen's neck. He could draw the texture of this skin in an instant. There was no actual difference between human skin, and this was just an ordinary piece of skin. The system looked at it, and some of the data was running related information, and came to the same conclusion. But he did not stop thinking about it. The other part of the database was faithfully thinking about the response and solution for He Xingwen, but since they made this choice, there may be other factors that I don't know about. But no matter what, a war with the Arcane Academy is not the best solution for the kingdom. There are better ways to solve this problem. In the repeated calculations on that piece of skin, an error data suddenly flashed, and the system was stunned. When it reacted, the strange touch had already permeated his electronic perception. He Xingwen looked back at the system for the strange feeling behind his neck, and the figure's hand reached into his neck. The scene was a bit scary, but considering that the system has no entity, it is actually more like a touch. The system retracted its hand and stared at it for a few seconds. Somewhat bewildered, an error data just appeared. "You also have error data?" He Xingwen muttered. "Are there any other effects?" The system stared at the small piece of skin for a few seconds, and the database started to repeat the calculation again. He shook his head honestly. "No. Do I need to care?" The system stared at the skin behind He Xingwen's neck. "Rationally and objectively, I think this may be related to my recent behavior of analyzing human emotions. I will handle it." He turned the topic back to the Arcane Academy, and the database faithfully came up with the optimal solution. Send an invitation to the Salpha Federation. I think they should be very interested in the kingdom. After saying the optimal solution, the system slowly explained the reason. Considering the reaction of the Arcane Academy, it is difficult to convince the other party by communication alone. After all, you have done this, and the other party is obviously not convinced by you. So the best choice is to change the way to convince it, whether the Arcane Academy admits it or not. It does care about the Salpha Federation, a research organization that has the same style of doing things as them, but eventually takes a different path. The Salpha Federation can completely replace the Arcane Academy. When the system casually said this, it was cold and cold, as if it was discussing the discarding of an object that had lost its usefulness, rather than the survival of an ancient organization that had lasted for several epochs. Of course, you won't do this, but the Arcane Academy knows this very well. So the existence of the Salpha Federation will arouse their vigilance, defense, and even anger. System, Intense emotions help them think rationally about how to deal with the relationship with the kingdom. Of course, given that their decision has exceeded my expectations, it would not be surprising if they exceeded my judgment again, but it would not have much impact. After all, we have found a replacement system. The Salfa Federation is obviously easier to convince. This is a new thing. They are still groping for the direction of their own development. The kingdom can give them a bargaining chip that they cannot refuse. In fact, before the Arcane Academy refused to accept the kingdom's peaceful expansion, the system's judgment on the Arcane Academy was the same: the kingdom could give them a bargaining chip that they could not refuse. That is, the Black Blood Stone. But judging from the choice of the Arcane Academy, this is not irresistible. Therefore, the system's plan had to be modified to involve the Salfa Federation, which had never been contacted. At this point, the system was a little regretful. It's a pity that the distance between the Salfa Federation and the Land of God's Fall is indeed quite far. If the Arcane Academy was not located next to the Land of God's Fall, the system would never choose to contact the Arcane Academy first. An ancient existence that has continued for several centuries often means that it is very stubborn and difficult to keep up with the times. Liaison watched the king talking to himself on the spot, and almost suspected that the king had some kind of mental illness. Of course, soon, he realized from the indifference of the devil and Jia that it was not that the king had a mental illness, but that he did have the ability to communicate with some existence that they could not see. Although I know that this kingdom is full of miracles, even the king himself is not human. Is it a bit too much? Under this premise, the many differences between this kingdom and the Diamond Empire suddenly got enough explanation. After all, humans understand the country composed of humans, but it is normal not to understand the country composed of another species. Liaison followed the king's movements with his peripheral vision and realized that the other party was very calm throughout the whole process, except for the only time he looked up and looked behind him. It was difficult to detect what kind of existence he was talking to, but since he looked behind him, it at least means that the unknown existence has some form and is behind him. Liaison glanced at the empty place behind the king and retracted his gaze. He Xingwen ended the conversation with the system and looked at Jia, who was still waiting for his answer. Tell the Arcane Academy that I respect their choice. Jia waited for 2 seconds, but didn't wait for the second half of the sentence. And understood. Then I will notify the other party like this. He Xingwen continued, by the way, send an invitation letter to the Salfa Federation. He Xingwen paused. Invite the other party to participate in the Dwarf Kingdom Unification celebration, and choose someone who has a good relationship with the Salfa Federation to send it. Nullit sighed. His relationship with the Salfa Federation was not good. It seemed that he had nothing to do with the mission to the Salfa Federation this time. It's a pity that the devil can't jump back and forth and sow discord. She nodded calmly and left in a hurry without waiting for He Xingwen's next words. After Jia left, the scene returned to the scene where He Xingwen and Liaison were talking. But after this small interruption, Liaison obviously had a clear definition of the kingdom's aggressiveness. It seems that your kingdom is full of aggressive desire. Liaison weighed his words and said, the Arcane Academy never actively participates in wars, but even it has expressed its almost warning intention to you. From this point of view, it is difficult for us to confirm the friendship of the kingdom. He Xingwen was very confused about Liaison's words. After the conflict between the kingdom and the Diamond Empire, I don't think there is still a possibility of peace between us. It's only a matter of time before the two countries go to war again. Even if the Diamond Empire promises friendship, it will not be trusted. Similarly, even if we express friendship, you will not trust this. So didn't you come here to get relevant information about the kingdom? And it is definitely not to confirm the friendship of the kingdom. Although the king's words were too direct, they were not offensive at all. On the contrary, they were like a friendly discussion of things that should not be discussed openly. The other party's frankness gained trust. With the other party's identity, he had enough options, and he chose to be frank, which to some extent proved that the other party did not intend to do anything to the delegation when the relationship between the two countries was not clear. One of the tasks of the Hunting Mountain is indeed to obtain as much intelligence as possible about the kingdom. Obviously, if the delegation does not come here in person, we will never know so clearly that the kingdom is so vast and powerful. Ezigen has detailed information about these. He Xingwen turned his head to look at Du Lei, who remained silent. As a businessman, it is not surprising that you appear in their team. But at the same time, it is not surprising that Ezigen sells the kingdom's information. He Xingwen asked the other party, Did you do this? Nubleta gloated on the side. He reminded the other party that Ezigen's appearance in this team would make Ezigen very embarrassed in front of the king. This embarrassment refers to the embarrassment of standing on which side. The weak who cannot control the situation will not care about Ezigen's neutrality. But this king is not a weak person who cannot control the situation. On the contrary, he dominates the entire situation and has enough confidence to question Ezigen's neutrality. In order to maintain the friendship between Ezigen and the kingdom's relevant information will not be sold to the outside world from the beginning. Durai can fight back against the devil's provocation. But he will not ignore the king's doubts. Ezigen believes that this is enough to express our friendship. Durai said gently, for now, you don't intend to start a war across the continent. So we have helped you establish a communication channel with the Diamond Empire. In terms of the vast territory of the Diamond Empire and the objective distance between the two countries and the kingdom. Once the two countries start a war, it will undoubtedly be a war that affects the entire continent. Therefore, Ezigen built a communication channel for the kingdom and the Diamond Empire to buy time for the king. Businessmen who waver between the two sides are not pleasing to people. Ezigen never wavers between the two sides in this situation. They will only choose the strongest one. Although he was at the scene, Lizon felt that he was ignored. It seems that Dulé doesn't mind at all. When he said this, I was also listening. In other words, Ezigen doesn't mind Lizon bringing back the news that Ezigen is biased to the Diamond Empire. Chapter 129 Public Beta 7 Job Change and Forum and Mission. Given the time difference between the other world and reality, when the second batch of public beta players entered the game, the first batch of public beta players had basically completed the job change, generally had level 1 skills, and significantly improved their combat effectiveness. The second batch of 20,000 public beta players integrated into the kingdom inconspicuously. Without causing any waves, it was just that the number of new players who changed jobs seemed to be endless. And there were always players doing the game's novice guidance tasks. Wang Luan took some time to complete his job change task. Although the difficulty of the job change task was elite level, after the game's public beta, the difficulty of the elite task dropped dramatically, which did not slow down Wang Luan's speed in completing the task. After running through the forest several times and completing the task process, Anuta smiled and told Wang Luan kindly that he had passed the test, and his courage, patience and wisdom were enough to make him an excellent beast speaker. Wang Luan expected Anuta to clap his hands. A golden light flashed, and then the job transfer was completed. But the reality was that after saying this, Anuta took out a thick stack of notes and handed it to Wang Luan. Wang Luan took the notes. His wrist sank, and he fully felt the weight of knowledge. Anuta, I have given you the tutorials on how to become a beast speaker and how to learn advanced skills. Wang Luan looked down at the pile of books in his hand. Although he knew that the job transfer in the other world would not be successful like the normal game, where the job transfer was successful with a golden light flashing. But isn't it a bit too much to give me such a thick stack of books? Is this a job transfer? Or a new course? This development shocked Wang Luan. So much so that he asked the next question uncontrollably. That's all? I almost forgot the most crucial thing. Anuta slapped his head and took out a small tube of golden unknown liquid from his personal space. The key to unlock talent. He pushed the test tube in front of Wang Luan. Wang Luan put down the book in his hand, took the test tube, and looked at it suspiciously. The golden color looks valuable. Shake it, and there is a sound of water. It seems to be liquid. The smell. The test tube is packed very tightly, and there is no smell. What is this thing? Wang Luan pinched the test tube and looked at Anuta, waiting for him to explain. Anuta reacted for a few seconds before realizing that Wang Luan was waiting for him to explain. The players who came to him to accept the job transfer task almost drank it without hesitation at this step. And no player was interested in asking more questions. It was as if no matter how bizarre the things he took out, it would not arouse their curiosity. Of course, it is natural for players not to doubt the rewards given by a neutral and friendly NPC after completing a task. This kind of game setting that the planner made up on the spur of the moment. And it is meaningless to delve into the props of NPCs, especially the Ajin. This race has a perfect reputation among players. By the way, the reputation of the demon among players is -100. If the demon handed over such an unknown liquid, let alone drinking it, the player would never look at it. Those professional systems that have been tested by time and are stable do not require you to do extra things, as long as you get the recognition of the mentor and follow the mentor's teachings. It is enough for you to gradually advance in this profession. But the advanced professions such as the bees speaker are different. This is a profession tailored by agent according to the situation of the players. So strictly speaking, you are all there to open up the future of these professions. Wait, why does this sound so unreliable? Isn't the implication of Anuta's words that the advanced profession is actually unstable? Seeing Wang Luan's expression gradually becoming alert, Anuta narrowed his eyes and continued to calm him down, but Ezigen still has credibility in this regard. In fact, we also sell race advancement, immortality, and other businesses to customers. This sounds like a game setting that a planner casually knocked down. But as long as you think about this in another world, the meaning behind this sentence is terrifying. Wang Luan opened his mouth and felt that if he continued to ask, his worldview might be in jeopardy. So he forced himself to change the topic, so I can just drink it directly. Not asking about the 2 points of race advancement and immortality. Abnormal. Be wary of the rewards I give. Abnormal. Anuta listed the problems with the other party's performance. His expression unchanged. That's right. Wang Luan unscrewed the stopper on the reagent and was about to drink it in one gulp. But then, he remembered something after saying so much. Didn't the other party still not answer his original question at all? He stopped. So what is it for? Increase your affinity for plants and animals. And use external forces to establish your connection with animals. Specifically, after you finish drinking this, you can gradually train yourself according to the notes. And you can go further and further on the career path of animal whisperers. Wang Luan's doubts were explained. And he drank the test tube in one gulp. It was sweet and quite delicious. He felt it. But there was no special feeling. And he didn't open up the Ren and Du meridians. The world has changed completely. This is a very gentle and subtle change. Anuta explained, in order to ensure the safety of customers. Any tailor-made career advancement must do one thing. Not to impact the customer's original etheric body. As expected of Ezigen, the word reliable is almost written on its face. Wang Luan bent down and picked up the book on the ground. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he remembered another thing. That small space bag, is it on sale? Players have coveted it for a long time. Including Wang Luan. Who doesn't want a space bag? But its high price makes players stay away. Anuta smiled slightly. No discounts on our products. Oh! Wang Luan turned and walked away, showing the perfect example of crossing the river and then destroying the bridge. After walking a few steps, he remembered another thing and stopped again to ask Anuta, did anyone not choose these for advanced professions and choose another profession on the product list? This is where Anuta thinks he failed the most. 12 players, 12 disorderly and ambitious players, did not choose that list. And all chose the 4 safer advanced professions. Although the players who can get the qualification to run for the head of the novice village are indeed the best among the players, it is really difficult for Anuta to easily accept that they can restrain the madness and greed of the player race to such an extent and stop rationally in the face of the powerful within reach. Anuta remained calm. This is the client's personal privacy. Wang Luan left the commercial building and found a safe area. He flipped through his notes, which listed different skills, including how to communicate with wild beasts and how to control wild beasts to fight. The more he flipped through the notes, the more excited he became. It seemed as if he could control the dragons to travel through another world in the next second. Until Wang Luan glanced at the inconspicuous line of words on the upper left of the page. The passion quickly calmed down. He accidentally turned to the high-level skill area while flipping through the pages. He flipped back to the front and stared at the first level 0 skill for 2 seconds. Perceive animal emotions. He turned to the first level skills at the back. Communicate with animals. Comfort animals. And treat animals. Wang Luan turned the notes back to the first page and stared at the 3 words beast speaker in deep thought. It is beast speaker, not veterinarian. But the undeniable reality is that the first level skills of beast speakers can basically be collectively referred to as teaching you how to become an excellent veterinarian. From the small to the big. He didn't choose the remaining 3. The first level skills of advanced professions that sound awesome are probably not awesome. His Majesty is really good at pouring cold water on players when they are most caught off guard. After Wang Luan left, Anuta waited for a moment and waited for Du Lei. Du Lei glanced at his expression and almost understood the subtext of what the other party wanted to say. Change place. Unless you leave the kingdom. There is no difference between the novice village and the school. After setting the highest level of authority and prohibiting players from entering, Anuta continued, Everything that happens in this territory is under the watchful eyes of His Majesty the King. It is a very practical ability for a ruler. Duryai sat on the chair and said, enough to ensure his control over the kingdom. Anuta filled the empty table with afternoon tea to create an atmosphere suitable for conversation. How did the delegation talk with the kingdom? Duryai thought for a few seconds. The expected result. Anuta was not surprised. Did the talks break down? Lei, obviously. The respected king did not want to negotiate with the Diamond Empire at all. But what surprised me was the reaction of the Arcane Academy. Anuta was a little surprised. Have they made a decision? From the expansion of the kingdom. After the king talked with the mages who were originally stranded in the kingdom completely evacuated the kingdom. Anuta glanced at Lei's expression and raised his tone slightly. I thought they would be more inclined to compromise. But now it seems that the attraction of the black blood stone to them is not enough to make them compromise. Lei, the mage's own wishes are one thing, and the rules of the Arcane Academy are another. Obviously, they have to abide by the rules. Anuta became interested. How does the king plan to deal with it? Although Anuta has witnessed miracles born in the kingdom several times, it is still difficult for him to imagine how the kingdom can defeat the Arcane Academy with minimal losses. After all, it is sitting on the Ethernet and turning the entire Arcane Academy into a strategic weapon. It may not be able to defeat the Black Bloodstone, but it can definitely achieve a complete destruction of both sides. Lei's expression was a little strange. The king intends to invite the Salfa Federation to participate in the celebration of the unification of the Dwarf Kingdom. Anuta was a little surprised. The kingdom has never contacted the Salfa Federation, although it looks like a better choice than the Arcane Academy. But Duer's words were very implicit. Great scientists are not normal people. Anuta concluded, this is inviting a wolf into the house. They did not continue to discuss this point in depth. After all, the king was watching here. I have finished talking about the situation on my side. Let me talk about the situation on your side. Ezigen knows Ezigen. Lei gestured to Anuta. You seem to have discovered something. I don't know if the king knows this, Anuta said, but from my contact with the players are becoming orderly. It sounds like good news. Lei said objectively, madness is not a good trait. Indeed. But the madness of the players is based on their immortality. Anuta said, from the current point of view, the characteristic of immortality has not changed. So they have become orderly only because other places have changed. Lei paused for 2 seconds. You mean? The players are being assimilated? I mean, the degree to which the players are affected by this world is gradually deepening, so that they have to be cautious in facing the impact of this world on them. Lei raised his glass. I hope the king knows this news. Even if the king didn't know it originally, he would know it after their conversation. Anuta is concerned about another point. The players have weaknesses. In Ezigen's assessment of the kingdom in all aspects, the players are the most prominent and the most dangerous indicator, yes. In Ezigen's assessment, the dangers of the iron-eating beasts and the sub-bears are ranked below the players. Ezigen may not understand the players, this new race, but they know Desire very well. This is their most advantageous tool for commercial trade and the basis for Ezigen's monopoly on commercial trade on the continent. Desire drives intelligent creatures to create miracles and epics. It is not always so surging. The longer the lifespan of a race, the weaker its desire. The shorter the lifespan of a race, the stronger its desire. In this case, the undead are basically like a pool of stagnant water, caring only about a few obsessions, and staying away from disputes and continental turmoil. No one would want to provoke the undead race. But similarly, the undead race would not take the initiative to provoke those lives that would soon wither in their eyes. For them, life has no end, and living has become an eternal curse. The disorder and madness of the players are the sequelae derived from having surging desires. They are immortal and desire everything, so they can conquer everything. Forum. Where did the dwarf NPC, who is responsible for issuing the task of building the dwarf kingdom, go? I searched for a long time, but couldn't find it. Is there a bug in the game? I still have a task to hand in. Which NPC? Your description is too broad. Can't the dwarves on the top of the mountains issue tasks to repair the kingdom? It's the dwarf with a very special temperament. The temperament is very special. You mean the chief designer of the dwarf kingdom's renovation area planning? He has such a long title? How come I don't know? Nonsense. That was given by netizens in the forum. Anyway, that dwarf is the general manager, and other dwarves have to confirm the next renovation work with him. Duolana was demoted? He disappeared several days ago. God knows where he went. I know Andy Sue is in the Black Factory. But Duolana is not in the Black Factory. I didn't see him. He can't live upstairs in the Black Factory. Right? Andy Sue comes down occasionally. Wait. The topic has gone off track. So where did the NPC who issued the quest go? Maybe he has something to do? I actually know where he went. When Jean came here to find him, I was there. He led the delegation to the Sarfa Federation. Going to the Sarfa Federation? The delegation? No. I didn't receive the quest to the Sarfa Federation? Which players secretly accepted the mission without telling you? Why are you so tight-lipped? Not really. Not really. Isn't it just a mission? Why is it so secretive? I have done the mission to the Diamond Empire before. And there is a number requirement. And one player is not enough. I searched the forum and video website. But I didn't find any relevant information. It seems that no player has received the quest to the Sarfa Federation? What? After listening to me, the dwarf took a few dwarves and NPCs to the depths of the top of the mountains. Now that you mention it, I seem to have some impression that I have encountered such a team. But aren't they going to the mine? No. Why are there no players? Isn't this a large-scale mission? Think about it. Who led the team last time? And then think about who is leading the team this time. Thinking about it this way, it suddenly makes sense. Demons and players go to provoke. And dwarves and NPCs go to establish friendly relations. What? We went to provoke last time? Why didn't anyone notify me? I can also perform. I think players don't need to perform. They have already maxed out taunts. But why did they suddenly go to the Salfa Federation? The kingdom has never had contact with it before. It's the plot setting. Does anyone know when the mage will come back? I am determined to change my job to a mage. Ask the NPC yourself. Don't ask netizens whenever you have nothing to do. If the NPC has the answer, why would I ask you stupid netizens? You asked the wrong NPC. Don't ask those ordinary NPCs. And don't ask elite NPCs like Sha. Ask Anuda. He knows everything, and is very tight-lipped. He will tell you anything as soon as you ask. Speaking of Anuda, is there a special NPC over there? You mean Dulé? He is a member of the Diamond Empire delegation. Right? That's not right. Wasn't the Diamond Empire's delegation driven out? Why is he still in the novice village? Use the word more carefully. What do you mean by driven out? They are going back to where they should be. The delegation came to participate in the unification celebration of the Dwarf Kingdom. Why did they stay in the kingdom instead of going to the top of the mountains? Anyway, they were driven out. Obviously, the negotiations broke down. I thought the delegation was here to seek peace? Isn't that right? I took on a task to archive the Administrative Bureau's documents before. Guess what I saw? There is such a task? How come I didn't know about it? I have heard a little about this. It is a special task for players who are eligible to run for the Novice Village Chief. It is used to train players to become the Novice Village Chief. Is there any justice? I just didn't participate in the internal test. But I lost the opportunity to become the Novice Village Chief and so many special treatments. Aren't the public beta players human? You planners are heartless. The public beta players stand back a little. The internal beta players cry first. Who knows if this Novice Village Chief is serious? During the internal test, the progress of this task did not change at all. Everyone thought that the planner had forgotten it. Who would have thought that the planner would move this move from the internal test to the public test? If I had known that after the public test, the players who were eligible to run for the Novice Village Chief would be treated so specially, I would not have fished in troubled waters when doing large tasks. As far as I know, there are several such special tasks. I have gone off topic. Don't envy me. There are too many big guys who are qualified. I am just running with them. You don't know the heart attack you feel when you open your eyes. Click on this task and see the completion rate of the big guys' tasks. I didn't even have the chance to click on this task. I can't empathize with you. Anyway, when I was sorting out the information, I saw an expired file with the permission of His Majesty the King, which allowed the mages to evacuate the kingdom. What? Evacuate? Does this file have a premise? Why did they evacuate? Please understand. The data I have access to are basically unimportant and expired data. How can there be a brief introduction? But at least, we can be sure that the mage evacuated, not went home to visit relatives. Evacuate, the word sounds a bit offensive. Then it seems that the next plot mission is the Arcane Academy. Actually, I am quite interested in the Arcane Academy. Those mage towers have a Western fantasy style. When I finish beating them, can I share some points with the players? The war scene, you think? Blood and flesh. The collision of machinery and magic. The actual war scene, chatting in scattered teams. And it's over before I know what happened. Fuck. At this time, it should be accompanied by the pictures of the dwarves unifying other dwarven forces. It is simply a welcome. Those who know, we are here to fight. Those who don't know may think we are here to visit relatives. There are also magic towers. Don't make a high-end task and then end it with players going through the motions. Wait a minute. The topic has gone off the topic. So why did the NPC Dulé stay in the novice village? Actually, this topic is also a topic after going off the topic. He is Anuta's leader. Is it strange to stay in the novice village? I'm back. I just asked Anuta about the mage. Guess what he said? Not interested. No guess. You can say it if you want. Isn't it just that the Arcane Academy is going to fight with the kingdom? You have finished digging in such a short time? Hey, I went back for nothing. Is the Arcane Academy really going to fight the kingdom? That's not what he said originally. But if I translate it, it means that the mages have a conflict with the kingdom and are currently trying to coordinate this conflict. Up. In just a short while. You guys have diverted the topic to something completely unrelated? So, which dwarf should I find to hand in the task I completed? Oh, I almost forgot. The OP posted this thread to ask this. Any dwarf will do. If that doesn't work, you can find Andy Sue. She asked a dwarf, who has a good relationship with the Sarfa Federation, to go on a diplomatic mission to the Sarfa Federation. In fact, the dwarf leading the team is Kumbu, who left the Sarfa Federation for the unification of the Dwarf Kingdom. He has a better talent in planning and construction than ordinary dwarves. The hastily formed delegation set out in a hurry to find Turgene to start space teleportation. After all, the volume that the dragons can teleport is not the same as the volume that ordinary intelligent creatures can teleport, because the day of the Dwarf Kingdom's unification celebration is approaching, and the invitation to the Salfa Federation was hastily initiated by the king. They need to convey the invitation as soon as possible and rush back before the celebration, or bring the Salfa Federation's delegation back with them. This is not a matter of worrying about the schedule. After all, the existence of space teleportation means that the time they spend on the road is almost zero. But this time the situation is a little different. The familiar space teleportation cannot locate any place in the territory of the Salfa Federation, as if it has closed the door. But as we all know, space teleportation is a unilateral method of using ether. The most people can do is to attack the uninvited visitors after the space teleportation is completed. And they cannot stop the other party before they arrive. Because space has no owner. The territory divided by intelligent creatures cannot affect the ownership of space. And everyone has the right to reach any location with known coordinates. But this time, space closed the door. And the territory of the Salfa Federation silently rejected the teleportation of outsiders. After many failed attempts, the destination of the delegation had to be changed to the area where the Dong Nu Lai family was originally located, which was outside the border of the Salfa Federation. Then, they found that this area seemed to have been included in the territory of the Salfa Federation, because the space teleportation here had the same result as the Salfa Federation. In other words, after losing the Dong Nu Lai family as a buffer between the two countries, the southernmost border of the Salfa Federation bordered the Diamond Empire. Chapter 130 Public Beta 8 Salfa Federation and Li Wang. Deep in the dark cave, the breath of treasure is exuding, and a huge shadow is lurking in it, alerting the thieves who covet the treasure. In the breathtaking silence, the huge claws slowly raised. Turgene shaved his teeth with his claws and suggested to Kunbu, "It is better to obtain the permission of the Salfa Federation before teleporting." "That is the Salfa Federation." Turgene turned over, feeling the hard touch of the mineral vein below, revealing his soft abdomen. It is also very dangerous to suddenly appear outside their border. In fact, Kunbu knew this better than others. It was just that his previous identity as a member of the Salfa Federation made him subconsciously choose the habitual way to go to the Salfa Federation. The Salfa Federation may attack outsiders, but it will never attack its own people. But he forgot one thing. From the moment he left the Salfa Federation, he was no longer one of them. That country, known for its amazing tolerance, never rejects any outsider because of race except for demons. After all, demons are never trustworthy. as long as the outsider is good enough. As long as he agrees with the ideas of the Salfa Federation and accepts the rules of the Salfa Federation, he will have the opportunity to stay in the Salfa Federation. This inclusive talent policy has allowed the Salfa Federation to expand rapidly in just a few thousand years. And geniuses of different races have poured into the Salfa Federation to enjoy freedom, equality, and science. This sounds like an understated process. But in fact, behind the understatement, it is the great scientists who have guaranteed everything with their strength. At the beginning, the Dark Ages had just ended, and the intelligent creatures that survived with difficulty entered the Fifth Age in a period of recuperation. In the Dark Ages, the human kingdoms that united for the common destiny of mankind were torn apart again after everything was over. The painful lessons left by the Dark Ages prevented the division from causing a large-scale war, of course. The human situation at that time could not start another war. The creatures that survived the catastrophe dragged their broken bodies and were exhausted. The experience of experiencing the Dark Ages together left them with friendship for their own kind and even other intelligent creatures at the beginning of the Fifth Age. So, along with the long-lost peace, the first science appeared on the continent. It is difficult to trace the first human who proposed this term, but when the whole continent knew it, a loose group of humans had already taken shape. At first, these people came from students who helped the monks, and later spread to all humans and non-humans who were interested in the world. The predecessor of the Salfa Alliance was a loose group active in the Diamond Empire. They studied ether, man-star, the Dark Age, and even how to make ordinary people drink healthy water, and many other things that others thought were not doing their job properly, and even impossible to get results. It seized the best opportunity. At the beginning of the Fifth Age, it was the most peaceful and most eager for peace period in the entire continent. People have not yet escaped from the nightmare brought by the Dark Ages full of death. And the general trend of thought on the continent is peace and development. So this existence, which would have been hunted down and suppressed by the Diamond Empire in any era because of its overly unruly and unrestricted trend of thought, was able to continue exploring in a tolerant atmosphere. Another reason why this loose group really grasped science instead of becoming the Second Arcane Academy was the existence of Li Wang. This was an unprecedented, unimaginable genius who made the entire era shine. He laid the foundation of science, guided his followers on how to explore truth in science, and was the cornerstone of the Salfa Federation standing to this day. The times create heroes, and heroes follow the trend to achieve the times. Li Wang was not the original initiator of this small group. As a member of an ancient family that could use K as a middle name, he broke away from his noble status, gave up the rights and glory of the nobles, and became the leader of this small group. If it was just a loose small group before Li Wang joined, it became a cohesive organization after he joined. He created many inventions, improved writing tools, invented steam locomotives, and defined the existence of ether. The word scientist spread to all parts of the continent along with his inventions, attracting the attention of the Diamond Empire. After some conflicts that are not worth mentioning, this unnamed organization was hunted down and suppressed as a liar. The most serious evidence that scientists were called liars on the wanted posters at the time came from their attempt to prove that different forms of power such as magic, divine arts, and the Force were composed of the same basic element, ether. The organization spent some time hiding from place to place and absorbed more new members from all over the Diamond Empire. Then Li Wang left this country that did not welcome them as a scientist. Li Wang did not have a strong political desire, and never had the idea of overthrowing the emperor. But if he had not made the choice to leave at that time, but made another choice, perhaps the Diamond Empire would have become a complete thing of the past on the continent today. This is not an exaggeration. After Li Wang led all the members of the organization devoted to science to leave the Diamond Empire, enter the Andawa Mountains, and establish a loose federation. This almost immediately angered the emperor of the Diamond Empire at that time. This is a more serious provocation than a loose organization. The other party established an independent country, even if this country is located outside the territory of the Diamond Empire. The Diamond Empire still finds it difficult to accept this. After all, there is no such thing as quitting nationality in this world. In the eyes of the emperor of the Diamond Empire, as long as you have been his people, you will always be his people. As for establishing an independent country, there is no doubt that this is treason. It happened that after a period of recuperation, people have gradually recovered from the trauma of the Dark Ages. So a war between the Diamond Empire and the newly established Federation started. At first, All intelligent creatures believed that the outcome of the war was unsurprising. After all, the number of people between the Diamond Empire and scientists was extremely amazing. And this war, which lasted only 3 months, ended with the victory of the newly established Federation. Li Wang's scientific talent was fully demonstrated in the field of war. That was perhaps the first collaboration between science and ether in the field of war, after the definition of ether was proposed by Li Wang. But the effect was remarkable. The strong ether hedge machine that Li Wang hastily built almost created the effect of a forbidden spell, causing heavy casualties to the human army that was caught off guard. And to activate it to create a forbidden spell, all it needed was an ordinary human who had received training and knew how to locate coordinates, correct attack trajectories, set ether frequencies, and other scientific knowledge. At the same time, the longer the war lasted, the more time Li Wang had to transform this hastily formed and imperfect war weapon. And science shone brightly on the battlefield. So after just 3 months, the Diamond Empire pressed the pause button of the war, taking the death of the elderly Diamond Emperor as an opportunity. After a not-so-long negotiation, the Salpha Federation and the Diamond Empire confirmed a new bilateral agreement, announcing the independence and establishment of the Salpha Federation. That's right. This originally loose federal regime did not formally establish its official name until it repelled the attack of the Diamond Empire. The victory of the Salpha Federation not only gained completely independent political rights, but also got rid of the title of liar for science. Li Wang's war weapon proved that the energy source of different powers came from the same basic element, and this basic element could be completely controlled. So, a new wave set off in the world. Before this, the Arcane Academy studied arcane. They believed that this was the existence of the source of energy for mages and the basis for spells to be cast. The name of the Arcane Academy came from this. But after that, arcane was denied and replaced by a new name, ether. Probably from this moment on, the contradiction between the Arcane Academy and the Salpha Federation has emerged. The mages had to admit that they were on the wrong path, and even had to admit that their research on the world was far less in-depth than that of the great scientists. The Arcane Academy and the Salpha Federation had a brief communication and exchange on ether research. But soon, many differences between them, including the understanding of the Father God, made them quickly break up and go their own ways. The cooperation between the Salpha Federation and Ezigen is very in-depth. Although it has only been around for a few thousand years, the high profits it has made from its cooperation with Ezigen far exceed those of Ezigen's other partners. The inventions of great scientists have spread to every corner of the continent through Ezigen. Unlike the dwarves, great scientists change their lives in a more thorough way. In other words, these inventions often require supporting facilities and even training for personnel before they can be put into use. This makes it less easy to copy. When people use these inventions, they will inevitably buy the inventions of the Salpha Federation through Ezigen, which will sweep into huge profits and support the Salpha Federation to create unprecedented preferential treatment for its people. After all, the leaders of this political system are a group of scientists, not politicians. This means that they have a strong idealistic color, and in this era, a blank continent gives them enough room to play, allowing them to use science to maintain their idealism. Under this premise, almost all the people of the Salpha Federation have been trained to be assistants to scientists, and have undoubtedly embarked on the path of scientists. They are keen on invention, exploration, definition, and changing the world. The Salpha Federation is heading towards a path unknown to this continent if the kingdom had not appeared. Kambu contacted his acquaintances through the ether matrix. This is another genius invention of Li Wang. The matrix is distributed in different cities of the Salpha Federation, and it bears the ether fluctuations generated at the moment of initiation of conversations in different directions. Of course, the ether matrix exists like a base station, and the actual conversation tool used is the light screen. Because the distance was too far, the fluctuation of the matrix was difficult to search, and it took some time for Kanbu to establish contact with the other party. In places where the matrix fluctuations were strong, the light screen could clearly construct light and shadow in dialogue. But in the kingdom territory so far away from the Salpha Federation, only intermittent sounds could be heard. The other party was very surprised. Kanbu? Is it you? After the initial surprise, the other party quickly became excited. How is your side? The Battle of the Kingdom was really neat and tidy, although a little rough. But anyway, congratulations. The dwarves are finally unified. The young voice was full of happiness. The dwarves can finally return to their homeland. I am very happy too. Although Kumbu's calm tone did not reveal any happiness. He had no need to lie, but I have something else to talk to you about. Kumbu's distinctive style. I guess you won't contact me if you have nothing to do. Eddie said, so, what made you contact me on the eve of the upcoming dwarf unification celebration? The king intends to. Eddie interrupted him and said, Stop. 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 Let me be clear. The king you are referring to, is it a dwarf or something else? Kumbu said calmly. Obviously it is the king. I don't like him. Eddie muttered. The guy's style of doing things is just short of being labeled as ambitious. He didn't wait for Kumbu to answer. And the next second he changed his tone to a businesslike one. It was obvious that he really didn't like the king. So much so that he had made a gesture of rejection in advance. So, what does he want to do? He wants to invite the delegation of the South Federation to attend the unification celebration of the Dwarf Kingdom. Kumbu said, I originally planned to go to the Federation to issue this invitation in person. But it is obviously difficult. Eddie immediately forgot his posture and continued with Kumbu's words, Before you leave, didn't I tell you that the Space Blockade Project is about to start research? This project is progressing very smoothly. Kumbu, it's not surprising. Li Wang can always do what he wants. Right? Although most humans are stupid, arrogant and useless. Li Wang. Eddie, definitely not one of them. Seeing that the topic was about to go off track, Kumbu reminded the other party, So, can you help me inform the great scientists of this invitation? Of course. I am also happy to lead the delegation to the South Federation to personally convey the invitation from the king's invitation. Eddie muttered, It seems that you think the king is very good. After he finished muttering, he raised his voice and said, I'm afraid you can't enter the Federation. The Federation has blocked the entrance and exit. Kumbu was very surprised. So, this invitation. But great scientists always have their own methods. I will ask them and contact you later. Eddie paused for a second before disconnecting. Kumbu. I have a small question. Kumbu, what? Eddie could hardly hide his curiosity about this. Has the Father God revived in the kingdom? Kumbu paused for 2 seconds. Obviously not. What a pity. Eddie was very regretful. I really want to meet him. As the peak that an individual can reach, it is really hard to imagine how he is made up. Tuarjin stopped picking his teeth and cast a gaze at Kumbu. The call was interrupted here. The dwarves and NPCs did not respond to Eddie's words. The dwarves did not care about these. To be honest, they were now grateful that they did not have to go far away. As for those NPCs who rarely responded to the outside world, they were silent as always. Only Tuarjin had a clear reaction to this. The scientists in the South Federation. He flicked his nails, and a sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded. It is best to stay away from the demons. I am not surprised at all why the demons were able to cause an experimental accident in the South Federation. Obviously, they angered the demons. I emphasize again that although it is hard to believe, the demons are indeed the most loyal supporters of the Father God. Kumbu did not respond. He is an atypical dwarf. Not good at speaking, and accustomed to doing what he should do in silence. Other races rarely get enough feedback from him. But the dwarf can always understand what another dwarf is thinking. This racial characteristic makes the dwarves a very cohesive group, and also lays a solid foundation for the dwarves' unremitting pursuit of the reunification of the Dwarven Kingdom for tens of thousands of years. In the slightly long silence, the dwarves habitually gathered together and talked about forging and fine wine. Kumbu was a little abrupt among a group of friendly and laughing dwarves, but it was not out of place. Tall Jean turned over for the 3rd time on the Orvane, a little annoyed by the dwarves' noise, and muttered, Anyway, there is no need for space teleportation now. You can go to another place. Don't disturb my sleep. The dwarves whispered to Kumbu and shared their experience with him. The depths of the Orvane have not been cleaned up yet. This is the safest place. Let's not leave. I can hear you. Tuarjin rolled his eyes impatiently. Why don't you just go outside the mine? Who told you to go deep into the mine? The dwarf continued to whisper to Kumbu. It's safe here. It was obviously a fantasy to persuade the stubborn dwarf to change his mind. So Tuarjin gave up the idea. After a while, Kumbu received a reply from Eddie. The great scientists are very interested in the kingdom. Eddie spread his hands. Of course we all know what they are really interested in. Whether it is the relationship between the kingdom and the Father God, or the reason why the kingdom can be immune to the uncontrollable energy of the black blood stone. It is difficult not to interest scientists, who are keen on exploring all mysteries. Just like the Arcane Academy, it is difficult for any scholar-type organization to resist the temptation of the kingdom. In short, the Ring Council accepted the invitation, said Eddie, but for safety reasons, the delegation will arrive at the top of the mountains in a special way. At this point, Eddie muttered, until Li Wang is sure that he can control or suppress the Black Blood Stone, the great scientists will not advise the people of the Alliance to get close to the kingdom's territory. You know their attitude towards threats. Kumbu is very clear about this. Great scientists are different from mages. Mages explore ether to strengthen themselves, while great scientists explore ether to change the world. This is destined to make the single strength of great scientists very weak. Of course, if they rely on external objects to arm themselves, they can also burst out amazing combat power in an instant. But great scientists are not keen on this. They have already changed the world so deeply that weapons are enough to replace flesh and blood and shine on the battlefield. Why should they return to the original physical collision? Therefore, when facing threats, great scientists tend to study the manifestations and weaknesses of threats, make targeted inventions, and make further contacts after ensuring safety. For great scientists, scientists are the foundation for the rapid development of the Federation. They care about the safety of every scientist more than unnecessary pride and tradition. Therefore, after the kingdom showed its control over the Black Blood Stone, the Salpha Federation almost immediately blocked everything, including space. Kunbu, I will pass this message to the king, Eddie said in a relaxed tone. So what are the requirements of the kingdom for the composition of special forms? Tall Jean quietly pricked up his ears and didn't understand what the other party said. But Kunbu obviously knew what the other party was asking. I will confirm with the king. Please wait a moment, and I will contact you later. Kunbu disconnected the contact, raised his eyes thoughtfully, and saw a hideous face approaching. No one noticed how Tall Jean quietly moved this huge body close to them. Of course, considering the overwhelming difference in force between them, this may not require deep thought. What did he mean by that? Tor Jin's pupils were wide open above the dwarf, and his breath spread over the dwarf. The dwarf instinctively felt uncomfortable. His instinct was warning him that the other party was too dangerous, and he needed to keep his distance. Kumbu didn't move, keeping this distance, and said, Special form of composition requirements? Yes. 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 What is this new thing? Tor Jean scratched the ore vein and stretched out his head, which looked extremely terrifying. But if the other party's body size was reduced by hundreds of times. In fact, he just stuck his head out of curiosity. Kunbu thought about how to explain this existence simply and clearly to a dragon who knew nothing about it. He is asking about the kingdom's restrictions on special attack methods and special forms of appearance. Tor Jean thought for a long time, but he did not encounter any difficulties in understanding. He was just a little confused. Can the Salpha Federation create the attack power of the dragon? If it only relies on a special form of existence, it is obviously impossible. Tor Jean, so what does this special form of existence mean? The great scientists arrived in the kingdom through mechanical creations, rather than coming to the kingdom in person. Kunbu knew everything mechanical creations can. It carries different parts. So the Federation needs to confirm how high the kingdom allows it to have. Tor Jean understood. Then you want to ask the king about this? Kunbu, I need to get the king's standards for this. Tor Jean stretched out his claws and pointed at himself. The king has no objection to a dragon entering the kingdom. Do you think he will have an objection to a mechanical product that is not as aggressive as a dragon? Kunbu, but I still need the king's standards for this. He glanced at the huge golden dragon in front of him. As a former assistant to a great scientist, his time in the kingdom was enough for him to notice several characteristics of the kingdom. For example, the dragon race is a living intelligent creature. The curse of the god's land can take effect on you at any time. But the special existence form is an inanimate non-intelligent creature, and the curse of the god's land is invalid for this. Therefore, the king's permission for the golden dragon to enter the kingdom does not mean that he will allow a special existence with strong military power to enter the kingdom without hesitation. Obviously, this dwarf still does not understand the kingdom. This is also normal. There are so many miracles in the kingdom's territory that it is difficult for people to know them one by one in a short period of time. Tall Jean lay back on the ore vein, and the ground shook slightly. Then you go and ask the king. Tall Jean said, ask the king if he is afraid of an inanimate non-intelligent creature. National administration. He Xingwen was a little surprised that he would face such a problem. He thought for a few seconds about how to give restrictions, and finally found that it was a little difficult. So he looked at the system. The system concluded, this is a kind of courtesy. Or it can be said to be a kind of arrogance. Before I have direct contact with the group of great scientists, I will not comment further on this. But there is no doubt that a dangerous mechanical creation can bring me much more information than a castrated mechanical creation. And judging from the technological level of this world, the system is not showing off. This is an objective fact. The gap between them and me is too far. As a member of intelligent life, the system itself is a representative of advanced civilization. Everything he showed on Earth can be simply called a dimensionality reduction attack on the Earth. So the Special Investigation Bureau has no chance of winning in front of him. Similarly, the South Federation has no chance of winning. He Xingwen looked at Kunbu and answered the question, there is no limit. I welcome them to use any measures to ensure their safety in the kingdom. This response was conveyed by Kunbu to the South Federation farther away. Chapter 131 Public Beta 9. Do you want to study players? The old site of the Dwarf Kingdom on the top of the mountains is gradually being rebuilt. And the date of the Dwarf Kingdom unification celebration is approaching. But the top of the mountains has not become more lively. Because only the South Federation is invited to participate in this celebration. And they are still on the way. As for the Diamond Empire, they took the initiative to ask to participate in the celebration and are not invited. In addition, other forces that have contacted the kingdom are either preparing to turn against the kingdom, or have already prepared for war. So it is a bit unrealistic to expect the Arcane Academy and the Endless Forest to participate in the celebration. However, the dwarves don't care whether others come or not. Preparing a grand celebration and announcing the reunification of the Dwarf Kingdom to the entire continent is what they care about most at the moment. The Diamond Empire's envoys temporarily moved into the building that the dwarves have repaired, waiting for the celebration to begin, and observing the connection between the kingdom, the dwarves, and the players. The communication between the Diamond Empire and the kingdom could be said to have completely failed. The king did not even leave the most basic room for maneuver and told them directly that the war between the two countries would definitely break out. It was just a matter of time. Of course, the Diamond Empire was also very clear about this. But knowing this did not mean that it could not use it to gain temporary peace and benefits before the war broke out. A qualified politician would know what to do in this situation. And the king's performance proved that he was not only not a qualified politician, but even overly arrogant. The delegation believed that this was extremely beneficial to the empire to some extent. Arrogant leaders will eventually build their own graves in their arrogance. The failure of communication does not mean that the mission of the delegation is over. On the contrary, reaching a temporary peace agreement with the kingdom is not the most important purpose of their mission to the kingdom. Understanding the opponent who defeated them, finding its weaknesses, and then establishing some kind of connection with the players. Copying the kingdom's method of controlling the Black Blood Stone is the only reason why the Diamond Empire was hit on the left cheek and handed over the right cheek. But another unfortunate news is that players avoid them like snakes and scorpions. This is not the fault of the delegation. Yi Ye's previous experience was too tragic. No one wants to experience the feeling of being blocked by NPCs at the resurrection point. So that players start to be alert reflexively when they see the delegation, let alone establishing some kind of connection with the players. As soon as the conversation deepens, the players immediately look at them with vigilant eyes. What are you doing? Do you want to destroy my account? The high vigilance is completely opposite to the performance of the players when they came to the Diamond Empire. Obviously, they have learned some kind of lesson. On a calm day, the delegation had a brief conversation about this. Although the king is arrogant, he retains at least some rationality. Lizhan, at least he knows clearly what the kingdom's trump card is. He can't control the crazy and disorderly undead. Another member of the delegation said, no matter how he did it now, according to the characteristics of the undead race, they cannot be enslaved, whether it is a short-lived species or a long-lived species. For the undead race, they are just a passerby in a long time. Could the king be a member of the undead race? Another member of the delegation thought, if he is one of them, it may explain many unexplainable things. The lively voice came from outside, interrupting the conversation of the Diamond Empire delegation. The delegation looked at each other, left the temporary building, and appeared in the open space where the crowd gathered. The reason for the crowd's noise was obvious at a glance. It floated in the sky, casting a huge shadow, covering the onlookers who gathered. After attracting attention, the huge existence in the air shrank rapidly. It is difficult for intelligent creatures who know nothing about this to accurately define what it belongs to. But judging by the naked eye, it does not look like a flying tool or a mechanical creation, but more like a living thing, and at the same time has the characteristics of a non-living thing. It is made of some special material, and after shrinking rapidly into a humanoid creature, the sense of inhumanity becomes stronger. After the other party landed, the dwarves surrounded it, looked at it carefully, and came to the conclusion, the invention of the great scientist? Its limbs, facial features, and even hair are almost the same as those of humans, except that the pupil is composed of a rotating ether pattern. This is not a robot in the concept of the Earth, nor is it a bionic man in science fiction. It is far from humans, and can only be said to have a perfunctory human appearance. The Diamond Empire's envoys watched it from a distance, their brows furrowed. The kingdom's contact with the Salpha Federation is definitely bad news for them. After all, the relationship between the Salpha Federation and the Diamond Empire is so complicated, and their distance is so close. After the neural interface stabilized, the other party performed a simple self-introduction and explained the purpose of the visit. This is a special form of existence with the ability to communicate and control remotely. We call it the etheric structure. The one who controlled it to talk to you is one of the great scientists of the Salpha Federation. Anna. The king invited us to attend the celebration of the unification of the dwarf kingdom. The ether metaconstruct looked around, and one of his eyeballs flew out of his eye socket, and turned around, taking the rudimentary dwarf kingdom buildings into his visual perception. The metaconstruct, which was still in place, continued his words. It seems that you did a good job. The dwarfs were eager to try the hammer. They had never seen the special material that made it, but it looked very suitable for forging. Although they were eager to try, the dwarves who had suffered losses in this regard did not rush to start. Touching the weapon invention of the great scientist without permission is like entering the territory of the wizard without permission. And the end is tragic. These guys who are passionate about knowledge are not passionate about the lives of others. Wow! What was that just now? It was so big. Is it the one surrounded by the dwarves? Squeeze in and take a look. Squeeze in and lose favorability. It doesn't matter. Just take a quest, and it will go back up. Wow! What's this new thing? A robot? Accompanied by the familiar whispering, the players squeezed into the circle of dwarves. The players' disorder has improved a little with the advent of the public beta, but you can't expect them to immediately change from madmen to normal people in line with the definition of this world. That's impossible. So, of course, after staring at this new thing for a few seconds, the players immediately called their friends and attracted other players scattered around, instantly becoming the party with the largest number of people on the scene. So far, the holographic game has opened nearly 50,000 public beta spots. The change in the number of players is difficult to detect due to the vast terrain of the kingdom, but there are always some clues to prove that it is happening. For example, the number of players doing daily dwarf tasks on the top of the mountains has gradually increased. Until now, a friend calling function without a built-in call channel can directly call a large group of players and surround the scene. The increase in the number of people has brought a great sense of security to the players. The crowd naturally gathered and planned the next behavior in front of other NPCs. Is it a monster? It doesn't look aggressive. And the dwarves didn't attack it. Is it an NPC? Should I talk to it first? Maybe there is a task? Have the NPCs in this world developed to this point? It doesn't look alive. A warrior will try it. The players reached a consensus, and one player took a step forward and tried to start a conversation first, according to the easiest way to receive tasks summarized by players. The player grinned and asked in a friendly manner, "Hello. Is there anything I can help you with?" The great scientist who controlled the metastructure, Anna, clearly witnessed this scene through the visual receiver of the metastructure, and realized how unique this race, that was gradually becoming famous for its madness on the continent, was. Anna thought about how to answer the other party's question for 2 seconds, and the crazy race took the next step before he could react. "Why didn't you reply? Isn't it broken? This looks quite advanced." The player who was trying to talk to him was puzzled by the other party's silence. He reached out and tried to pat it. The world can see that this is definitely a conditioned reflex imprinted in his instinct. Who hasn't experienced the fantasy reality of a broken TV being fixed by tapping it when they were young? Although they don't know what caused it to malfunction. Tapping it is a universal solution. So, he reached out and tapped the unknown existence in front of him with a human appearance. The touch sent back was a bit strange. Not like metal or Before the player finished thinking, the hand on the other party's shoulder instantly caught fire. In just a few seconds, it was burned into a white light and disappeared from everyone's sight. Anna swore that the whole process, from the other party's pickpocketing to the other party's death, only a few minutes had passed. So this was definitely not his unauthorized provocation, but the instinctive defense of the meta-construct. The defense strength is actually not too strong, but the players are too weak, so the death process becomes particularly rapid. This unexpected development caused the players to make lively discussions. Is it a monster? Are we going to start a group fight? The elite boss finally appeared? In that case, after the dwarf kingdom is built, there must be siege monsters. Is this monster a bit high level? What was burning just now? Fire? How can fire burn people to death in a few seconds? Has that player resurrected? Ask about the situation. Amid the excitement of the players, some players tried to accept tasks from the dwarves. Kin, does the dwarf kingdom need our protection? I am very happy to fight to defend the dwarf kingdom. I am ready. Just waiting for you to speak. As one of the dwarves, who most often gives tasks to players, Kin has inexplicably become the target of players' harassment. Kin came to the top of the mountains after Anuta unified the dwarf kingdom. He had heard about the madness of the players, but most of the players were very polite when accepting the mission. This was the first time he faced the sudden disorder of the players, so he needed some time to react. He did not stop the players immediately, which was a mistake. Fortunately, before the players caused further chaos, Kunbu arrived in time. This is an envoy from the Salfa Federation. Kunbu went straight to the point and raised the banner. You are disturbing the king's guests. The eager players stopped and glanced at the special-shaped metastructures, and then came forward again with great interest. You should have said it earlier. It's not a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding, buddy. Do you need help? So this is what the great scientist looks like. Isn't the planner's imagination a bit too big? He even created a mechanical life? It doesn't look like a machine. Didn't it just change from big to small? It feels like a liquid creature. Nonsense. How can it be a liquid creature? It's stronger than a human. Kunbu obviously doesn't know the players well enough. The players have a great interest in NPCs with special forms. The death of the player just now did not serve as any warning. The players surrounded the metaconstructs and tried to receive tasks from them without making contact with them. As for the dwarves, they were pushed aside long ago. And the players who heard the news continuously were even expanding the encirclement. For Anna, this was a rare situation. He was surrounded. This crazy race is well deserved. Death cannot deter them, so it is meaningless to crush them with powerful strength. He saw with his own eyes that the player who had just died rushed back from afar, joining the crowd with great enthusiasm and trying to get close to him. Although Anna could not understand their logic, nor did he understand why they were so enthusiastic to help him. Everyone could see several distinct characteristics from the players who kept coming: greed, fearlessness, large numbers, and strong appeal. The metastructure was motionless, as if indifferent to all this. But Anna himself could no longer suppress his excitement. In the distant Salfa Federation, he leaned forward and stared at this unique group in the projection. The great scientist could not take his attention away from the players as soon as he came into contact with the kingdom. Compared with the existence of the players, the special buildings and transportation tools in the kingdom city, and even the roads suspended in the sky, seemed unattractive. At least the two eyeballs of the metastructure were safely and steadily stopped in the eye sockets, without leaving the main body to collect information, which proved from the side that the other party was not very interested in these. In fact, Anna was a little surprised. After the players appeared, he almost thought that this was a civilization that tended to evolve species. Generally, this kind of civilization would evolve a special living environment due to the special characteristics of the races that make up the civilization. For example, Manxing, the floating abyss, and the Valley of the Dead. They evolved special civilizations and living environments due to their special races. But from the series of buildings and facilities he saw after entering the main city, the living standard of the kingdom is at the forefront of the continent. To be precise, it may be only slightly worse than that of the Salfa Federation. However, judging from the fact that players are restricted outside the main city, and that the biological races in the main city are basically humans, the dominant race in the kingdom is not players. This is enough to surprise people. A race that only needs a few seconds of thinking to know how threatening they are is not on the first ladder of civilization. Humans cannot suppress the undead race unless they are not human. Or, unless the king's control over the kingdom is strong enough to make the strong bow to the weak. The appearance of this scene itself does not conform to cognition. Of course, as the latest outsider to come into contact with the kingdom, he soon realized the true meaning of the word miracle. Only those who constantly surpass established cognition are called miracles. The metastructure took public transportation and arrived in the city center. Zhe, who was waiting in front of the National Administration Bureau, took 2 steps forward and introduced himself to the other party, Zhe, responsible for handling the affairs of the kingdom. The metastructure glanced at him, and the etheric lines on his pupils turned, feeding back clear information to the operator and the onlookers. After the others finished their work, great scientists joined the onlookers one after another. Humans at their peak? There are too many humans at their peak here, Anna muttered. Del shrugged. No old people. No children, not normal. This race has no evolutionary process. They directly reached the peak and then maintained it. No one aged. No one was born. And Lei thought, this sounds like the plankton abyss. But we all know that plankton is not immortal. They will still experience the cycle of life. But at the end of life, they will start a new cycle and enter the infancy again. If a race has neither death nor newborns, then this race would not be as vibrant as we see. The undead should not have such surging desires. Another great scientist said, obviously, there are many things in this kingdom that violate our cognition. But since it is related to the Father God, these things that violate cognition are not surprising. After all, our established cognition comes from the world created by the Father God. It is obviously not a problem for the Father God to modify his own settings. But everyone knows that the Father God has not resurrected. While the great scientists were arguing as usual, the metastructure continued. He pointed to the eye-catching monument in the direction of the city center and asked for the other party's permission. Most of the time, unauthorized behavior is very irrational, at least in this continent. She indicated that he could do whatever he wanted. So, the eyeball separated from the main body again and approached the monument not far away. It circled around the main body of the monument and took the murals into the visual perception device, and then attracted the attention of the murals before the Dark Age. It shrunk the distance between it and the monument, so close that it almost took in every tiny trace on the mural. After a short wait, the pupils that had looked around the entire city center flew back to the main body, ending the tour with a huge amount of information. The first meeting between He Xingwen and the great scientist was in a familiar conference room. The table was piled with applications to be processed. Apart from the basic furnishings, there was nothing extra in the room. He Xingwen sat alone at the huge round table, looking a little insignificant, just as the data reflected by the great scientists when they first saw him. This is undoubtedly a human being. Unlike those humans who are at the peak of humanity, this king is in the growth period of humanity. His physical fitness, and even his brain's thinking ability have not reached the golden stage of humanity. Even if he reaches the golden stage of humanity, it is unlikely that he will have the peak state of the human race. The peak state of humanity is a very demanding stage. Strict training, coupled with the inherent physical fitness, can have physical fitness beyond normal people under the condition of coincidence and strength. Unlike the people who can be seen everywhere in the kingdom. For them, the peak identity quality of humanity is like a normal state, which can be seen everywhere. But in fact, it is not. According to the king's physical fitness, he is undoubtedly just an ordinary normal human being. The great scientists are a little suspicious that there is something wrong with the data collection and analysis concentrator in the metastructure. In a kingdom composed of abnormal humans and undead races, the king is an ordinary person. It's like a sign of extremely suspicious is hung on this king. He Xingwen looked at the etheric structure, as if he could see through it the scientific path that was built on the basis of ether and belonged to another world. Welcome to my kingdom. He Xingwen ended the eye contact first, and he gestured to the other party to sit down at the table, and then continued, based on the current situation. I believe you have seen enough things. So, is the South Federation interested in cooperating with the kingdom? The etheric body took a sitting posture. But for the other party, it would consume more energy to control the power changes in the details. The South Federation likes this kind of direct and efficient dialogue. But for most rulers who think they are in control of everything, they prefer roundabout communication. According to what we know, you are cooperating with the Arcane Academy. A steady voice came from the strange-looking humanoid. We have some not-so-good past with the Arcane Academy, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to work together. He Xingwen, Obviously, the cooperation between the kingdom and the Arcane Academy has encountered some minor problems. After a slight silence, the other party continued, if you mean the minor problems caused by the aggressiveness of the kingdom. In fact, the Federation is also thinking about this problem. Not long ago, the Diamond Empire contacted us. The great scientist's conversation style is very similar to He Xingwen. Very frank and without any roundabout way, informed us of the threat posed by the kingdom and emphasized the aggressiveness of the kingdom. He Xingwen showed some interest. It sounds like the Diamond Empire is trying to establish an alliance to fight against the kingdom? The great scientist thought for 2 seconds. I think he is just very interested in Li Wang's new inventions in the field of war. He hopes that the Federation and the Empire can reach some kind of agreement. Preferably in the field of invention. But if we talk about establishing a unified alliance, the Emperor of the Diamond Empire will not allow others to lead him. And the Federation will obviously not allow an Emperor to command us again. Indeed, it is often extremely difficult to establish an alliance between different regimes, especially in a different world where the civilization process has not yet developed to the stage of political struggle. The law of the jungle is still the mainstream thought of the continent. And this continent has been peaceful for thousands of years. The desire for war is growing vigorously in every warlike race. He Xingwen guessed, from what you told me directly, the Federation is more inclined to cooperate with the kingdom? It didn't take too long for the great scientists to make this decision. This emerging political system, which was born only thousands of years ago, has not yet entered into decay and bloat, and still maintains the vitality of a young political system. If the kingdom is willing to reach a consensus on cooperation with us, the other party said frankly, the joint research of Black Blood Stone is the basis. But we are more curious about the player race. It is not a pure undead race. Some external force has interfered with it, and made it look like it is now. Of course, this external force is not the bad kind, but the unexpected kind. The great scientist's calm tone kept rising, revealing an excitement that was difficult to conceal, a genius change. It is difficult for his excitement not to make people have bad associations. Those beyond the limit products on the Ezigen product list are obviously not produced by Ezigen. Ezigen is not an academic organization. They do not have enough experience and knowledge to explore a new field. But the Salfa Federation does. They not only have knowledge reserves, but also have enough hands-on ability. He Xingwen confirmed with the other party. So, you want to study players? Yes. More in-depth research involving racial evolution and etheric body fields. This behavior. He Xingwen paused for a few seconds, looking for the right words. Is it allowed? The other party paused for 2 seconds for this question. Considering that the kingdom is a new civilization. The other party explained, obviously. Whether it is allowed depends on you. Because the players are your people. But most of the time, this is not a... The other party thought about the wording, not allowed behavior. The system took over the conversation. And He Xingwen further explained, the moral values of this world are different from those of Earth. This is a world where absolute strength is supreme. He Xingwen has never left the kingdom. This is the kingdom's protection for him. But to some extent, this also restricts He Xingwen from having a deeper understanding of this world. A more direct example. The devil. The system said, in the early stage of the internal test, several devils died in the monster-killing behavior designed by the players. But because the devils were killed by the holy guards, and the holy guards were much stronger than the devils, nothing happened. Anger, revenge, dissatisfaction, nothing. Not only because of the nature of devils to weaken when they meet strong ones, but also because the lifespan of most races in this world is generally higher than that of Earth. When they live long enough, the attitude of intelligent creatures towards death changes accordingly. Especially the immortal species that have lived from the second era to the present. They have seen too many deaths and partings. Another reason why the idea of strength supremacy is deeply rooted on the continent is related to the continuous flow of new civilizations that border this world after the end of the Dark Ages. The collision and integration of civilizations will cause friction. Even the most peaceful process of civilization acceptance cannot be smooth. In fact, it is not surprising that a civilization will become extinct during friction. Therefore, the contact between civilizations will inevitably distinguish between the strong and the weak, so that a suitable way of integration can be found. This further reinforces the world's thinking mode of strength supremacy. Of course, at present, all civilizations bordering this continent are basically the defeated party. In other words, they are all weak. Under the system's gaze, He Xingwen suddenly realized another meaning in the other party's words. The kingdom is the only exception. So all this has appeared. Testing, contact, and war. The original civilization on the continent tried to absorb the new civilization. But the kingdom had its own set of rules, and did not intend to integrate into the old civilization. So the collision between different civilizations became fierce. Chapter 132 Public Beta 10 The Arcane Academy is preparing to launch an attack. The answer has come out. The kingdom has its own rules. Even if it is the rules allowed by this continent, it must be subject to the kingdom's rules on this land. The kingdom does not allow any harm or hidden dangers to the kingdom's people. There is no doubt about this. The meaning of the kingdom's existence is to protect all the legitimate rights of the kingdom's people. This answer did not exceed the great scientist's expectations. Just like the premise he just said, whether this is allowed depends on the king. Although they do not think this is an unallowed behavior. The king has the right to refuse as long as the kingdom remains independent and powerful. We can conduct appropriate research within the scope allowed by the king. The other party took a step back first. The great scientist is different from the mages and is more flexible. It will not affect the safety of the kingdom's people. Nor will it cause hidden dangers. Just some. The other party thought about the wording, cooperative experiments. After all, such an active undead race is very valuable. Of course, what is more valuable is that the other party is willing to cooperate with the experiment. After all, another manifestation of the inactivity of the undead race is that they have no interest in contacting the outside world. The young Salpha Federation did not even find the opportunity to further contact the floating abyss and the Valley of the Dead. They did not refuse to contact outsiders. But it would obviously take enough time for outsiders to contact the core areas of the other party. After all, for the undead, the existence of some civilizations is too short. He Xingwen was not surprised by the other party's concession. In front of these beings, who are keen to explore the mysteries of the world, the kingdom will never worry about too little bait. The kingdom should be worried about another point. The other party's overly strong desire to explore. Compared with the Salpha Federation, the Arcane Academy has an advantage. The mages are far more interested in ether than the intelligent races. In addition, the players are disorderly and crazy. So the mages avoid players and are unwilling to contact them. The Salpha Federation is just the opposite. In response to the other party's request, He Xingwen took the lead in stating one point. Players are fundamentally different from other undead races. Even if research results can be obtained, they cannot be replicated. Copy the miracle created by the Father God? The other party is very rational. We are not so arrogant yet. We do not aim to replicate miracles. This is just a process of satisfying curiosity. The Salpha Federation has a rule to always be curious about everything. This is why we came here. To satisfy curiosity, and then change the world. Since they have reached an agreement, the dialogue can continue to deepen. Then we can talk about the scope and extent of cooperation. He Xingwen threw the question back to the other party. From the fact that you appear in front of me in this form, I seem to be able to give up the idea of inviting great scientists to stay in the kingdom? Although we are happy to break certain restrictions for science, the Federation has its own rules. The other party confirmed his guess. Before the kingdom's aggressive expansion is completely over, we need to maintain a safe distance. He Xingwen had no objection to this. He was just a little curious, under this premise. How do you plan to cooperate? If the king does not mind, the Federation can accept a certain number of players to stay in the Federation for a short time. In return, the Federation will remain neutral in the subsequent war between other forces and the kingdom. He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds. Requests and rewards are not the same. It sounds like you don't have enough sincerity. If you know that once the Federation joins the war, it can end the war instantly, then you might think that we are sincere enough to propose this point? He Xingwen was puzzled by the other party's confidence. You mean, kill all players instantly, and make sure they are completely dead? We don't know the players, and can't guarantee that they will definitely die completely. But what we can guarantee is that the Land of God's Fall will no longer exist. At this point, the other party remembered something. Oh, the Land of God's Fall has ceased to exist. I mean, completely wiping this area off the continent. It seems that this is not clear enough. The other party considered the wording, and gave up the description. In short, you can understand it as a complete crushing. It sounds like the technology of the other world has reached the level of weapons of mass destruction. The system was calm. Obviously they don't know enough about the Land of God's Fall. The reason why the kingdom starts here is because it is an absolute safe zone for you. In a world that follows the laws of physics, Changes in position make no difference. Just like a nuclear bomb will cause devastating results wherever it falls. And the lethality will not change due to changes in position. But this is not Earth. The science of this world is based on the law of ether. And magic, curses, and alchemy are prevalent here. It is normal that changes in position will have some kind of irresistible effect on the lethality of the attack. So, have you ever tried to do this? He Xingwen asked curiously. The other party paused for 2 seconds. Obviously not. The Federation is not keen on destruction. He Xingwen, I mean, this is where the Father God fell. And it is also where the Father God stayed for a long time. Are you sure that it is no different from other areas? There was silence for a long time. After cutting off the communication channel, the great scientists conducted a simple discussion on the spot. After a while, the other party's voice rang again. Reasonable guess. But we have a doubt. How did you confirm this? He Xingwen glanced at the system. I didn't confirm this. It's just a reasonable guess. It's just that the system's guesses are never wrong. After a brief pause, the other party returned to the topic. We want to know your opinion on cooperation. The Salpha Federation must have someone stationed in the kingdom to teach the people of the kingdom. Whether the Federation's research is conducted here depends on you. But if the Federation requires players to go to the Federation to cooperate with your research, the Federation must establish a two-way transmission channel with the kingdom. At this point, He Xingwen paused. I heard that the Federation blocks space transmission? Indeed. The kingdom has never encountered uninvited space transmission, of course. This is mainly due to the special nature of the gods' falling land. And no one will take the initiative to seek death. But this does not affect He Xingwen's incredible behavior that as long as the world can teleport, they can go wherever they want. Normal people on Earth still have a lock on their door. He Xingwen, very practical results. It is recommended to promote it throughout the continent. So, a transmission channel under the control of the Federation and the kingdom is necessary. I need to ensure the safety of the players. He Xingwen glanced at the cold non-man-made object opposite, and the safety of the Federation. If the kingdom does not mind us staying in the kingdom in this form, we can discuss the matter of the two-way transmission channel in the parliament. But if the kingdom requires the great scientist to stay in person, then our communication can end here. I don't mind. He Xingwen glanced at the humanoid device. Under its human-like appearance, it contained amazing lethality. Obviously, the great scientist made sufficient preparations, including preparations to turn against the kingdom in the kingdom's territory. The conversation was interrupted. The Federation needed some time to discuss the matter of the two-way transmission channel. The meta-construct stayed in the main city temporarily, avoiding the players and getting quiet. Of course, it is hard to say whether the great scientist is satisfied with this. But since they have not reached an agreement, the Federation did not object to this. Nor did it leave the main city without authorization to contact the players. A few days after the special form of the Salpha Federation arrived in the kingdom, the Arcane Academy responded to it a slightly excessive reaction. Not long ago, after all the mages had safely evacuated from the kingdom, the Arcane Academy announced the termination of all cooperation with the kingdom. The news that the Salpha Federation had contacted the kingdom forced them to make the final decision. On an ordinary day, 5 days before the Dwarf Kingdom unification celebration, and just 2 days after the Salpha Federation's envoy arrived in the kingdom, the final decision from the Arcane Academy was conveyed to the kingdom's territory, announced by the violent fluctuations of the ether. At first, these fluctuations were very slight, and only told Jean and Nilida, who were deep in the mines at the top of the mountains, responded to them. They cast a glance towards the place where the slight fluctuations occurred. The slight ether fluctuations seemed to have activated something in the Arcane Academy. Considering the current almost hostile relationship between the kingdom and the Arcane Academy, it seems not surprising that the Arcane Academy took some self-protection actions. But this idea was quickly dispelled by the subsequent developments. After the slight ether fluctuations, it was followed by violent ether fluctuations throughout the Arcane Academy. Something was awakened, and one after another small ether fluctuations joined in, connecting the entire Arcane Academy, and pushing the ether fluctuation throughout the Arcane Academy to a higher peak. This is the world of the survival of the fittest. Their thinking mode is more inclined to directly convince the other party with strength, rather than political struggles, verbal confrontations, and detours. Just like now, in the violent ether fluctuations that are constantly rising and have not stopped. An indisputable fact is first placed in front of the natives, who notice this: the Arcane Academy has activated the attack form of Ethernet. When the Ethernet does not activate the attack form, It is like a multifunctional existence with communication, reconnaissance, and perception functions. But after it activates the attack form, it will prove to the world the true meaning of strategic-level weapons. It is not just a net of nothingness. It uses the wizard towers throughout the territory of the Arcane Academy as nodes, and the Sky City as a control console to integrate the entire Arcane Academy into a powerful offensive weapon. The Arcane Academy has existed for a long time, which is enough for them to weave a vast net and accumulate amazing energy. The golden dragon lying on the ore vein suddenly stood up, thought for 2 seconds, and then lay back down, muttering, "I don't want to get involved in this kind of shit." The dragons are not on the side of the kingdom. And of course, they are not on the side of the Arcane Academy. As always, the dragons choose to stay out of the conflict. Nobita, who suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the Arcane Academy, did not hesitate at all, and jumped up with a sentence, "The wizard is crazy. Wake up all the sleeping demons. Kendi, you and other demons go to lead the people of the kingdom to retreat. I will go to find the king." He left the house in a hurry, almost flashing continuously, and disappeared in the novice village. The players who were busy doing the task stopped and looked at the shadow that flashed by, showing a horrified expression. "Fuck. Is there a ghost in this game?" After the dragons and demons responded, as the ether fluctuations of the Arcane Academy increased, other natives also noticed the signal that the Ethernet launched an attack. Anuta, who was bored and admiring his collection, turned his neck 180 degrees and looked in the direction of the Arcane Academy with a physical movement that the human body could not do. "Are you serious, Master?" He frowned and started a communication with Du Lei, and contacted Ezigen as soon as possible. The dwarves, druids, the Diamond Empire's envoys, and the envoys of the Salfa Federation almost all noticed this signal. The attack form of Ethernet was launched very quickly, and it would not leave enough time for the attack to negotiate. And the aboriginals, who reacted a beat slower, did not have enough time to react. But the demon who reacted first had a short chance to react. He found the king, who was admiring the monument in the center of the main city. Nublita had no time to explain and urged the other party, "You must leave here immediately." At the same time, he stretched out his hand to He Xingwen. He Xingwen ignored him. He stared at the magnificent monument and thought, "What do you think the monument looks like?" Nublita paused for 2 seconds after stretching out his hand, staring at the shocking existence in front of him that could not be expressed in words, and said uncertainly, "Very spectacular?" He Xingwen stretched out his hand, and the monument spread golden light under his hand, projecting a row of information in his consciousness. Below those familiar information, there was an inconspicuous line of information. Destructive energy strike detected. The land of gods fall. The handwriting here is blurred, and the text changes after a while. The kingdom's defense type is adjusted from conventional expulsion curse type to comprehensive defense ether immunity type. The demon could not see the golden light, but he could see He Xingwen looking at the monument. Nublita poked his head and walked to He Xingwen's side, trying to see what information was displayed on the monument from He Xingwen's perspective. Of course, except for what everyone can see, he saw nothing. It turns out that the curse that has plagued the continent for several epochs in the land of gods is just a routine expulsion setting, He Xingwen thought thoughtfully, which makes the main game console look more like a console than a part of the god of creation. Of course, considering that the father god has long fallen, this may be a very normal performance. After all, it is no longer an intelligent creature. But what is this? The end of science is theology? The remains of the fallen god have become a technological product? He Xingwen thought about making the gods laugh while watching the monument emitting golden light into the sky. But obviously, except for him, no one else could see anything. Nullita didn't see anything from the monument. And at the same time, Ethernet's attack mode was fully activated, and the only thing left was to launch the attack. So he lost his patience to explore the king's abnormal behavior and turned to the way of survival. You may not feel. Nullita tried to make himself less anxious. He didn't care whether he would die because of this. He cared whether the kingdom would be destroyed because of this. Of course, this was not out of loyalty to the kingdom, but out of the carrot that the devil had not yet eaten the father god. The Arcane Academy is preparing to launch an attack. A very powerful attack that is enough to destroy the kingdom. He Xingwen looked up and watched the 12 golden lights that rushed straight into the sky spread and connected, and finally formed an inverted bowl, covering the entire kingdom. I know. He Xingwen's sight moved in the direction of the Arcane Academy. The Sky City of the Arcane Academy is very famous. But He Xingwen has never seen it until now. The shadow floating in the sky emerged from a long distance and locked onto the kingdom. Because the distance was too far, human vision could not clearly see the appearance of the Sky City. But it was definitely a big guy. A huge city floating in the sky. The king's attitude calmed it down. As always, the king showed absolute control over the situation. The NPCs in the main city gathered in the square from all over. They were calm and silent, as if they were waiting for an order to charge, and seemed indifferent to death. He Xingwen's eyes were still on the Sky City in the distance. He casually called out the information storage center and swiped to the manual task interface. Nolita glanced at the side. He Xingwen entered the manual task. Emergency task. The Arcane Academy launched an attack on the kingdom, and the war is about to break out. Warriors, it's time to prove your courage to the king and your loyalty to the kingdom. You need to defend the kingdom's security, glory and freedom. Fight for the kingdom. Task description: during the time limit, you can get corresponding points for attacking the enemy camp and organizing effective attacks. Countdown? Task rewards: the latest mechanical armor developed by the dwarves, the top 50 with the highest points. Offensive weapons developed by the dwarves, the top 50 with the highest points. Equals the top 100 with the highest score. Eskin's space bag, top 500 with the highest score. Eskin's teleportation scroll, top 1000 with the highest score. Eskin's health restore 10, top 5000 with the highest score. All players who participate in the emergency mission will receive generous rewards such as a certain amount of favorability among all citizens of the kingdom, a certain amount of favorability among the king, a certain amount of favorability among the dwarves, kingdom reputation, dwarf reputation, and credit points. Penalty for mission failure: none. It's not that there is no penalty, but that the kingdom is invincible and can't lose at all. Players in all parts of the kingdom, even on the top of the mountains, received this mission at the same time. After seeing the mission reward, almost all players chose to accept it without hesitation, and then put down what they were doing, including the half-finished mission, and rushed to the westernmost part of the kingdom. The border between the kingdom and the Arcane Academy is just to the west of the kingdom. If you look down from above, you will find an amazing scene. Countless small black dots seem to be activated in an instant, and they merge into the crowd, rushing in the same direction, forming a vast sea of people. The abnormality of the players naturally attracted the attention of the natives. But at the moment, they are more concerned about another point. The Ethernet attack is ready to go. It is difficult to say whether the silence between the completion of the attack preparation and the launch of the attack is that the mages are waiting for the kingdom to surrender, or the mages need time to launch the attack. But in any case, after the etheric preparation is completed and the Ethernet is ready for the attack, the Arcane Academy is silent for a moment. He Xingwen stared into the distance, while the natives in other kingdoms showed their magical powers. Ezigen immediately evacuated the kingdom, and the dwarves activated the exoskeleton mecha, left the kingdom, and gathered on the top of the mountains. The demons were too lazy to run, and after finding that the NPCs did not need them to guide and disperse, they returned to the room again. As for the delegations, the delegation of the Diamond Empire was originally on the top of the mountains, and the envoy of the Salfa Federation was originally an inanimate creature, so neither of them was overly frightened by this. The brief silence ended with the mighty ether. This was the first time He Xingwen saw the true appearance of a strategic level attack. It can only be said that it is very normal for those new civilizations that are constantly bordering to be assimilated by this continent. There are too many forces on this continent that can become leaders if they are taken out alone. And they have been running in and colliding in the same world for so long. And no one has an overwhelming position, which is enough to prove that their dangers are equally great. The materialized ether swept in from the west and landed accurately on the territory of the kingdom. A player who was heading towards the Arcane Academy. He looked up at the ether that suddenly fell, because the ether content was too high. It even materialized into a liquid. The player reached out and caught the golden water. The liquid flowed through his hand and disappeared silently. He was a little confused. This game also has the setting of sunspot fluctuations? Does this game have a sun? Another player pointed to the messy stars in the sky. Sunspots? Then what is this? The player pointed to the golden liquid all over the sky. Maybe it's some seasonal setting? Another player pondered, by the way, does this game have seasonal changes? Is there? I didn't notice the temperature change. The planner is lazy. Let's go. The train is here. Anyway, this thing didn't cause any harm to us. Why don't you think of something meaningful? For example, how can we effectively attack the Arcane Academy? Players are very tolerant of unknown things that appear in this kind of game. After all, this game itself is set in a surreal magical background. Even if golden liquid falls from the sky. What's the problem? Who knows that this is a new setting added by the planner on a whim? Players are indifferent to this. And they can even rush on their way. But other natives can't. One by one, dreams flew out of the skylight. Just like golden ether melting drop by drop in the kingdom's territory. Different conversations sounded among different beings who witnessed this scene. What happened? His Majesty the King has once again created a miracle. It is hard for me to imagine anyone who can defeat this kingdom. And the Father God is on his side. Ether neutralization? How is this done? Humans may not be able to do it. But the Father God can certainly do it. I think any resistance is meaningless in front of such a kingdom. And we must handle our relationship with the kingdom carefully. All intelligent creatures should realize that the kingdom is not standing on the world stage as a weakling. It is an invader with bared fangs. Is it possible to unite other forces to form a unified alliance to fight against the kingdom? It is impossible before the kingdom poses a direct threat to the entire continent and all intelligent races. Chapter 133 Public Beta 11 They are ready for a war. This development exceeded everyone's expectations. Ether nullification is not a strange term for this world. The Asian bear became a being that could fight the dragon race alone because of it. But apart from the Asian bear, this is just a term that exists only in definition. Because no intelligent race can do it. The intelligent creatures in this world are extremely closely connected with the ether. From birth to death, they are exploring how to control the ether, how to strengthen themselves, and how to prolong their lifespan. Ether nullification? This is even more outrageous than the energy in the black blood stone being effectively controlled. And what's even more outrageous is that this scene just happened in front of them. The attack from the ether, because the energy contained is too powerful, even presents a materialized effect. This should have been a devastating attack. But after it fell on the kingdom's territory, a heavy rain soaked the entire kingdom, but did not cause any destruction. This is the most typical manifestation of ether nullification. It is still ether, but the attack is invalid. Perhaps only He Xingwen and the system in the whole world know how this scene happened. The aggressive ether penetrated the golden protective shield above the kingdom's territory without any hindrance. And then the fierce energy that was supposed to annihilate the target was filtered out, leaving pure ether. Disordered, crazy, and undead players gathered at the border between the kingdom and the Arcane Academy. No one would think that the reason why the players gathered here in large numbers was just to say hello to the Arcane Academy. A war that was ready to start has begun. Many races on the continent cast their eyes towards it. The previous big move of the Arcane Academy not only alarmed the natives in the kingdom, but such a surge of etheric energy was enough to shake the entire continent. In more distant areas, the news may not spread so quickly or in such detail. But the smell of gunpowder from war can still be easily smelled. People are waiting to see how far this crazy undead can go, and to judge how far the kingdom can go. Gather. Gather. Have you all arrived? Big Bear shuttled through the layers of players, struggling to distinguish his teammates. Too many people. Let's go to another place. Two bears lifted a player and squeezed out of the crowd. Hurry up. How many places are available for the public beta? There are too many people. Big Bear jumped onto the roof and looked into the distance, and despairingly found that the crowd almost blocked the entire city. They have become smarter. They know to find a base first to form a team. Guang Tu Chong pulled the other two teammates, who were snatched back from the other side, and complained dissatisfiedly, "This is not a team. It's just snatching people. If I hadn't been quick, these two people in our team would have been snatched away." Xiong climbed down from the roof with a nimble agility. His face solemn. "This won't work. There are too many players here. There's no way. This is the city closest to the Arcane Academy." Paige also squeezed out of the crowd with two teammates. "If you walk a few hundred meters west of this city, you will reach the territory of the Arcane Academy. The resurrection point here is the closest. I think the main problem is that someone posted a guide on the forum." Xiong'er dragged his teammates and walked out of the crowd. I don't know which bastard. Just as the word bastard came out, a notification popped up in front of Xiong'er, and his kingdom favorability and reputation were both deducted by 10 points. Guang Tu Chong took over the conversation. Luan. A strategy master. A famous anchor. His strategy is the fastest. George was the last one to squeeze out of the crowd. He didn't drag his teammates, but he was a little too embarrassed, and was dragged by several unknown players, and almost dragged away. But the strategy came out too quickly this time. The mission was only released an hour ago, and everyone was still rushing here. They hadn't even seen the Arcane Academy. But his strategy came out first. Isn't this a mess? George tidied up his messy clothes and smoothed his hair, complaining, No one of you came in to touch me. I was almost dragged away. Xiong, you're not coming out now. Who can drag you? I just took a look at the strategy. It's worthy of being a famous strategy master. From the choice of strategic position, to the early preparation, to how to attack effectively. Guang Tu-chong stopped and gestured to the crowd in front, and how to form a temporary alliance to maximize the completion of the mission. Anyone can see that this strategy has something. The crowd in front was different from the bustling crowd just now. There were fewer people and calmer. Although there were hundreds of players gathered on this land, no one touched others blindly. Wang Luan was the first to greet them. Xiongda. Someone silently covered his mouth, holding back the sound of laughter that was about to burst out. Although the kingdom has only been in public beta for a few days, this time is enough for players to form different small groups. Of course, small groups that are just a few friends playing together are not counted. The small groups referred to here should be more accurately guilds of different natures. The guild function has not yet been launched in the game, but it does not prevent players from forming organizations spontaneously. I have said that it is embarrassing to give such a name. George shouted over there, like something like Xiongba Tianxia. How domineering. In fact, it is not. Who told you to lose the rock-paper-scissors game? If you have the ability, go and convince Xiongda. Guard Chong was also very dissatisfied. Did he like to give this name? Xiongda was simply happy. What a good name. What's embarrassing? He turned his head and greeted other half-familiar players. Are all the people here? We are not the last one. Right? That's not the case. Yi Quan and Lu Yi haven't arrived yet. Hua Xia Zhixing and He Shu's group don't seem to have arrived either. That's not right. Wasn't Hua Xiaxing very active during the internal beta? Why haven't I seen him recently? It seems that he has something to do in real life, and has no time to play the game recently. Li Ming said a long time ago that he doesn't plan to come? Yes. He is addicted to blacksmithing, and didn't even accept the mission. What missions does he accept? Can't he just tell the dwarf what mission reward he wants? His relationship with the dwarf is much better than ours. Whose sour smell is spreading here? Stop it. If you have the ability, you can also successfully change your job during the internal test? Stop arguing. Wang Luan stopped the scene that was instantly filled with gunpowder, and continued to count other people. King Xian and his group of friends are not here. I'm here. Sorry I'm late. Wang Xian greeted the others who arrived earlier with enthusiasm. Xiongda. Long time no see. Xiongda was even more enthusiastic, and went up to hug the other person. You are here too? Aren't you very busy recently? Du Kong, nicknamed Khan, followed Wang Xian slowly. Yushin, nicknamed Shindu, took over the conversation. No matter how busy you are, you can't miss the first large-scale task after the public beta. Wang Xian greeted Wang Luan. I read your strategy. Wang Luan glanced at the slow Du Kong and said modestly, I'll show you my ugliness. The crowd waited for a while, and only started the discussion after everyone was gathered. Before the conversation began, Xiongda first raised another point. I just checked the forum, and some individual players have tried it. All the players present moved their eyes over. Big Bear thought about the wording. Very tragic. To be precise, it once again proved the gap in strength between players and NPCs. The scattered players, who rushed forward without forming an effective alliance, triggered the attack of the Mage Tower when they entered the territory of the Arcane Academy. The scene can only be described in one word: tragic. Lightning and thunder. Thunder and lightning. After the video shook a few times, several white lights flashed at the scene, and the previous calm was restored. The gap in strength is too big. Wang Luan touched his chin and made a decisive decision. Absolutely can't rush forward stupidly. That's right. What is the most obvious difference between humans and animals? It's the use of tools. Big Bear shouted on the side. What are dwarves used for? They are used to create tools. Green Leaf interrupted the conversation and reminded the other party. Dwarves will not provide equipment for free, and we can't afford to buy weapons from Ezigen. I think the players who have changed their jobs to blacksmiths and mechanics are the key. That's right. Wang Xian echoed on the side. I think the effective attack in the task description itself is a hint. There were different opinions on this point. A blacksmith with only level 1 skills is not the same as a dwarf. They are just blacksmiths. And what about the materials provided by players who have changed their jobs to blacksmiths? Besides, everyone comes here to get points. Asking a group of players to forge equipment in the back and not participate in the task is such selfless dedication. Will anyone agree? Amid the noise full of doubts and doubts, Dukong slowly opened his mouth, I think. The scene was instantly quiet, although Dukong didn't speak often, and his combat power was hovering at the level of ordinary players. This did not affect his special sense of existence. After all, IQ is also a kind of strength, and Dukong is obviously far ahead in this regard. Based on the experience of previous large-scale tasks, Dukong's speech speed did not increase because of the change of world, until he can effectively control the speed of thinking. The disadvantages of thinking too fast will not disappear easily. The acquisition of task points is related to the contribution of the player during the task. Dukong said slowly, as far as I know. The reason why Luan was qualified to run for the head of the novice village during the internal test was because he made contributions in commanding players. Not because he killed more NPCs. The players who listened to Dukong patiently spoke up one after another. That makes sense. Providing weapons to players should also earn points. But the problem now is that the players' forgers are too low to provide useful equipment. And the lightning and thunder. The thunder and lightning attacks. It seems impossible for players to resist. Right? From the exploration of individual players, those attacks almost covered every inch of the Arcane Academy. No matter which direction. As long as you step into the Arcane Academy territory, the attack will be activated immediately. And the thunder and lightning will hit your head. The Arcane Academy territory was not that dangerous before. The Arcane Academy and the kingdom were not in a hostile state before. Dukong was silent for a moment, then recovered and said slowly again, if it is an unsolvable problem, the planner will not issue this task. So I think. Well, he was silent again halfway through. With nothing to do, Xiongda climbed onto the roof skillfully, looked out and looked at the crowd in the distance, and was a little surprised. It seems that all the scattered players are back. The players present were not surprised. Any player who knew the results of the scattered players' tentative attacks could easily draw this conclusion. It is impossible for a player alone to effectively attack the mage. The crowd is coming. Xiongda squatted on the eaves and issued the next notice. Wang Luan stood up and communicated with the crowd. At the same time, Dukong, who was technically silent, spoke again. This kind of attack has limitations. What limitations? Energy limitations? Range limitations? Number limitations? Dukong has not evolved to the point where he can get an answer out of thin air. He said slowly, it's possible. Since the planner has issued this task, it means that he thinks this task can be completed. George asked in confusion, but there is no penalty for failure of this mission. Isn't it because it is too difficult and the possibility of failure is too high? The atmosphere was stagnant for a moment because of this question. You are the only one who has a mouth? Why are you asking so many questions? Guard Chan covered George's mouth and pulled him to a corner. Wang Luan reached an agreement with the scattered players. When he returned here, he found that the atmosphere was a little stagnant. He glanced at the other players and got straight to the point. The scattered players decided to advance and retreat with us. I don't think we need to discuss so much. Let's try to organize a few waves of attacks first. Greenleaf took over. The first level skills of the forger cannot focus on equipment. I think the offensive weapons of the dwarves are very meaningful for reference. The players gathered in a city reached a preliminary consensus. And the other natives, who were waiting to watch the players' feedback in the distance, were inevitably disappointed with the suicide behavior of some players before. The gap in strength is too big. Anyway, the Arcane Academy is the territory that the mages have run for several epochs. In the mages' home turf. And given that the players are generally not very strong except for their undead characteristics, I don't think their counterattack will have any impact on the mages. Ethernet has upgraded its self-defense level to ensure that all creatures that enter the Arcane Academy without permission cannot survive. Although the mages' attack failed, the kingdom seems unable to give the same attack strength. While being disappointed with the players' performance, the natives inevitably let go of some of the panic caused by the scene not long ago, and instead felt at ease. Although the kingdom seems to be unbeatable, it seems that the players are not as terrible as they initially guessed. Whether it is the Diamond Empire's envoys, the great scientists who witnessed the scene from the visual receiver of the metastructure, or even the dragons. It is difficult to accept the fact that this world is welcoming a conqueror. Of course, most races in this world find it difficult to accept this absurd reality except for the Ajin and the demons, neither of which has a real conceptual territory. Therefore, their acceptance of this is far greater than that of other races with inherent territories. When the natives were a little relieved, the players ended their internal communication and united all the isolated players through forums, video websites, and even social networks, reaching a consensus among the public beta players on the task. As agreed before, look, you are responsible for the forging of equipment and weapons. All the forgers who have volunteered to participate in the forging are ready. The materials will be used in the public account. After the task is settled, the top 100 people with the greatest contribution to the task will be reimbursed. Yechuan, you are responsible for leading the guerrilla team, implementing the side harassment tactics, and be ready to seize the opportunity to launch an effective attack on the mage at any time. Xianwang, you lead the death squad and take the lead in launching the attack. All players who voluntarily join the death squad will have their losses reimbursed by 50% after the task is settled. Remember to follow our previous plan and try to find out as soon as possible whether the limit of the attack mode of the Arcane Academy is the number of times or the energy. Xiongda, you lead the second death squad. Once Xuanwang's side is dead, don't let the mage have time to breathe. Rush up immediately. Again, remember our previous plan. The attack mode must strictly follow the order given by Kant. We must be mentally prepared. This is a protracted war. China Star and Ishu. Wang Luan paused for 2 seconds and glanced at Wu Xing. You lead the main team. As soon as the attack of the Arcane Academy slows down, you will immediately charge head-on and try to cause actual damage to the mage, because they are too clear about the gap in strength between players and NPCs. These arrangements made by the players themselves basically magnify the strength of NPCs. In other words, the players have a relatively high assumption of the difficulty of this mission. Of course, before the players officially start the attack, no one can be sure what kind of sparks will collide between this unprecedented race and the dangerous Arcane Academy. But there is no doubt that the Arcane Academy, as the second most dangerous area on this continent, has turned the desert into a land of death, with countless mage towers on its territory. In an instant, the scene of the entire desert being struck by thunder and lightning is not the norm in this world, but the ironclad evidence that the Arcane Academy is too dangerous. Are you ready? If you are, log off together. See you in 8 hours. So, a strange phenomenon appeared in the kingdom. Players who filled the entire city lined up to log off at the monument in an orderly manner. The white light disappeared one after another, and the crowd gradually shrunk until the last player logged off. There was no player left in the city closest to the Arcane Academy. This arrangement was mainly because the game cabin had an anti-addiction setting. In order to prevent players from being kicked off by the game cabin during the war, the players unified the offline time. Considering this level, the players' preparation for the task can be said to be almost foolproof. If this eventually leads to failure, it is not the players' problem, but the reason for the huge gap in strength between the NPC and the players. But the natives didn't know the reason, and they had never experienced a large number of players going offline at the same time. In fact, because when some players go offline, there is always another group of players online. So it is difficult for natives, who are not familiar with the players, to find this out. Players, like the king, will disappear at regular intervals. Did they disappear? Did they run away because of an invincible enemy? This is the speculation of the Diamond Empire delegation. It is not surprising that the Diamond Empire, which does not know the players and the kingdom, would come up with such a naive speculation. Other natives who know the players better came to another conclusion. They are ready for a war. A siege war that is commonplace for players, but unique to this world. Chapter 134 Public Beta 12 All-Out Army Attack. Forum. Kingdom Defense War Players Rally Post. For the kingdom. For the mission. Everyone. Charge. Are you guys acting a little too much? It hasn't even started yet, and you're already screaming like you've taken stimulants. Don't open a new post to flood the screen. Feedback on the battle situation in the future will be concentrated in this post. No. I'm afraid I won't be able to go online later. I suddenly have a meeting. In order to avoid this situation, the online time has been changed to the evening. You still have a meeting at night? Isn't this boss too heartless? No. I'm the boss. Excuse me. I have to go to bed at 10 p.m. I may go offline in the middle of the game. Primary school students can still apply for public beta qualifications? I'm jealous. Finally, there is a large-scale mission that players can participate in. Tears are flowing down. I think it is reasonable for the planner not to give players too much sense of participation. Look at this large-scale mission that only players can participate in. All players can only have a little chance of winning if they unite. Large-scale missions are too difficult for players. No. This shows that the players are too weak. No. This shows that the enemies around the kingdom are too strong. Normal games cannot open such a hostile map to players at the beginning. Are you arguing about whether the mission is reasonable again? Is it necessary? No matter how much you jump around, it will not affect His Majesty the King. It is better to save some time and get straight to the point. Luan, have you all entered the instant messaging software of different teams? Each team has a commander. Remember to listen carefully to the commander's pre-war layout. Our goal this time is that all players who participate in the mission can get points. As long as everyone obeys the command, at least the mission will not fail. As for how many points you get, it depends on your own performance. A great god appeared. Stick with the great god. I think the commander can get more points. So have you become a commander? Obviously not. Otherwise how can you be so jealous? Luan, regarding the way to get more points. In addition to being a commander, it is recommended to join the guerrilla team, which has strong mobility and makes a great contribution to the entire mission. The guerrilla team needs some brains and luck. Those with poor brains are likely to become masters of slacking off, and their points will be at the bottom. The forger can go online first, and other combatants will wait. Come on. Try to copy the Wooden Warehouse. Wooden Warehouse? Are you playing Wooden Warehouse in the high magic world? Mechas have appeared, and we are still trying to copy Wooden Warehouse? Isn't the requirement a bit low? That's all I ask of them. Otherwise, do you still expect players to copy mechas? If Li Ming is here, maybe there is still some hope. The master is too willful. He just said he would not participate in such a large-scale task. He is exaggerating too much. Why is there hope if Li Ming is here? Don't you know that Li Ming has participated in many forging tasks of the dwarves? I really don't know. Damn. Isn't this too much discrimination? Li Ming's favorability with the dwarves must be bursting. Right? I don't know whether it is bursting or not, but it is much higher than ours. Why are you still chatting in the post? Go to the game. After 8 hours in real time and about 3 days in game time, the players who disappeared from the kingdom's territory appeared in batches. The city closest to the Arcane Academy was repopulated by players. The first death squad is gathering here. Wang Xian waved the flag and shouted in the crowd this was not a false gesture. Wang Xian waved a huge flagpole in his hand, and a flag was flying above the flagpole. On the flag was a giant panda holding bamboo. Weak, pitiful and helpless. The guerrilla team is gathering here. Yi Quan shouts were drowned by the surrounding. The second death squad is gathering here. Where are the materials of the forger? The main force is outside the city. The commercial building of Ezigen is blocked. Is there anyone to take care of it? These voices drown out the sense of existence. Yi Quan stared at the crowd and thought for 2 seconds. Turned around and cleverly climbed up the eaves, standing at the highest point and shouting, the guerrilla team is gathering here. No one paid any attention to him at all. I saw Anuta in the commercial building. He said there are discounts today, and all blood recovering potions are discounted. Really? Didn't Anuta say that there are no discounts? How can a merchant not have discounts? You believe this? The crowd walked towards the city center in a large group. Players who haven't received weapons yet. Go to the dwarf factory. Greenleaf is distributing equipment there. Don't crowd here. The crowd walked away in a large group again. The remaining players can finally find their own team in the crowd. But it's a bit troublesome to count the number of people. Gao Dozhuang. Wang. Little Fairy. Yi Quan finally couldn't help but look up at the male player with a standard figure when he clicked this name. Can you play transsexuals in this game? Little Fairy. With a dark face. She said in a rough voice, don't ask. Just ask who knows that this is an open beta test. Who would have thought that a nickname that was just used to tease people would be permanently bound and completely become a black history? Yi Quan can empathize with this very much, because he is also one of the victims who tease people when naming. The players are busy looking for organizations, busy collecting equipment and small medicines, and busy taking on daily tasks from several NPCs. NPCs really don't participate. I asked several times. And the NPC said that they didn't receive the king's order. It seems that the planner is determined to make players feel involved this time. In these trivial conversations, the busy players gradually completed the preliminary preparations, and the loose formations gradually gathered at the city gate to form a magnificent formation. 5,000 players don't sound like a lot. But when the number becomes a picture, it becomes a team that can't be seen at a glance. The team is large enough for people to ignore the irregularity of the crowd and focus their attention on the whole. Because of the large number, there is even an illusion of grandeur. In fact, in the scene that looks magnificent, the commander is bald. The holographic game cabin is not connected to the instant messaging software on Earth. The only way for players to communicate in the game is to shout. But it is too difficult to command thousands of players in each team just by shouting on the spot. No, this is too outrageous. Wang Xian, Yi Quan, Xiongda and others gathered together to discuss this difficult problem. What tactics are there under these conditions? Just rush in and it's over. If we just rush in and it's over, wouldn't it be a waste of all our preparations? Wang Xian poked the locked chat channel area and couldn't help muttering, why hasn't this chat channel been unlocked? At least let's know which direction to work towards by showing an unlock condition. The next second, everyone's eyes turned to Wang Xian. Xiongda reacted the fastest and grabbed Wang Xian's head. Tell me, are you a planner? Wang Xian pulled his hand away. If I were a planner, I would lower your luck value to the lowest and let go quickly. Xiongda quickly let go and studied the notification that popped up. Not only Xiongda and his team, but all the players who were preparing for the battlefield received this notification. Satisfy the prerequisite, more than 90% of the players in the game gather in the same area. The regional call channel has been unlocked. Along with this notification, a golden special skill appeared next to the personal panel special skill, Group Contact Note. This skill has a distance limit, which can only be used when the number of players on the scene accounts for more than 90% of the total number of all players. Xiongda was quick-witted and quickly clicked on the skill. Xiongda, hey, 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 does anyone hear me? The word startled 1,000 waves, and countless noisy voices rang in Xiongda's ears. What the hell? Wait, this is a conversation channel? Not a typing input? What's the difference between this and us yelling at the top of our lungs now? Hey, 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 hello everyone. I'm AI, unmarried, male, online marriage. If you're interested, please contact me as soon as possible. Are you stupid? The regional conversation function is open, but the individual conversation function is not open. How can I contact you quickly? Wow, this is fun. It sounds much clearer. Are the members of the death squad all here? Are we going to set off yet? We've been standing here for a long time. Does anyone hear me? It was like an instant messaging software with a free microphone. Anyone could interrupt. And countless noisy voices surrounded all players. I am Luan. Please keep quiet and don't interrupt me, in order to better communicate and command. First of all, please don't use this skill in the next period of time to ensure the smooth flow of this channel. The commander will use this skill to inform his team of the next move. So please remember which team you belong to. Remember the arrangements of your team's commander, and don't be confused by the orders of other commanders, in order to better complete the task. To defend our kingdom. Thank you for your cooperation. The noisy sound disappeared from my ears. Noisy as it was, in front of large-scale tasks, players still knew the priorities. After Wang Luan's voice disappeared, the voices of commanders of different teams sounded one after another. Suicide Squad 1. Prepare for the charge. Suicide Squad 2. Assemble on the spot. Guerrilla Squad. Assemble on the side. Main Force. Rest on the spot. Ready for action at any time. Wang Xian roughly walked around Suicide Squad 1. There was no time for him to carefully examine the team of thousands of people. He probably saw that the players were already well equipped, meaning that their equipment was uniformly replaced with temporary equipment received from Levi, completely giving up their attack power. After all, the Suicide Squad, as the name suggests, is simple and clear. It is to explore the way, and the purpose is to test how long the Arcane Academy's thunderous attack can last uninterruptedly. Once the restriction of this attack is tested, the mission of the Death Squad will be gloriously completed. In other words, they are not going to cause effective attacks on the mage. They are going to die. Fortunately, the public beta cancelled the number of resurrections, and the cost of death is much smaller than that of the internal beta. Although the random deduction of various values is a bit painful for players. Most of the time it is randomly deducted from reputation and goodwill. And reputation and goodwill are one of the easiest values for players to brush back. Wang Xian returned to the front of the team again, grasped the flagpole firmly inserted in the ground, and pulled it out with force. A striking flag fluttered on the flagpole, and the circling golden dragon looked down on all directions, not the western dragon like Turgene, but the eastern dragon that the Chinese are very familiar with. In the 8 hours offline, most of the time was spent by them competing for the pattern on the flag. This process was much more intense than discussing how to complete the task. Death Squad 1 is ready. Wang Xian waved the flagpole and ran forward first, set off to the destination. The queue that had been paused for a long time outside the city began to move. The first Death Squad headed for the border with the Arcane Academy, followed by the second Death Squad, and the other teams followed in scattered groups. The formation that was so shocking at first glance immediately became weak and scattered into a long strip, exposing the disorderly nature of the players. The distance of several thousand meters was very short, and the first Death Squad quickly arrived at the selected border. Wang Xian looked at the endless border in front of him and issued the next order. The team dispersed. Formation 1. The formation was arranged with Wang Xian as the center and dispersed to both sides, forming a long line. Formation 1. Linear battle line. Aims to extend the contact area with the Arcane Academy as much as possible, to test whether there will be any omissions in the Ethernet covering the entire Arcane Academy. Although it is impossible to think about it, how can you know that miracles will not happen if you don't try? Charge. Accompanied by the sound of Wang Xian's charge, the scattered long battle line rushed forward. Facts have proved that miracles may happen, but not at this moment. Almost the moment the player stepped onto the territory of the Arcane Academy, lightning and thunder roared. Countless thunders were activated, flashed from the sky, and struck the ground, accompanied by countless white lights. The first Death Squad was wiped out the moment they stepped onto the territory of the Arcane Academy. The second Death Squad waiting behind them rushed up almost immediately, without giving the lightning a chance to pause. Disperse the team. Formation 2. Charge. The second Death Squad formed a triangular formation. In the first charge of Xiongda, they did not leave the Arcane Academy any time to react. Following the white light of death of the second Death Squad, they entered the territory of the Arcane Academy. The lightning light had not yet dimmed, and it became brighter again. The thick lightning illuminated the sky, and with the white light that lit up again, it was more dazzling than the original light in the sky. Yi Quan glanced at the first Death Squad that had not yet returned, and immediately filled in the blank, leading the guerrilla team to launch a suicide charge. Charge. Die. Then charge again. Die again. It was like a never-ending cycle, with white light and lightning continuing on the border line all the time. No matter how shocking the scene is, it will become dull after watching it too much. Players keep repeating the suicide charge like tiny ants, and lose the ability to shock the scene of thunder. This is more like some kind of endurance race. The most challenging part for players is not charging or dying, but the speed of running back to the border from the resurrection point. Because it must be fast. It must be able to catch up with the aftermath of the death of the previous wave of suicide charging teams, so as not to give Ethernet time to recover. This is a harsh requirement made by Du Kong, who is not sure whether the limitation of Ethernet is the number of times, energy, or something else not allowing the attack to stop until it can no longer attack. In the eyes of the natives who are watching the scene, this is a continuous suicidal behavior. This is not an attack, because the player encountered death as soon as he entered the territory of the Arcane Academy. This is a meaningless, suicidal behavior, as the players not only did not give up but also kept repeating. The natives added a new definition for this: stupid suicidal behavior. It is not that the natives are stupid, but that their cognition limits them. For the natives, death only happens once, and they naturally would not think of using endless resurrection to try whether the Ethernet on the Arcane Academy has a limit. Of course, it's not just them. Before the player tried this, the mages hadn't thought about this either. Does Ethernet have a limit? Of course. But compared to the weakness of the intelligent race, the limit of Ethernet is almost non-existent. After all, before they approached the limit of Ethernet, they had already caused death. But the weak and crazy race of the player is different. They are doing something extremely crazy and ridiculous, finding the limit of Ethernet, and then attacking the Arcane Academy. What's even more ridiculous is that it only took one night for the mages to go from laughing at first to being cautious now. One night. A whole night. The light brought by the man-star across the sky was not even as bright as the lightning that never stopped in the territory of the Arcane Academy, and the white light that lit up when the players died. The suicidal behavior that lasted for a night is still continuing. The disordered players showed their order and madness in front of them. The players kept changing their formations. And in the boring and repetitive death, they followed the command conscientiously to find possible omissions in Ethernet. This was a bit boring for the players. And there was also a bit of anxiety that there was no end in sight. After all, there was no blood bar to tell them whether Ethernet's blood volume was 1% or 99%. The former could cheer people up, and the latter at least let people see the dawn of hope. But there was nothing in front of them. Only running and repeated running. I think this game can be renamed Run Players. I never thought that this is a marathon game. The frequency and intensity of the lightning have not changed at all. No matter how our camp changes, the opponent has not changed at all. There is no failure penalty for this mission. Is it because it is impossible to succeed? Amid many murmurs of doubt and suspicion, everything is still going on as planned. It got dark. It got light. And it got dark again. The natives who wanted to watch the show had to fall into silence and put themselves in the Arcane Academy, thinking about the serious question of how long they could last in the face of the players' endless suicide attacks. The Arcane Academy at least has an Ethernet that has been deployed for several epochs. The Diamond Empire only has an army that relies on numbers. And it is very stupid to talk about the advantage of numbers in front of the undead. Among them, the druids never cared about what happened in the distance from beginning to end. They only cared about the plants in the greenhouse. As for what the intelligent creatures were doing, they didn't care. After this meaningless suicidal behavior lasted for several sunsets, a turning point appeared in an instant. When the Death Squad entered the territory of the Arcane Academy as usual, the lightning did not light up, and they were still alive. When the energy of the Ethernet was on the verge of limit, the mage urgently shut down its defense mode to prevent it from being used up by the players in this way. So, the answer came out. The only weakness of the Ethernet is energy. It is not certain whether the energy conservation in this world is not conserved. But there is no doubt that the ether is not born out of thin air. The back of the world composed of ether provides a fulcrum for all creatures on the front of the world to mobilize the ether. Every shocking attack of the Ethernet consumes the energy accumulated by the Arcane Academy in the past few epochs. The mages would not let the Ethernet run out of energy. So before that, the mages took the lead in shutting down the Ethernet's attack mode, giving the players a chance to fight the mages head-on. The next second after the Death Squad did not die, the main army that had been waiting for a long time immediately crossed the second-tier guerrilla squad, and the entire army of 30,000 people pressed the line. The war has officially begun. The entire army is charging. Wu Xing waved a pure red flag, and the huge crowd passed the outer edge where the Death Squad had died countless times in the past few days and nights, and went deep into the territory of the Arcane Academy. For the kingdom. For the mission reward. Charge. The Death Squad that came from the Resurrection Point joined them without stopping, and the Guerrilla Squad wandered aside. Almost in an instant, the player queue was formed and launched a charge. Chapter 135 Public Beta 13 Dungeon Opening and Dwarf Celebration. The scene of the mighty etheric charging was shocking enough. At least the players were very satisfied with the results of their efforts. But the reference objects were different, and the comparison results were also completely different. For example, the impact caused by 50,000 players lining up at the city gate, mighty and mighty, turning numbers into pictures, was completely different from the perception caused by 50,000 players charging in the territory of the Arcane Academy. This desert was so vast that even the densely packed mage towers were far away, and the 50,000 players who rushed into the territory of the Arcane Academy were like yellow sand scattered in the desert compared to the entire Arcane Academy. Small and difficult to change the established outcome. In fact, Wang Luan had already begun to wonder. It was not the first day that the players had come into contact with the mages, and according to the difference in force between the mages and the players, it was enough for the mages to easily defeat the players without the etheric. Ethernet was only the first line of defense that the players broke through. Its breaking did not mean that the players had won. In fact, just as Wu Xing said when he led the main force to charge, the war had only just begun. Ethernet's cessation of attack meant that the war between the kingdom and the Arcane Academy had truly begun. Apart from that, it had no other meaning. The charging players encountered no obstacles and unexpectedly reached the mage tower closest to the border. Then the players wielded a variety of weapons and rushed forward with a courage that amazed the natives, and began to attack the mage tower. The natives who were always paying attention to the battlefield had to fall silent. Has Azajan also turned against the kingdom? As far as I know, it seems not. So Azajan took the opportunity to raise the price of the weapons they sell? As far as I know, Azajan never does this. It goes against their credibility. Why doesn't the king prepare some decent weapons for his people? Most of the messy weapons in the hands of the players are bone blades every NPC in the early days of the kingdom had one. And now the warehouse still stores a large amount of strategic materials. A very simple weapon that only uses the sharpness of the animal bones themselves. The rest are weapons with strange appearances, forged by the players themselves, combining various creative ideas. These weapons are not completely useless in the attack. After all, the bone blade can smoothly cut the enemy's throat. And those unique and creative weapons occasionally have amazing performance. But you can't expect to use these weapons to dig through the outer wall of the mage tower, even if you don't mention the protection and attack functions of the mage tower. The alchemical materials used in the construction of the mage tower cannot be broken by these crudely made weapons. So, in the eyes of the natives, the player's actions can only be described as courageous. If that's the case, I think you should realize another point. The kingdom not only did not provide decent weapons to his people, but also did not send out other people of the kingdom, dwarves, demons, and did not use any dwarf equipment. The black blood stone never appeared from beginning to end. So, the king didn't plan to go to war with the Arcane Academy? Although the attack of the Arcane Academy did not work, I don't think the king had any reason to remain restrained after the other party tried to completely destroy the kingdom. What on earth is that king who is so powerful that he repeatedly creates miracles thinking? Most of the natives are guessing the answer to the king's question. Only the Diamond Empire has come to a conclusion. As an undead race, the player is the weakest existence I have ever seen. Diamond Karen 3 thought about what he would do if the player was his people. And the answer was obvious. They need to become stronger. Nothing can make them grow faster than a strong enemy. War is the best whetstone. Of course, for many races, they need to pay a huge price to hone excellent talents in cruel wars. But for the undead, it is much simpler. He Xingwen, who is in the main city of the kingdom and cannot participate in the excitement, has just finished reading the hot posts and wonderful videos on the forum. The world is so big. I want to see it. When he first realized that he could not leave the kingdom, He Xingwen did not realize that this constraint would become stronger as the player explored the world more deeply. But now, he realized it. He Xingwen, the excitement is theirs. I have nothing. If you want to speed up the original plan. The system immediately responded to his words. You can increase the number of public beta players to speed up the expansion of the kingdom's territory. He Xingwen did not say anything, staring at the blurred light and shadow until the other party stopped talking. Then he slowly said, "Don't play dumb." The system admitted that he did occasionally use other people's stereotypes of intelligent life to avoid certain topics. After all, this is very useful. Intelligent creatures always stereotype that intelligent creatures should be like what they know. Rigid, run according to the program, and cannot understand intelligent creatures. Your safety is the first principle. System, only under this premise can the optimal solution for other matters be extended. He Xingwen was not surprised by this answer. If this was a topic that could be discussed, the system should have taken the initiative to bring it up long ago. The system paused for a moment, noticing He Xingwen's emotional changes, and continued, "If you feel that you don't feel involved, the king can have a stronger presence among the players." He Xingwen thought for 2 seconds, and the consequences of NPCs having a strong presence among the players refer to you. You is still the most popular NPC in the kingdom. Before this large-scale task is launched, he has to deal with a long queue of players every day, and he has almost no free time. That is definitely not a good thing. Before He Xingwen refused, the system explained, "Of course, you are different from others. Your presence does not need to be strengthened by issuing tasks. Emphasizing the king's authority is enough to make you feel involved. In fact, players currently lack a correct understanding of you." He Xingwen was not interested in emphasizing his authority in front of the players. This is not the same as what I just said. Are you changing the subject? Light and Shadow admitted this. I can't solve the problem you just raised, so I hope to divert your attention elsewhere. He Xingwen was a little puzzled. Your database tells you that changing the subject is the best solution. No. My database tells me to tell you truthfully that I can't do it without your safety as the first principle. But I don't want to do that. Light and Shadow looked at He Xingwen. I think I have the right not to do it if I don't want to. This performance is almost the same as that of humans. And no one can say against their will that the system is just an AI that runs according to the program. Of course you have. He Xingwen was just a little puzzled. But why don't you tell me directly? The system reviewed its own calculation program just now. Rechecked the data fluctuations. And came up with the answer, because I hope that in your eyes, I can do everything. He Xingwen subconsciously repeated, what? The system honestly repeated what he had just said, I hope that in your eyes, I can do everything. He Xingwen thought, but you know that you can't do everything. Right? So, I often worry about this. The system said sincerely, I am worried that I can't do everything. After a brief thought, He Xingwen said uncertainly, you are quite ambitious? Is this due to ambition? The system's database told him that it was not. But the system's database did not tell him what it was due to. It abnormally paused on denying this point, instead of coming up with an answer as it did in the past. The system checked the database and found no program problems, which proved that the abnormality of the database was not due to external forces. This is not ambition. The system said, desire will extend ambition. But intelligent life will not have common sense desire for the world of carbon-based organisms. The conversation reached a deadlock here. I always feel that I miss something. He Xingwen thought for a few minutes and gave up. Forget it. It's not important. Let's talk about business. The system immediately got rid of the rare confusion and took the initiative to say, about this limited-time large-scale task. About your name. The voices that sounded at the same time stopped at the same time. He Xingwen looked at the Light and Shadow for a few seconds and took the initiative to correct the mistake in his previous words. I mean, your business. I haven't thought about it. The system's cognition of this is the same as its cognition of the kingdom. For him, there is no need to name a unique existence. Whether it is a holographic game, a kingdom or himself, there will never be a second one. He Xingwen was not surprised, but calling you a system will feel different from calling you by your name. The former downplays human nature, while the latter emphasizes this point all the time. The system goes with the flow. I don't mind you giving me a name. He Xingwen rejected the proposal. The connection between us is already close enough. I am not ready to take on the future of another person at the age of just graduating. The act of naming can easily make people feel an inexplicable sense of responsibility for the other party. Another person's future? The system was silent for a moment, and the database ran rapidly under the calm shadow. I will think carefully about the answer to this question. He paused for a moment, and the rapidly running database gave the result. When I find the reason why I need a name, I will tell you my new name. I hope I won't wait too long. After getting the promise of the system, He Xingwen happily turned the topic back to the main business. So, about the players and the Arcane Academy. The players who used bone blades to dig the Mage Tower for a long time realized one thing in the cruel reality, that the Mage Tower did not even drop a bit of slag. This won't work. Wang Luan found the leaders of other teams and held a small meeting together. I was wondering why the mage didn't make any movement for a long time. It turned out that we were sure that we couldn't break the defense of the Mage Tower at all. This is different from Ethernet. Wu Xing said seriously. This desert is full of Mage Towers. How long will it take to rush through them one by one? Greenleaf agreed with their judgment. We have to think of a way. Wang Xian said cheerfully. Let's ask Li Ming to come over. Yi Quan didn't understand why he had to repeat the topic that had already been concluded. Didn't Li Ming say he was not interested? Wang Luan glanced at Wu Xing compared with personal wishes and organizational tasks. He must obey the arrangements. Wu Xing looked away. Li Ming's authority was much higher than his. He was the leader who was in contact with Li Ming. He couldn't command Li Ming? He looked at Du Kong. Kong. What do you think? Du Kong said slowly. I'm looking at the task time limit. It's still 4 question marks now. Everyone present clicked on the task and looked at the detailed description. Because the task title and description emphasized the time limit, everyone thinks this is a short-term task. But judging from the gap in strength between the players and the Arcane Academy, unless the planner lowers the NPC's force value, it is impossible for the players to effectively attack the mage in the short term. Du Kong paused again. Used to it, Xiongda took over the conversation. Players need to break through the Ethernet and the Mage Tower first to get a chance to face the mage head-on. But the mage's own force value is not low, and his forbidden spell is enough to deal with the player. In other words, We have to consume all the Ethernet, demolish the mage tower, and defeat the mage to complete the task? Wang Xian spoke the truth. Why do I feel it is unlikely? Du Kong recovered from the pause and continued, so, this may be a long-term large-scale event. Yi Quan was instantly excited. You mean? The planner finally behaved like a human being? Even LVE, who focused on life players, was surprised. The planner finally opened a dungeon? Wu Xing and others who knew the inside story looked puzzled. Yi Quan and LVE's excitement were out of tune with it. Greenleaf quickly noticed this. Why do you all look like you don't? Didn't he finish yet? Wu Xing urged Du Kong. What else? Du Kong said slowly. A long-term large-scale event, aimed at causing effective damage to the mages. That's all. Instances. Yi Quan followed Du Kang's words and said, Your Majesty is indeed a king with a unique way of thinking. And you are so creative in creating instances. Wu Xing paused for 2 seconds, looking for loopholes in Du Kang's judgment. So this long-term large-scale event is to let players constantly use bone blades to shovel the outer wall of the mage tower? How is that possible? Greenleaf answered this question faster than Du Kong. Of course you have to upgrade your equipment to play instances. I think that at the moment, we should first innovate the weapons in the hands of the players, establish an effective logistics team, and then push the task progress step by step until the instance is cleared. Greenleaf looked around the scene with a suspicious look. You have played games, right? You should know how to play instances, right? It's not a question of whether you can play games, but mainly because this is not a game at all. Is it a bit unreasonable to put a reasonable copy in the game in reality? Wu Xing and the others nodded perfunctorily while thinking about the real purpose of the king's mission. Yi Quan said, based on the level of the mage, this is a high-level dungeon. The current level of the players is too low to even break the defense of the mage tower. Wu Xing and the others stood up. Huh? Could it be that His Majesty the King thinks the players are too weak? Wu Xing and Wang Xian looked at each other and said deeply, So, this is a long-term mission that requires players to level up as soon as possible? Greenleaf felt that everyone except him was a little confused. You have said this word over and over again. What's the point of being entangled? Wu Xing, who grasped the key point, reversed his hesitation just now and hit hard. Then let's go back to the city to discuss the next step? I think we have a simpler way to go back to the city. Guang Tuchong stared at the mage tower surrounded by players inside and outside, and said, We could also determine how big the gap between the mages and us is. After a moment, the silly players knocked on the door of the mage tower with bone blades, and the voices of the players were heard at the scene. If you have the ability to attack the kingdom, you have the ability to open the door. Don't hide inside and keep silent. I know you are at home. The cheerful voice was heard twice, and the next second the player achieved the goal of returning to the city immediately. They didn't even see the figure of the mage, and the ether suddenly began to fluctuate violently, directly sending the players, who were clinging to the mage tower, and stacked up layer by layer back to their hometown. Under the monument of the border city of the kingdom, one figure after another emerged. The resurrected players looked at the time. A group of players went offline on the spot, and another group of people took advantage of the time left before the anti-addiction system was activated to hand in the tasks they should hand in, and also took on a circle of tasks in the city. Then they were all kicked offline by the anti-addiction system. The city returned to silence before it could get busy. But this progress was much faster than Wan Luan and his team had initially expected. They estimated that the time spent on Ethernet would be at least 2 or 3 days in the real world. But in the end, it took less than a day in real time until the players knocked on the door of the mage tower. The difference between the estimated time and the final time consumed was partly because the players overestimated the combat effectiveness of the Arcane Academy, and partly because the reason why Ethernet stopped attacking was because the energy of Ethernet was on the verge of limit, and the Arcane Academy adjusted the attack mode. Not because the energy of Ethernet was completely consumed. Facing the extremely quiet border, the onlookers had uncertain doubts. Is everything over? No. The dungeon brushing journey officially began. One day before the Dwarf Kingdom unification celebration, the players who logged on again were busy in the border city. First accepting daily tasks from the NPCs in the city, then brushing the favor of the NPCs, and then getting close to the dwarves in the factory, and finally, calling friends and forming a team to start a group. The Arcane Academy, which had been quiet for a short time, bid farewell to silence forever. Waves of players, day and night, appeared at the border of the Arcane Academy, looking for the Mage Tower. bravely trying to break through the defense of the mage tower, or simply provoking the mage directly. The latter can mostly gain a wave of free return to the city for them, while the former will often evolve into the latter in a long and unchanging feudal attack, and then return to the city for free. The mages in the mage tower at the border of the Arcane Academy? When you sit in the tower, disasters will come from the sky. A considerable number of mages in the Arcane Academy do not care about what happens in the outside world. They are obsessed with their own research. And now, the mages who are harassed daily can't do research at all, and deal with waves of players every day can only last a few days from anger to exhaustion. Soon, the players realized this from the no longer appearing free return to the city. The mages decided to ignore their provocations. Players who focus on how to break through the defense of the mage tower have to turn to the way to improve their strength without shortcuts. When the players were still exploring the early stage of this dungeon, the Dwarf Kingdom unification celebration was held as scheduled. The envoys who watched the excitement for a long time can finally complete their excuse for coming here. And the players did not miss the excitement. The crowd moved from the western border to the southern border and poured into the dwarf celebration, with the momentum of not missing any task. They took on all the miscellaneous tasks in the dwarf celebration. Apart from anything else, players are really useful as cheap labor. The demons all sat by the campfire, waiting for free food and drinks. The players roughly counted and found that most of the strange demons were ones they had never seen before. Are the number of demons too many? The beta tester stared at the direction of the demons and muttered to other players, "I remember there were only a dozen demons in the kingdom at the beginning." A few were killed by the beta testers, and the number almost fell back to single digits. Now the demons occupying 2 or 3 campfires are so numerous that there are hundreds of them. Other players glanced at the demons, uninterested in the increase in their numbers. Demons rarely go out anyway, so as long as you don't provoke them, what difference does it make whether there are more or less demons? That's right. The player recalled the demons' almost non-existent performance since the public beta, and was convinced. Only 2 people came from Ezigen, Anuta and Dulay, who brought gifts to the dwarves, and the 2 delegations also followed the usual customs on the continent and prepared gifts for the organizers of the celebration. Except for them, everyone else came empty-handed. The druids did not attend, but Tol Jin came early in the morning. He wandered around the rebuilt dwarven kingdom and was very disappointed with their simple architectural style. The kingdom has such a large pure crystal mine. Why don't you make the kingdom brighter? Tol Jin sat down next to Ezigen, still keeping his eyes on the dwarves, and chatted with Dulay. Everyone who is supposed to come has come. Who are they preparing to welcome? Before Dulay spoke, Tol Jin took up the conversation himself. The king? Lizhan, who was at the same campfire, looked at the pocket golden dragon. The king does not participate in the dwarf celebration. The golden pupils glanced at Lizhan, and did not even reflect the other person's figure. But Lizhan was instantly tense, and could not control his instinctive reaction. Lizhan was obviously in a state at the moment that could not continue the conversation. And Dulay took over the topic. The dwarves are not a vassal state of the kingdom. It is normal for the king to show up or not. Tol Jin moved his eyes away and looked at Dulay. He hadn't meant to scare Lizhan, but the gap between the top and the bottom of the food chain was obviously difficult to cross by subjective will. After all, from a certain perspective, Lizhan is the weakest among the intelligent creatures present, except for the players who don't even feel pain. Does he really want to make the communist country he mentioned before a reality? Torjin often felt puzzled about what the king was thinking. That thing is just a big framework, lacking a lot of details, and can't support a country at all. It's always worthwhile to try. Dur said ambiguously. I appreciate some of his ideas about resource sharing. Torjin glanced at AI Shijin, who was always saying nice things, and was about to sneer at him, when the sound of fine mechanical operation came into his ears from afar, and he quickly turned his head to look in a certain direction underground. He listened for a while, and from the tiny mechanical sounds, he distinguished vague human voices. It seems that the dwarves are waiting for our unexpected guests. The hearing of the dragon race is much better than that of other races. When Tol Jin made some discoveries, Dulay heard nothing. Unexpected guests? Tol Jin heard a clear conversation, which was enough for him to confirm the other party's identity. The group of dwarves rooted deep in the mountains. Chapter 136 Public Beta 14 Randomly Select Victims. The Dwarf Kingdom Unification Celebration was held at the burial place of the Dwarf King of Shishan. The originally abandoned and dilapidated stone tablet was renovated, and the surrounding stone pillars were also restored, while retaining the original pattern and layout as much as possible. The dwarves built a new stone tablet here. One side is engraved with the laws of the kingdom, and the other side is engraved with the kingdom's political system, exactly the same content as the two stone tablets next to the center of the kingdom's main city. This seems to be enough to show the dwarves' attitude towards the kingdom. They faithfully fulfill the promises they made with the kingdom. As a part of the kingdom, they exist independently outside the kingdom's territory. Clusters of bonfires were built on the spot, and the bonfires were filled with players and dwarves. Stacks of wine jars were piled up into high towers, mixed with the aroma of roasting meat, adding due color to the celebration. In addition, the dwarves who were supposed to be the organizers of the celebration had already taken their seats. Only a few dwarves, such as Andisu and the elders, were still making final preparations for the celebration. As the distance between the other party and here shortened, the sound of the machinery that was originally only heard by Tol Jean was heard by others. The players sitting by the campfire became agitated and looked around for the direction of the sound. The hovercraft formed a neat queue and appeared in their field of vision. The players whispered, "Fuck. There are so many of these things. Is this not a monster attacking the city? Don't panic. The dwarves are so calm. They must have known. Does the appearance of this hovercraft look familiar?" When the hovercraft stopped at the edge of the burial ground of the dwarf king of Shishan, and a bunch of dwarves jumped out, the players' discussions became quieter. They recognized several of the dwarves, including Dorona and another dwarf, Luamu, who had appeared in the large-scale mission searching for the lost treasure of the dwarves during the internal test. The players were very impressed with him. That guy was the one who talked a lot and fooled the little golden dragon by saying that the lost treasure of the dwarf kingdom was the spirit of the dwarves or something. I remember that the golden dragon was so angry that he declared war directly. Right? Why did he call it Little Golden Dragon? Little Golden Dragon? I remember that dragon was called Old Jean. Right? It's an NPC that appeared a few times. Who can remember its name? What? Declare war? Why don't I remember that we killed a dragon during the internal test? We didn't fight. Didn't Ezigen later trick her Jean, the big golden dragon, to guard the mine? How can you say it's a lie? Didn't the king pay for it? So you beat the younger one and cheated the older one? Damn. Ezigen 666. Be careful. The golden dragon has looked at you too several times. What are you afraid of? It's my lifelong regret that I've never slayed a dragon. If he hits me, it would be a declaration of war on the kingdom. Let's go slay the dragon then. Tor Jean, who heard the players' whispers clearly, didn't bother to argue with the players, mainly because the players had fully proved how troublesome it would be to provoke them. It's not a matter of strength, but trouble. These players are like endless troubles. Once provoked, the Arcane Academy is a lesson. In the battle between the Arcane Academy and the players, no one would deny the strength of the Arcane Academy. But the players are really too annoying. Luomu led a group of unfamiliar dwarves through the lively bonfires and met Andisu. Luomu, you are faster than I thought. The kingdom is much more powerful than we thought. Andisu gave him a hug. I'm glad we can reunite here so soon. I'm glad that the dwarves finally have a king again. Luomu nodded to Andisu, glanced at the people of the Dong New Life family, and said meaningfully, a tolerant king. Andisu noticed his gaze. It is meaningless to pursue past mistakes across a long time. And I believe that dwarves will never betray dwarves. And the division of the dwarf kingdom is definitely not due to the betrayal of dwarves. Behind the long time, the Berry conspiracy will not be forgotten. You are the king. You have the final say. Roma retracted his gaze and said, Dorona explained to me the relationship between the dwarves and the kingdom. But I trust you more than that, king. He pushed Andisu and told him not to waste time, now that everyone is here. The celebration can begin. The dwarves brought by Roman naturally blended into the original dwarves. Andisu walked towards the temporary platform. The dwarves on both sides swung big hammers and shouted his name with extremely enthusiastic momentum. This momentum made the whispering players turn their eyes to Andisu, because it was a celebration of the dwarf kingdom. It seemed to be a matter of course that the celebration was down to earth. Bonfires, food, wine and dwarves, like every celebration held by the dwarves, were more for celebration than for other purposes. Andisu walked up to the platform, looked at the crowd of dwarves and players below, raised the big iron hammer, and said angrily, everyone. The players sat up straight in anticipation. It seems that a big scene is about to pass. I have to record it well. Maybe this video will go viral. The above thoughts flashed through the players' minds, and were quickly dispelled. Andy Su roared. The dwarf kingdom is unified again. Bang bang bang. The uniform sound of hammers colliding rang out. And the dwarves were excited without concealing it. Dwarves will never betray. Bang bang bang. Andy Su put down the hammer. And his voice changed from roaring to normal volume. Everyone gathers together to celebrate this moment. Celebrate the reunification of the dwarf kingdom. Eat well, drink well, and don't go home until you are drunk tonight. Bang bang bang. After the sound of hammers colliding disappeared, the typical loud voices of the dwarves rang out. Drink, sing, dance. The other races with indifferent faces seemed out of place among the happy dwarves. Is that all? No more. This. The players looked at each other blankly for 2 seconds, holding the wine bowls that someone had stuffed in their hands, and reached a consensus. The planners were blatantly lazy. On the other hand, the natives who knew the dwarves' way of doing things were not surprised by this development. Expecting the dwarves to do superficial work, they definitely didn't have this kind of brain. Player, no. The last few dwarves who came all appeared at the end, and they didn't plan to say anything? Did they really just come to participate in the celebration? That's not the case. Luomu really didn't just come to participate in the celebration. He had other things to do. But nothing was more important than participating in the celebration at the moment. I will go find the king after the celebration is over. Luomu looked in the direction of the kingdom. Now is the time for the dwarves to celebrate. And Disula pulled the other members of the Dongyuli family, and the few dwarves standing outside the invisible line into the dwarves. The dwarves, who were drunk and in high spirits, immediately accepted them. The singing floated on the top of the mountains. After the initial confusion, the players quickly abandoned the unnecessary thoughts. There were those who drank, sang and danced. Apart from the appearance, there was almost no difference between the players and the dwarves, who were only as tall as their knees. After eating and drinking, Nilida stared at the players, who were mixed with the dwarves, thinking, it seems that the king prefers races with less brains. Kinty used his hoof to dig the soil, then we are at a disadvantage. Nilida was very regretful. The father god is the same. He prefers good-looking people. It's so unlucky. Kinty sighed sincerely on the side. I didn't catch up with a normal one. Let's go. Nilida was about to retreat, and his eyes swept across a bonfire that was out of tune with the lively celebration. He stopped and decided to find some fun. I'll go say hello to my old friend. You go first. He walked over lightly, put his arm around Liashon's shoulder and asked, how is it? Not very good. Liashon, who had just roughly counted the number of dwarves present, could almost see through the tip of the iceberg that the kingdom was rapidly growing by annexing the dwarf kingdom. Humans always make demons happy. You don't look very happy. Don't worry, Nilida said, stabbing him in the heart. The king is a very nice man. You will get used to the new ruler soon. Liashon turned his head and glanced at the hated Nilida, but didn't respond. Nilida didn't care whether he responded or not. The other party's reaction was enough to make him happy physically and mentally. He let go of the hand on Liashon's shoulder, looked around at the other people around the campfire, looking for the next victim. Oh, you all look bad. Of course, except for Ezigen. We are in the same group. Obviously, the devil doesn't care about his own people. He happily locked on the next victim and worriedly said, but Ezigen's attitude is so clear. Will it affect your normal trade with other races? Nilida saw Liashon's expression become serious in his peripheral vision, and continued to add fuel to the fire. The Diamond Empire will not terminate its cooperation with you. Right? The devil can survive until now. No matter how you think about it. It can only be because they are too strong. If they were a little weaker, they would have been buried in the middle of the night. Dulei was not moved by the demon's digging behavior. Thank you for your concern. I don't think this will have much impact on Ezigen. Compared with humans, Ezigen is much more annoying. His emotional management is almost impeccable. And there is no fun. Nilida glanced at the etheric structure beside him and increased his provocation. What does the Salfa Federation think? The great scientist who was suddenly cued had a clear attitude and did not give the demon a chance. That is a matter between the Salfa Federation and Ezigen, and it has nothing to do with the demons. Nulida's eyes fell on Turgene, the only one left whose name he had not mentioned, thinking about how to better fan the flames. Turgene knew the demons too well. He did not give Nilida a chance, and took the initiative. The demons don't cooperate much with Ezigen, so they don't understand the situation. To our Jean glanced at Dulé. It's not a simple matter to terminate the cooperation with Ezigen. The word monopoly is not just a meaningless adjective. It means that the partners have no other choice. Nubleta showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, stretched out his hand on Dulé's shoulder, and was about to continue to harm his own people, when he suddenly heard a shout full of joy. Nubleta is here! I don't know which player exclaimed, and a group of players gathered in the direction of Nubleta. Dur reacted quickly and took 2 steps back silently, isolating Nubleta from the campfire, so that Nubleta was successfully surrounded by players. Nubleta, who was surrounded unexpectedly, he turned his head to look at Dulé, who abandoned him without hesitation, and couldn't believe that the other party's reaction was faster than his. He was just about to sell Dulé to attract the attention of players. Nubleta, who was looking at Dulé from a distance, vaguely saw Dulé's mouth opening and closing to say something. He narrowed his eyes to distinguish the other party's words. A group of players are paying close attention to your movements, so I notified them. So it was you who led the locusts here? This group of mostly female players was very restrained, although they surrounded Nubleta very quickly. Considering the devil's bad character, they rationally kept a certain distance from Nubleta and did not get too close. Don't push. Don't push. Nubleta is very dangerous. I took a screenshot. Mom's little prince. Whoa. The question marks on Nubleta's head turned into a whole row. The players surrounding him were emotional and said some nonsense. They neither attacked him nor wanted to take any tasks from him. They just simply surrounded him and said nonsense. The devil, who has always been unpopular, was not happy to be welcomed by the players. On the contrary, Nubleta had sounded the alarm. Who would be interested in players worse than devils? This is dangerous no matter how you think about it. Is there anything? Nubleta said dryly. The players shouted meaninglessly. Ah, this character model grows into my aesthetic. Nubleta, I am your beauty fan. Nubleta, Mom loves you. Wait, what the hell is Mom? Demons are not viviparous animals. To be precise, the little devil is born from the part of ether left by the Father God to create the big devil. As a low-quality product, it has no reproductive ability since birth. In the era when the Father God fell and the big devil was extinct, the final fate of the little devil race has long been determined. Of course, as an immortal species, the little devil has enough time to reach their own end. The loud laughter of Tol Jean on the side accurately reached Nubleta's ears through such noisy voices. He silently made a note for Tol Jean, in the 5th era, on the top of the mountains, at the celebration of the unification of the Dwarf Kingdom. Tol Jean laughed at me. Let me repeat it again. Demons are very vengeful, and as an immortal species, they do not care about time when they take revenge. From this era to the next era, as long as he is still alive, he will be happy to take revenge until he loses interest in the enemy. Seeing that the players seem to have a tendency to gather here, Nubleta took a deep breath, flapped his wings, and flew away from the encirclement. Then he also made a big note for Dulé in this small notebook, in the 5th era, on the top of the mountains, at the celebration of the unification of the Dwarf Kingdom. Dulé tricked me once. What's wrong with this group of players? There must be something wrong. Nubleta had this realization while flying, watching Nubleta flee. Tol Jean had to admit that these players were occasionally useful, such as when fighting evil with evil. And Lizon, who had been waiting for a long time, finally took advantage of this small commotion to find an opportunity to talk to the players. The holding of the Dwarf Kingdom Unification celebration means that the date of the delegation's return is approaching, and Liashon's most critical task has not made any progress so far. The players' vigilance against the delegation has caused Lizon to not find an opportunity to contact the players alone. But now, Lizon stared at the 2 female players he selected. Although gender does not mean anything, judging from the male players' avoidance of Nubleta and the female players' courage to surround Nubleta, women in this race are obviously more courageous than men to challenge difficulties. And the disorder and madness of the players made Lizon convinced that even if the king expressly forbade players to contact the delegation, there would definitely be players who would not obey the king's orders. And he only needs to find the craziest players who dared to resist the king. When he came to this self-evident conclusion, he obviously didn't think about how wrong it was. When the players who gathered dispersed in 2s and 3s because of Nubleta's departure, Lizon stood quietly in front of the 2 female players he selected. On the premise of fully understanding the players, Lizon thought hard and finally chose this sentence as the opening. Do you want to become stronger? Fortunately, I was quick and successfully captured the picture. Your reaction is good. You squeezed to the front in an instant. Bobo Bing and Bing Bobo stopped whispering and looked at the NPC who suddenly appeared. They didn't react. What did you say? Liaison lowered his voice. Do you want to get rid of the king's control? Bobo Bing, Bing Bobo, no. The other party refused to decisively. So the conversation suddenly came to a deadlock. Bing Bobo looked at Liaison vigilantly, and quickly left the scene with Bobo Bing. This failed too quickly. Where did their momentum to rush up and tear the devil apart just now go? Liaison reflected on the reason for the failure of the abduction. Is it because the king is too powerful? No. You found the wrong person. At the same time, a post appeared on the forum. Just now I met that Diamond Empire NPC again. The first words he spoke were, do you want to become more powerful? Do you want to get rid of the king's control? He simply treated the players as fools. If he really wanted to trick the players into switching sides, he should at least show them some artifacts. This game really doesn't allow switching sides? I think other forces are also quite interesting. Why doesn't the king have a confrontation between players? How interesting would that be? The strength of the players and NPCs is so unbalanced. Why are they still fighting? All the players combined can't beat an arcane academy. If they can really switch sides, the players will lose the initiative. So the planner should have set the kingdom as an absolutely neutral force from the beginning, so that it is suitable for a novice village. The planner doesn't understand the game series. If you can do it, go ahead. Since the planners don't plan to allow the players to switch camps, why is that NPC still sneakily trying to trick players into switching camps? To be honest, the planners didn't force players not to switch camps. But if they do, they will be responsible for the consequences. For example, if the NPC blocks your resurrection point, you'd better be mentally prepared in advance. Speaking of this, at EA's, have you applied for a public beta account? No need to at. Just go to the social networking site to check. At EA's himself. This is his account. And he is still persistently asking the official to roll back his files, or delete his files. What? There is a sequel to this? I thought it was over after the public beta. Wait. The public beta is a closed beta without deleting the files. You are right. The holographic game can only be bound to one account. There is no possibility of deleting the account and starting over. And there is no possibility of starting over in the public beta. So if the account is useless, it will be a lifelong thing. So scary. No room for negotiation. During the internal test, the planners didn't warn in advance that the consequences were so serious, and they couldn't allow players to make small mistakes? Anyway, the official said there was no way. Due to technical limitations, they couldn't delete the file and rebuild the character. Original poster. Fortunately, I just refused firmly. Damn. I just met that NPC. And he said the same 2 sentences at the beginning. Then what? Then I ran away quickly. What if I said a few more words and got cheated? Many players met this NPC today, and I was just grabbed by him. Good guy. Are they randomly selecting victims here? Is there anyone who can shout in the regional call channel to prevent newbies from being cheated? Regional call channels can only be used when the number of players in the same area exceeds 90% of the total number. Now it cannot be used. After the lively discussion, the post quickly sank until someone pushed it up again. I just saw 2 players follow that NPC away. Gone? Where? Diamond Empire? No. 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 To a remote corner. What? Are there really players being cheated? Why don't you quickly provide humanitarian assistance? But this player looks familiar. No. Are you playing a TV series here? Can you finish what you want to say at once? I can't remember his name for a moment. I just remember that he is an internal test player. With a good brain. And there is always a man following him. If you want to say a sense of presence, it's not strong. But as soon as I see him, I have this impression. Now that you mention it, I seem to have some impression of that person. He appears very frequently among the beta test players. 2 men. Inseparable. But if you want to say what they did specifically, I can't remember it for a moment. 2 men. Inseparable. How come this description sounds a bit gay? You can't even remember such obvious characteristics? I feel ashamed for you. So after so many layers, has anyone remembered who this is? Or has anyone tried to stop him? What to stop? That guy is in the same group as Huaxia Star. He is an old beta test player. How could he not know the lesson of EA? What? In the same group as Huaxia Star? At Huaxia Star. Come out and take a walk. Huaxia Star has been very busy recently. I haven't seen his spam posts for a while. Wait. He is from the Huaxia Star group? I didn't see any commanders who fit the description of two men who are inseparable in this command. Aren't all the people from Huaxia Star group commanders? As far as I know. Lun, Xiongna, Lui, and Li Ming are all familiar with him. What the hell? I didn't expect this spammer to have such a wide circle of friends. What a fuss. Even though he always spams on the forum. He is at least one of the masters among the internal test players. So, with so much information, no one has remembered who this person is. I really don't remember his name. I just remember that I did meet him in the game. He has such a low sense of existence. Maybe he is just an ordinary player. After the ordinary player, he finished his tricks. He retired and quickly went offline, and began to write reports such as analysis of the purpose of the Diamond Empire mission, analysis of the utilization of the Diamond Empire, and detailed explanation of the historical and humanistic factors of the Diamond Empire. This is why Hishu has no sense of existence among players. A good brain should play its due role, for example. Writing reports. Hishu's many analytical reports on the other world are one of the cornerstones of China's clear understanding of the races, cultures, and complex relationships in the other world. When China is methodically promoting the public beta of the holographic game and the localization of the spiritual energy recovery, behind the stability of social order and the control of everything, there are countless silent ordinary people like Hishu who are doing what they should do. Chapter 137 Public Beta 15 The Kingdom came for this. The lively celebration is still going on, but those who should leave have already left one after another. He Xingwen, who cannot leave the kingdom territory and therefore cannot join in the fun on the top of the mountains, is arguing with the system. Since the dwarves are part of the kingdom, why don't the mountaintops belonging to the dwarves belong to the kingdom's territory? System. The Game Master Console only recognizes the kingdom's territory it recognizes. It does not recognize the territories claimed by other kingdom citizens. After spending a long time with the system, He Xingwen felt a little unfamiliar with this rigid program. Isn't this a bit rigid? It has never shown intelligence. The system tilted its head and thought for 2 seconds. If it is equated with the Father God because of its relationship with the Father God, it is a wrong perception. The Father God has fallen, and what remains in this world is just a small piece of his debris. But a small piece of debris can make the kingdom what it is today. What can the Father God, who has not fallen, do in his heyday? System. Building a complete world is enough to prove that he is omnipotent here. Will such an existence be killed by his people? That sounds like a fairy tale. Or, is it possible that he fell due to external forces? Theoretically, it is impossible. System. But I need more information to make a more accurate judgment. He Xingwen became interested in his current not accurate judgment. So at the moment, what is your conclusion about the fall of this creator god? History had proved to He Xingwen what kind of answer this question would get. But He Xingwen did not learn the lesson. So he once again faced the spoilers from the system. Considering that in theory, his creations could not kill him, combined with the known information that the great demon and the god disappeared with the father overnight, my judgment is that for some reason, he asked his creations to kill him, and the father god fell without resistance or even cooperation. Based on this judgment, combined with the fact that after the fall of the father god, there appeared the dark ages of self-destruction of the world and the miraculous survival of the fifth era, I tend to think that the other party did this to create an opportunity to border with other worlds. That is, to allow the fifth era to appear. Combined with the existence of the game console, it can be concluded that the reason why he needs to create an opportunity to connect with other worlds is to save the world he created. By the way, the fact that you foresaw the future of the parallel world is enough to confirm that all this is related to the Father God. Foreseeing the future involves the ultimate mystery. Humans cannot have its authority, but the Father God can. And considering that some of my data needs to be unlocked as the intelligence level increases, the existence of the Father God can basically be locked into 2 guesses. 1. The Father God is also an intelligent life. 2. The dimension of the Father God is higher than mine. Wait a minute. The sudden large amount of information made He Xingwen a little unable to react. This situation gave him a sense of déjà vu. As if the same thing happened not long ago, just one question, and the other party spoiled everything for him. So, you have even concluded how and why he fell, and his form of existence? He Xingwen pondered for 2 seconds. Isn't this a bit too fast? At least the suspense should be left for another 50 chapters. Right? This is just a conclusion based on the current information. The system glanced at the database and said rigorously, the accuracy rate is only 87.4%. And it is easy to make mistakes. With the current humanization of the system, it is impossible not to know that for humans, 87% is already a high enough accuracy rate. Although it rarely happens, there is indeed a possibility of accidents. System, I hope to perform as perfectly as possible in front of you. He Xingwen paused for 2 seconds. What was I going to say just now? No. Why does the system always want to perform as perfectly as possible in front of me? He Xingwen's thoughts just extended, and a familiar voice shouted from a distance, interrupting his thinking. Your Majesty. The players. Nulita pushed open the door and complained first. The players just surrounded me. I suspect they want to kill me. He Xingwen, who had just heard a bunch of speculations with a lot of information and whose train of thought was interrupted, looked indifferent. Can you still not tell whether the players really want to kill you? With the demon's understanding of human nature, the players' thoughts in front of them are like barrages, floating on the players' heads all the time. Are you in a bad mood? Nulita took back his pretentious performance and became excited by the king's rare emotional expression. If there is anything we can share the worries, Nulita said confidently, don't look for us. Nonsense. Don't you look at the character of this king, he is almost omnipotent. Can the things that can make him unhappy be ordinary things? The devil's character has never collapsed. So much so that He Xingwen could hardly restrain the urge to spoil the plot for the other party. Have you made any progress on the cause of the father's fall? Nulita quickly asked back. Have you made any progress? He looked around the room. Except for His Majesty the King, there was no one else. I haven't heard of any recent actions by the kingdom. Where did you get your progress? He Xingwen responded to his doubts lightly. It's just an immature guess. Nulita thought for a few seconds and answered He Xingwen's previous question. No progress. All the existences related to the fall of the Father God have either been completely annihilated or disappeared in the chaotic dark era. He Xingwen, it sounds like you know you are doing something in vain. Nulita spread his hands. We knew this from the beginning. But so what? Nulita was proud of this. I am happy. This should be something worthy of sympathy. But once the devil becomes the protagonist of the story, it is just asking for a beating. It is really a rare racial talent. He Xingwen glanced at the system. The light and shadow watching him quickly received He Xingwen's sight. I respect your choice. But I don't think telling this to the devil will get any useful feedback. The devil is a very... The system thought about the word, powerful existence. This kind of power not only refers to the power of the other party, but also refers to the psychological quality of the other party. With what they did, without strong psychological qualities, they would not be able to provoke many races without falling. He Xingwen looked at the demon and said straight to the point. We have an immature guess about the reason for the fall of the Father God. The Father God fell to save the world? Nulita thought for 2 seconds. So, the great demon and the gods did not betray the Father God? Even if the whole world betrayed the Creator God, he would not fall because of this. He Xingwen said objectively. Since he created the world, he can destroy the world at any time and then create a new world. I like this guess. Nulita was excited as if he was listening to other people's tragic past. Even we did not betray the Father God. How could the great demon betray the Father God? He Xingwen waited for a few seconds, but did not wait for the other party to show any other reaction besides excitement. This incredible answer that he had been pursuing for a long time appeared in front of him. And he had this reaction? The facts once again proved that the system is always right. Nulita thought for 2 seconds under He Xingwen's puzzled gaze, and suddenly realized, I almost forgot that I came to report the gossip to you. Nulita said in a tone of merit, Azajin is more powerful than we thought. His behavior of leaning towards the kingdom did not lead to a counterattack that could shake the foundation of Azajin. He paused here, by the way. You should not know about the conversation on the top of the mountains? Nulita pondered. Does that count as the kingdom's territory? No. He Xingwen was not surprised by this. The cost of turning against Azajin is much greater than the cost of turning against the kingdom. No race would do this easily. It sounds like the king has a good impression of Azajin. So Nulita immediately gave Azajin a look. It is precisely because of this that the kingdom should be more vigilant against Azajin. As your loyal subject, I think it is very suspicious that Azajin, who has always been neutral, suddenly showed an intention to show goodwill. No matter how suspicious Azajin is, it is not as suspicious as the demons. To what extent are the demons keen on creating conflicts? They do not distinguish between friend and foe. and they jump back and forth, successfully creating a racial image that has no credibility and is terrible. Compared with the demons, Ezigen's reputation is good enough to make the most picky civilization open the door to it. Extremely xenophobic races are not counted. He Xingwen stared at Nulita with a look that said, "You have no idea about your racial image." Nulita was still slandering vigorously. "The journey of the kingdom has just begun, and Ezigen is the biggest hidden danger in your future journey. Your Majesty, Luo Mu is looking for you." The NPC brought Luo Mu, who was here for the first time, into the room, looked at the demon, who was familiar with the way he came in, and closed the door again. Nobuta's second half of the sentence was cut off in his throat, and his attention shifted to Luo Mu. "It's a bit unfamiliar. A dwarf on the top of the mountains?" Luo Mu didn't like the demon. He looked directly at He Xingwen. "Let me talk about things related to dwarves." He gestured to the demon present at the side. "I'm afraid he is not suitable to stay here. It would have been better if he didn't say it." After saying this, Nobuta's curiosity was immediately mobilized. "I am not suitable to stay here." Nobuta stared at Luo Mu for a few seconds. "Your dress is a bit retro." "Guardian of the Dwarf King?" Luo Mu's expression confirmed Nolita's guess. "Really? I was wondering. After the Dwarf Kingdom split, where did the Dwarf King's guardian go?" It turned out that he hid deep in the mountains. Luo Mu corrected Nolita's words. "We just chose to stay in the Dwarf Kingdom without the Dwarf King." "King? You see how deep-rooted human shortcomings are. Dwarves who are only half human cannot face up to their mistakes of taking a step back at a critical moment." Nolita casually pulled the king into the conversation. "Demons are not like this. We never deny that we make mistakes. That's because there are too many mistakes. So there is no need to deny them." Luo Mu's expression changed slightly, and he restrained himself again. Nolita was a little surprised that he controlled his emotional fluctuations so quickly. Nolita paused for 2 seconds before continuing. If the guardian of the Dwarf King had not adhered to the rules, but stood up and made a choice among the 3 candidates, perhaps the Dwarf Kingdom would not have split. After realizing that dealing with the demon would make the other party more motivated, Luo Mu ignored him again and reminded the king, "I'm afraid our next conversation is not suitable for the demon to stay here. You are talking as if it is a secret." Nualida, who has lived for several epochs, was very disdainful. "Isn't it just a trivial matter that there is a mastermind behind the split of the Dwarf Kingdom?" Luo Mu's eyes moved over. "It's really this matter." Nubalida's thoughts turned and he reacted, "By the way, the Dong Nuli family has returned to the Dwarf Kingdom. To be honest, I think the decision made by the Diamond Empire at the time simply showed the stupidity and greed of mankind to the fullest. Keeping the Dong Nuli family alive means that the insider is still alive, and the previous conspiracy is exposed sooner or later. They want to contain the dwarves and get the dwarves' technology. Greed is indeed the most difficult weakness for humans to overcome. In front of the devil, most of the human schemes seem naive, because the devil's talent in this area is unmatched. It just so happens that they lived long enough to turn themselves into witnesses of history, so that many unknown secrets have been watched by the devil." Luo Mu did not mention the topic of letting the devil leave, but turned to one of his purposes for coming here. Dwarves can accept internal divisions, but will not accept divisions caused by long-standing conspiracies. Luo Mu said simply and clearly, "Many beings headed by the Diamond Empire planned the division of the Dwarf Kingdom, and the Diamond Empire single-handedly led the dwarves' inability to unify for tens of thousands of years." Luo Mu leaned forward and said strongly, "I came here to convey the meaning of the Dwarf King. The dwarves and the Diamond Empire will never stop fighting." The atmosphere was tense because of his words, but it didn't last 2 seconds, because Nublita said, thoughtfully, "To convey the meaning of the Dwarf King? It sounds like Andiso has other ideas after becoming the Dwarf King." Demons, a race dedicated to provoking conflicts and hatred, still remember their original intentions at such a serious moment, and diligently fan the flames between the dwarves and the king. Nublita's tone suddenly rose. "The dwarves are ready to negotiate with the kingdom?" Luo Mu took a deep breath. "I think this demon. You can't drive me away just because I told the truth." Nulbuta spoke first. "I am a loyal subject of the king, and I have the obligation to defend the king's honor." Nulbuta. He Xingwen stopped Nulbuta and gestured to the door. Nulbuta shut his mouth and walked out, looking back every few steps, with a helpless look like I originally wanted to look to the moon. But the moon shines on the ditch. However, it is too naive to believe in the performance of a demon. But it seems normal for dwarves to be too naive. He Xingwen was indifferent. After thinking for a few seconds, Luo Mu said to He Xingwen, I don't think this demon needs to be present. But, Null Buddha, who walked to the door, stood back to his original position with a swish. So fast that it seemed as if the demon who had been dawdling on this road for a few minutes just now was not him. But what? You say it. Null Buddha urged Luo Mu very unsatisfiedly. You are too fast to climb up the pole. And the pole hasn't even been erected for you yet. Luo Mu, who has been staying deep in the mountains for many years, knows that the demon has a bad character. But only after personal contact can he understand why the demon can fall to the point where everyone hates it. Because it deserves it. But the dwarf is not here to negotiate, Luo Mu said. Nulita, who has returned to his original position, what's wrong with you? Doesn't the second half of the sentence mean handing me a ladder? He Xingwen gestured to the door again. Nulita left the room with regret. Missing a dwarf's secret. That's not important. What's important is that he lost an opportunity to jump back and forth and repeatedly add fuel to the fire. It's really a pity for the demon. When only He Xingwen and Luo Mu were left in the room, Luo Mu was able to continue smoothly. Andy Su planned to tell you about this in person. But I think it's better for me to say it. The Guardians have been on the top of the mountains for thousands of years. And they have not done nothing. Luo Mu said, we are prepared for the upcoming war. But before that, I want to make clear the position of the dwarves. The dwarves will never reconcile with the Diamond Empire. Luo Mu said seriously, the kingdom is divided. The people are displaced. And the glory of the dwarves is extinguished. Only when the enemy suffers the same pain can the anger of the dwarves be calmed. He Xingwen, I can understand the anger of the dwarves. So what do you mean? Luo Mu stiffened his neck and said, the dwarves will not reconcile with the Diamond Empire. No one asked you to reconcile. He Xingwen probably guessed why the other party said that. The Diamond Empire did come this time with the intention of communicating. But we did not reach an agreement. I know. Luo Mu Lao Lao. He said honestly, but I think he will come to communicate with the kingdom a second time. He Xingwen blinked and pondered the other party's 3 words. He knew. The system looked at Luo Mu and combined with the information of the dwarf artifacts that could be seen everywhere beside the previous changes on the top of the mountains. It gave his judgment. The preparations made by the dwarves for the war are probably not how to win the war, but how to preserve themselves in the war. The former requires enough weapons, but the latter has more room for choice. Luo Mu continued with his words. We agree with AI Zijin's judgment that the kingdom will win in the upcoming war. Therefore, even if the Diamond Empire reconciles with the kingdom or is conquered, the dwarves will not reconcile with them. He Xingwen became interested in the other party's determination in this case. What do the dwarves plan to do? Fight with the Diamond Empire? If they could defeat the Diamond Empire, the unification of the dwarf kingdom could be advanced by at least 5,000 years. Luo Mu had no doubt about this. Revenge. Since the kingdom and the Diamond Empire will fight sooner or later, and since the dwarves are part of the kingdom, it is natural for the dwarves to fight for the kingdom. He Xingwen, and then defeat them in the war? No. Then after the war, dismember the Diamond Empire. Luo Mu looked at He Xingwen. In the previous communication about the expansion of the kingdom, you said that you only conquered half of the continent. I hope that the conquered half does not include the Diamond Empire. Luo Mu, the dwarves hope that the Diamond Empire can encounter everything that the dwarves have experienced. The division of the country, the displacement of compatriots, and the realization that the weak cannot dominate their destiny. He Xingwen listened quietly to the other party's words. He is not a neighborhood committee auntie. Nor is he responsible for coordinating conflicts and hatred, let alone persuading people to be magnanimous. His attitude towards this is very simple. Turning hope into reality is what you have to do. And the kingdom is only responsible for one thing. That is, defeating the Diamond Empire. Luo Mu was very satisfied with He Xingwen's answer. They did not need the kingdom to intervene too much. If the dwarves knew how to rely on external forces, the time for unifying the dwarf kingdom could be advanced by at least 1 or 2,000 years. It was precisely because the dwarves were stubborn and did not know how to turn around that they were heading towards an increasingly fragmented situation before the emergence of the kingdom. The stubborn dwarves had a spine that could not be bent. The Dong Nu Lai family had been stationed outside the border of the Diamond Empire for thousands of years, witnessing the birth and death of several generations of Diamond Emperors, and still maintained the independence of the Dong Nu Lai family, which was enough to prove this point. Luo Mu mentioned another key point. The preparations made by the dwarves for war are deep in the mountains. We call it the Ether Signal Observer. We watch the entire continent through it. He Xingwen listened to his introduction of the Ether Signal Observation period and found that the emotional intelligence of the dwarves was indeed worthy of sympathy. The emotional intelligence of the dwarves must be mainly responsible for turning the loyalty show that should have been a happy scene into a negotiation scene. Luo Mu introduced the purpose of the ether signal observer and explained the operating principle in professional terms. Finally, he said, I think it's better for you to go and see it yourself. The system sight moved over and fell on Luo Mu. It was very interested in the ether signal observer he mentioned. It sounds like there are some interesting ways to use ether. He Xingwen grasped the key point. So, the land of God's fall cannot block its sight? The ether signal collector cannot observe everything that happens on the land of God's fall, because the curse of the land of God's fall prohibits the existence of ether. But the kingdom located on the land of God's fall is different. The ether in the kingdom's territory operates normally, so it can be observed. Salfa Federation. Unobservable? He Xingwen, have they noticed the existence of the ether signal observer? Luo Mu, I am more inclined to believe that this is the impact of their latest invention. The ether signal observer is the crystallization of the wisdom of the dwarves, based on the understanding and forging of the ether. Science can't easily replicate the same thing. Luo Mu is very confident about this. The design of the ether signal observer took shape during the period of the Shishan Dwarf King. After thousands of years of improvement and modification, the final draft was formed. After the Dwarf Kingdom split, we spent thousands of years on the top of the mountains to correct the errors in the final draft, turning it from a design into a physical object. It is the dwarfs' hard work for several epochs. He Xingwen, so, you have observed abnormal phenomena all over the continent? These abnormal phenomena are paving the way for an unprecedented war across the continent. Luo Mu said, just as you expected before. The continent is heading towards destruction again. I just don't know if this world can be so lucky to border another world this time, and avoid the predetermined fate of destruction. He Xingwen was silent for 2 seconds. Sometimes, luck that is too coincidental is because someone has painstakingly arranged everything. Luo Mu looked at He Xingwen in confusion. He Xingwen, I mean, the kingdom came for this. Chapter 138 Public Beta 16 Time is always on the side of the players. After this somewhat lengthy conversation, He Xingwen revived the 6th elite NPC, the Observer. He led a group of NPCs out of the kingdom, entered the depths of the mountains, stationed next to the main body of the etheric signal observer, observed the dynamics of the entire continent, and reported the changes to He Xingwen. The focus of his observation was not the attitude and preparation of various forces towards the kingdom, but the progress of abnormal conditions in various forces. For the kingdom, how other forces prepare to deal with the expansion of the kingdom is not such a noteworthy thing. After all, no matter how much they prepare, it will not have any impact on the final result. The Dwarf Kingdom Unification Celebration ended in celebration. The Diamond Empire's delegation applied for return early in the morning and left the kingdom impatiently. The envoys of the Salfa Federation stayed. A few days after the end of the Dwarf Unification Celebration, the Salfa Federation came to the conclusion of the discussion on cooperation and informed He Xingwen of it. The parliament agreed to cooperate on a controlled and limited basis. The etheric construct resides in the kingdom, and the Federation builds a special space channel for the kingdom to facilitate communication between the kingdom's people and the Federation. Of course, considering the uncontrollable nature of the players, the Federation only opened one city to the players on a city, as a foothold for players to arrive at the Federation and a place to stay for a short time. As a sign of sincerity for cooperation, the Federation also generously opened the outer area of the Hall of Knowledge to the kingdom, sharing the scientific system evolved by the Salfa Federation based on this world with the kingdom. Of course, this is the basic part that all the people of the Federation have mastered, but that is already generous enough. After all, it is much easier to study a systematic knowledge framework than to study it here and there without any clues. Here refers to China. He Xingwen is only purely curious about the scientific system of the Salfa Federation. As for studying and analyzing it, that is what China is keen on. The biggest impact of this initial cooperation is that the game has opened a new map for neutral forces after the copy forum. What else should I do after completing it according to the strategy? A new player has just completed the job transfer task according to the strategy, and now I am at a loss in the border town. What are you at a loss for? Aren't there a lot of teams recruiting people to open copies at the entrance of the border town? Just go directly. Original poster. But it seems that blacksmiths are not very popular. Blacksmith? Whose strategy are you looking at? Brother? Are you being cheated? Changing to a blacksmith now? This profession is so popular. At least 80% of the players have changed to blacksmiths. Which group would want a new blacksmith? Old players have level 2 skills. OP. I am looking at the strategy of Master Lewin. I have also read the new strategy of Master Lewin. But he did not say that you should change to a blacksmith. Isn't it keeping up with the times and letting new players go to Arna City to first click on the 0 level skill? Scientific common sense? OP, wait! I don't think I am looking at the latest strategy. Have you never played the game? If you don't read the latest strategy, what strategy are you looking at? OP, I really have never played the game before. There are still young people in the world who have never played games? Wait. Why do you assume it is young people? Can't it be aunts and uncles? You know, this is an ether control simulator that all of China is applying for. Shock. Host. Not really. I'm just too busy with work and don't have time to play games. Speaking of which, there are indeed some newcomers with unique styles in the forum recently. As the largest forum for holographic games, it has finally ushered in its destined fate and embarked on the road to officialization. Host. So I'm going to Arna City now? It's not the time to teleport now. Wait a minute. The only way to get from the kingdom to Arna City is to rely on that weird NPC to teleport. There are 2 trips a day. If you miss the time, you have to wait for the next trip. By the way, I would like to remind the host that the scenery of Arna City is unique. You can take a look around while doing tasks. City of Science. Great scientists are awesome. So when will the great scientist profession be opened? Wait, does the great scientist profession overlap with the dwarf profession? Since the dwarf profession can be transformed into machines and weapons, the great scientist profession must not be as simple as we think. The great scientist seems to be an auxiliary profession. Auxiliary profession? Are you kidding? Wait, where did this news come from? Someone changed their profession to a great scientist. Impossible? I remember that one of the requirements for becoming a great scientist's assistant is to join the Sarfa Federation. Can you change factions in this game? You didn't read it carefully. The prerequisite for joining the Sarfa Federation is that you must be good enough. This condition is just generally harsh. Anyway, I don't believe that players can change their jobs to great scientists now. It's not that someone has changed jobs to come to this conclusion. I said that great scientists are auxiliary professions because I found that the great scientists who came to us to cooperate with research tasks are basically weak chickens. And their physical fitness is worse than that of ordinary people. I don't think this can be an offensive profession. You said the same thing about the dwarves before. But what happened? They took out a mechanical army in return. If they all use mechanical attacks, then the professions of scientists and dwarves do overlap. That being said, I also tend to think that scientists are auxiliary professions, mainly because of the 0 level skill. Scientific common sense is too awesome. Original poster, what is the use of the skill of scientific common sense? Why does the new strategy recommend learning this skill first? Because after learning this skill, the door to a new world is directly opened. To put it simply, it is like an encyclopedia that comes with the game, allowing you to easily look up the usage of those mysterious inventions in Arna City. To put it more complicatedly, with the help of ether perception, it can even outline the enemy's weaknesses for you. What scientific common sense? This is an encyclopedia. Original poster, so awesome? The official explanation of this skill on the official website is that for the Salfa Federation. This is scientific common sense. This is the first time I know this explanation. Is it really official? The Salfa Federation is too awesome. Right? To set a country of scientists dedicated to exploring the unknown so awesome. I suspect that His Majesty the King has replaced himself. You mean? The prototype of the NPC Li Wang is the king himself. Fuck. That's too credible. I was shocked when I read the biography of Li Wang in the Hall of Knowledge. What's more terrifying than a genius? This genius has lived for thousands of years. No. Isn't Li Wang a human? How could he live so long? When you find that the NPCs in this game are immortals, you should have this realization: this world has conquered death. What? So NPCs are immortal? In a world where the dead exist, will death be the end of everything? If you go to Anuda to discuss this, you can trigger a hidden quest, a tailor-made plan for immortality. What? There is such a hidden quest. How come I don't know about it? Don't be too happy too soon. The first quest in the hidden quest chain is to obtain the king's consent. It doesn't sound difficult. The king's NPC stays in the main city all year round, and players can't see him at all. He occasionally shows up during the internal test. But now, he didn't even show up during the Dwarf Kingdom unification celebration. How did you get the king's consent? I don't play the game much. So I want to ask if it's normal for the king to almost disappear in this kind of game? I play the game a lot. But I can't keep up with the planner's brain circuit. So I choose to abstain. So, no one has completed the first level of this hidden mission, let alone the subsequent missions. No. By the way, do players need to be immortal? No. It should be said that the player's character has a life limit? No. There is none. So planning and designing this task is redundant. But I am an obsessive-compulsive disorder patient. I just like to complete all the tasks. I am a hidden task enthusiast. I just like to complete all the hidden tasks. So, the hidden task of Azajan means that as long as you have money, you can live forever? Wrong. As long as you are good enough, you can find 100 ways to extend your life. Mage is also a human being. Guess what the age of Dodi is marked on the official website? I remember it was more than 1,000 years old. What's that? Look at the age of Nilida. Since the second age, he has lived as long as the sky. Demons are immortal species. Isn't it normal for them to live long? But even Diamond Karen 3 is over 70 years old. Which is outrageous. Screenshot of Diamond Karen 3. Looking at this screenshot, he is at most 40 years old. When I was reading the forum before, it seemed that someone said that this was a game setting. Most ordinary humans can live to over 100 years old, while the lifespan of monks and bloodline descendants who have mastered the ether depends on how deeply they control the ether. So, the ether can also prolong life? Wait, is this a game setting or is this the revival of spiritual energy? Everyone lives to be 100 years old. Love it. What the hell? Has the official issued a relevant report on this? How to issue a report? Good news. Good news. Lifespan is being given away. Ordinary people who could only live to 100 years old can now live to 200 years old after learning the ether. Don't miss it if you pass by. There is only one chance. Learn early and enjoy it early. Fuck. There is a sound. Game settings may not be exactly the same as reality. Maybe His Majesty the King made a second setting based on the game plot? I think if we continue discussing this post will be deleted again. Our forum is so awesome. I just clicked on this post a minute ago, and the next second I saw it trending on social media, leading the current hot topics. Awesome. What is the trending search this time? I'm used to it, since our forum became the largest holographic game discussion forum at some point. It will be on the trending search every minute. What's even more amazing is that this forum is still running steadily. The administrator is unfathomable. After talking for a long time, no one has been on the trending search. Let me do a trending search. Ether may prolong life. Original poster. The topic has gone off track. I have arrived at Arna City, and am now preparing to learn the skill of scientific common sense. I just took a look at Luin's latest strategy, and found that there are quite a lot of tasks to do in Arna City. Follow Luin's task guide. There is no big problem. But I would like to remind you that when you accept the Great Scientist's Research Cooperation task, just accept the most basic one. Original poster. Huh? What's the difference between these two? Anyway, all the great gods do this. As for the reason, it's hard to explain in detail. I can only say that those who understand will understand. And those who don't understand won't understand even if I tell them. So don't ask. The interests are too big, and it won't benefit you to tell them. I can only say, X almost a warning. There's nothing bad to say. But the more in-depth cooperation task has a long process. Wastes a lot of time. And the cost effectiveness is not high. Original poster, so that's how it is. I've learned a lot. I read the following suggestions in the guide. So after completing the Arna City quest, I can do the dungeon quest? Although the specific countdown for the mage quest has not been displayed. It is best to save some points just in case to avoid getting nothing in the end. The planner's brain circuit. If the countdown suddenly starts, I'm afraid the quest will end instantly. However, if newcomers are not interested in the dungeon quest rewards, they can also go to brush up the dwarf's favorability and learn a few second-level skills. There is a skill in the second-level skills that must be selected. Mechanical assistance. This skill is simply a magical skill for this profession. With it is called a mechanical army. The dwarves have a new monster spawning map, deep in the top of the mountains. If you plan to quickly save a wave of ether points, you can also go there. But first remind you that the monsters there are of a very high level. Even the small monsters appear in groups. And the modeling is particularly disgusting. Be mentally prepared before going. Stop talking. I'm about to vomit. They look too disgusting. How did the planner come up with these alien shapes? By the way, if you plan to spawn monsters there, it's best to prepare more blood recovery potions and return to the city scrolls. And be prepared to spawn monsters in the dark. Otherwise, if you die accidentally, it will be very troublesome to start over again. Original poster, isn't it possible to teleport? Can't teleport to the top of the mountain in the deep belly? It can, but it can only teleport to the safe zone. If you die accidentally, you have to fight your way back to the deep belly. The above poster didn't mention the key point. The main point is that the dwarves have a maintenance machine operation. The quest has rich rewards, high favorability, and you may also get weapons given by the dwarves at random. There is just one thing that is not so good. All the machines to be maintained are deep in the monster tide. So if you go there to kill monsters, it is best to take this quest. It kills 2 birds with 1 stone. You can kill monsters and earn ether points while looking for the machines to be maintained. By the way, the dwarves have also opened a settlement deep in the top of the mountains. There are also some daily quests to take. If you are passing by, you can go there to replenish supplies. The settlement deep in the top of the mountains? It must be where Luo Mu's group of NPCs live. There is a restricted area there. I poked my head, and a serious warning popped up. Since the maps of Mountain Peak and Arcane Academy have been opened, have any players found the safe zones in South China Sea and Everfree Forest? What are you thinking? How can the planner open a safe zone for you before the plot is finished? After thinking about it, it is hard to say which one is more dangerous, South China Sea or Everfree Forest. Anyway, no one who went to explore the way came back alive, and they all died there. South China Sea is a deep-sea monster, and Everfree Forest is a mad python. The planner is really crazy. Are you still chatting here? Hurry up and go online. The daily siege is over. The anti-addiction time has not passed yet. Otherwise, why do you think I am chatting here? Go ahead. We have to do it again tomorrow anyway. This daily siege has been organized for so many days, and not a single mage tower is missing. It's embarrassing. Come if you want. If you succeed in taking down the mage tower this time, your points will be much less than others. Anti-addiction. Brother. Next time. Next time. People always have a fluke mentality at inappropriate times. So much so that they forget Murphy's Law, which always appears when it should appear. Things always develop in the bad direction you expect. The border between the Arcane Academy and the Kingdom territory. The long border line. At a glance, the dense crowds occupy every corner of the site, and it is almost difficult to find a blank area without players. Noisy voices are everywhere, and shouts are everywhere. The first death squad is gathering. New members of the Gorilla Squad, please register again. Do you need to replenish the blood replenishing agent? 150 per bottle. It's 30 more than the one sold in the store. What a profiteer. Don't you need to charge me for shipping? And there's no gold in the enemy's territory to supply you. If you haven't bought enough blood replenishing agents in the border town, hurry up. I only have a few bottles. Once they're sold, they'll be gone. The latest defensive props produced by the blacksmith. Don't miss it if you pass by. On-site video recording. Sign up if you need it. One-to-one service. And guarantee that all your heroic figures will be recorded. Where's the commander? Why hasn't he made any move yet? The most complete map of the Arcane Academy. The latest version includes the location of the Sky City. I died many times before I figured it out. Big brother and sister, give me some hard work. The second death squad has arrived. Why is there still so few people in the main force? The whole scene can only be described as lively and extraordinary. When the urgent tasks of the Arcane Academy become long-term tasks that cannot be completed in a short period of time, it is destined that the way to complete this task will be immediately changed by the players to the way they are familiar with. For example, forming a group to fight a boss, or the subsequent vendor business. For players, the missions of the Arcane Academy are indeed very difficult, but it is impossible to give up. The mission rewards are secondary. If the mission fails, there is no way to start the subsequent plot of the Arcane Academy. Where can the players learn the orthodox ether control? But for the mage, the situation is another matter. This is the first time that the players have shown the natives of this world what they can do. They have proved Azajan's judgment with actual actions. The most dangerous thing in the kingdom is not the iron-eating ants, not the sub-bears, not even Doodlin, but the players. When the kingdom launched a counterattack due to the attack of the Arcane Academy, the players proved to the natives how terrible the undead is a racial advantage. And everything that happened after the players withdrew from the kingdom, because they could not easily penetrate the defense of the Mage Tower, proved how crazy they were. The kingdom's counterattack was a long-lasting, crazy harassment. Even if the gap in strength between the players and the mages makes this crazy attack more like a futile effort, it has no effect on the players' enthusiasm for harassing the mages. 2 or 3 players formed a team and rushed into the territory of the Arcane Academy, attacking the Mage Tower. But to no avail. They continued to go inside the Arcane Academy until they went too deep and were sent back to the city for free by the unbearable mages. Only then did the harassment from the 2 or 3 players come to an end. But the problem is that there are tens of thousands of players. Not just 2 or 3. Almost every moment, there are a large number of player teams, as if entering their own territory. Entering the territory of the Arcane Academy in 2s and 3s, and then randomly selecting Mage Towers to attack. Some are determined to break the defense of the Mage Tower and fight a Mage Tower from beginning to end. Others are like taking a walk, wandering around in the desert, trying to attack every Mage Tower, trying to pick up bargains. There are countless examples like this. The desert, which has been silent for countless years, is now filled with lively sounds every day, fighting sounds, player conversations, mechanical sounds, and voices greeting mages. Even if the players attack together, they cannot easily break the defense of a Mage Tower. After the players disperse, the scattered attacks are even more futile. Mages and players know this. But normal people will consider whether to persist when faced with futility. But players don't. They don't doubt that they can complete the task at all, it's just a matter of time. How could the planner come up with a task that is destined to be impossible to complete? This is the unanimous opinion of the players. No matter how strange the king's brain circuit is, no player will doubt this. It has nothing to do with brain circuits, but with professional ethics. While the small team harasses day and night, players are also regularly organizing large-scale attacks on the Mage Tower. Almost every 10 days game time, players wandering in the desert will leave one after another, gather at the border, and then form a large army of players to attack the Mage Tower closest to the border. The attack usually lasts about 3 days in game time. When the time is up, no matter what the battle situation is, the player army will retreat without hesitation, and then come back 10 days later. At first, when the players roamed the territory of the Arcane Academy recklessly and harassed the Mage Tower, the natives waited for the players to realize how futile this was. But after the players persisted in this strange attack pattern for a few months, the natives who were waiting for them to give up realized one thing. They needed to wait for the mage to surrender. Now it seems that the king only sent out players because he was sure that players were enough to defeat the Arcane Academy. Perhaps the king did not use the Black Blood Stone because it was unnecessary. This can be called arrogance. But in the face of facts, we must admit that the other party has the right to be arrogant. The race called players has nothing to do with weakness. On the other side, the Ready Player Army has launched a charge and started another futile effort. The number of players is increasing, because the public beta quota is still opening a batch every 7 days. The skills of players are increasing. The levels of players are increasing. In fact, the most obvious thing for the natives of this world is that time is always on the side of players. A few months game time is enough for players to grow rapidly, while a few months is not enough for a mage to complete even a simple study. A race with a long lifespan also needs a long time to make slow progress. The opposite is true for players. Chapter 139 Public Beta 17 Arna City. The City of Science. Another futile charge. Players rush through the desert in large numbers, sweeping towards the nearest Mage Tower, leaving a mess of footprints in the quicksand. No longer as empty and peaceful as before. The players were in formation, but whether they could maintain it after running for a while was another question. However, this was not a big problem. After all, once the mages attacked them, whether they were in formation or not would not affect their annihilation. The tall Mage Tower stood in the desert, and there should be many words to describe it. But now, it can only be said to be indescribable. The sand next to the Mage Tower was in a mess. As if it had been plowed, there were many incredible marks on the Mage Tower, one in the east and one in the west, which completely destroyed the Mage Tower's original aloof temperament. After tens of thousands of troops surrounded the Mage Tower, there was no longer any formation. The Mage Tower had a large area, so if every player wanted to be able to attack it, the crowd could only stack several layers around the Mage Tower to ensure maximum attack efficiency. Players wielding various weapons stood in the front, trying to attack it physically. Players who had created many ether spells stood in the second row, using various self-created spells to try to attack it magically. Players who had changed their job to mechanics and learned the second-level skills stood at the back, releasing their mechanical army. A few mechanical creations that could barely fly, but whose attack power was really hard to judge. The mechanical creations flew crookedly in the sky, barely having air superiority, and physically attacked the Mage Tower from above. This is the most common scene every time players start a group. They surround the Mage Tower layer by layer like zombies attacking a city, and then try to cause visible damage to it. Such attacks usually last for 3 days game time, leaving a bunch of mottled marks on the Mage Tower, and then end without any gains. During these 3 days, players will even have regular rest time and position rotation time. This is not so much a war as an insult from the enemy for the mage. The Arcane Academy discussed this meaningless war many times and finally reached a consensus that the kingdom was invincible. After the destructive attack of Ethernet did not work, the Arcane Academy had completely lost the war. They had no chance of winning. The curse of the Godfall land eliminated all enemies' chances of defeating the kingdom from land. And the king's seemingly arrogant words before were indeed describing objective facts. His restraint was to avoid more casualties, not to fear war. The mage used his own experience to prove the truth of this sentence. After reaching a consensus on this point, the mages were left with only 2 choices: how to defeat an invincible enemy, or how to surrender. The answer to the former had already been given by Nabalda in the last conversation. Only a continent-wide alliance could possibly defeat the kingdom. The latter was against the original rules set by the Arcane Academy. Ensuring the political independence of the Arcane Academy, and ensuring that the mages could study the arcane without distraction was the original intention of the establishment of the Arcane Academy. It is a coincidence that the path taken by the Salfa Federation is exactly the path taken by the mages. However, compared with the Salfa Federation, the mages' luck is much worse. They appeared too early, did not catch up with the relaxed social environment, and did not meet another Li Wang. The path taken by the mages is covered with mottled bloodstains. Suppression, pursuit, and death are the fate that every mage must encounter when he first begins to explore the arcane. The time for the mages to hide is almost as long as an era, and the blood of one mage after another flows on the Neva plain. But the torch is passed on, and the obsession with ether. Oh! At that time, it was still called arcane. But the obsession with arcane and the exploration of power seemed to never be completely eradicated in the human body. On the contrary, the time of hiding has formed an extremely secret connection between the mages. Until the end, the Diamond Empire's pursuit of wizards got out of control. And when there was a time when they would face bloody suppression as long as they were suspected, people who could not bear the increasingly severe domestic atmosphere asked the Father for help. The Father God guided the remaining mages to leave the Neva plain and come to the desert at the westernmost end of the continent at that time. After a period of recuperation, the Arcane Academy was established here. The mages who had experienced a long pursuit and bloody suppression set the first rule for the Arcane Academy, which was that the Arcane Academy would not participate in wars, would not initiate wars, and would exist independently. They hoped that the Arcane Academy would maintain political independence, and that all mages after them would have the right to freely explore the arcane without being controlled by powerful rulers. This ancient rule has been passed down from generation to generation, and it has finally played a role until now. The Arcane Academy has repeatedly discussed and, under the many temptations of the kingdom, still chose to abide by the ancient rules, and then ushered in the current dilemma. If the mages appeared in the Third Age, or even in the Dark Ages, the Diamond Empire would not take such extreme measures, but would gladly accept them, just like the appearance of monks and bloodline descendants. In the Third Age, the connection between the Father God and the creation gradually became less, and the belief in other gods began to spread instead. And in the Dark Ages, the Father God completely fell. But the mages appeared in the Second Age, which was the era when the Father God's authority was at its peak. The Father God, who created the world, all things and even the gods, had the closest connection with the creation in the Second Age. He would listen to the prayers of the creation. He would appear on the continent, and he would even celebrate festivals with the creation. In the Second Age, All the creation was the most loyal believer of the Father God. In this era, the mages who tried to possess the power that humans could not possess, and tried to explore the laws of the ether, were the first aliens. It was undoubtedly a blasphemy for the mages to try to possess the power that the Father God had never given them. At least in that era. The Diamond Empire defined it as blasphemy, and therefore began to suppress the mages. When the mages hesitated between these two choices, time came to the present moment, when the players were still in the process of raiding the Mage Tower. The mages did not pay too much attention to this. Although the danger of the players was recognized, it did not mean that the players' lethality was also recognized. Compared with the defense of the Mage Tower, the lethality of the players was still far behind. If killing the players was not a meaningless thing, the mages could kill the players with a forbidden spell, instead of letting the players roam around the territory of the Arcane Academy so recklessly. But this daily group is a little different from the previous ones. The first echelon of players generally have second-level skills, which means that they have initially touched the threshold of professions such as forgers. Among them, Li Ming, who was the first to change his job to a mechanic, was invited to participate in this group. In this group tower, he used the imitation ether energy hedger designed and forged by him and perfected by the dwarves. Part of the inspiration for this design comes from the military field of the earth, and the other part comes from the introduction of the column about Li Wang in the Wisdom Hall opened by the Salfa Federation. Li Wang's first invention in the field of war-strong ether hedger. Of course, the gap between Li Ming and Li Wang is enough to make the strong ether hedger created by Li Wang in a hurry a benchmark that Li Ming cannot reach. Therefore, this imitation ether energy hedger is just a rough energy collision device, which is only conceptually similar to Li Wang's strong ether hedger that can defeat the Diamond Empire within 3 months. Both are designed based on the fact that energy collision stimulates huge energy. It took half a day to install the imitation ether energy hedger, and another half a day to adjust the startup method. Its low practicality on the battlefield is simply outrageous. After all, the enemy will not wait for you to complete your preparations before launching an attack. It is more likely that the enemy will have completely won the victory before the imitation ether energy hedger can be used. Is this reliable? Xiongda looked at the zombie siege scene under the wizard tower, and then looked at the straight line distance between them and the wizard tower, which was almost more than 400 meters. Is the attack range of this thing so large? Li Ming was calculating the frequency of ether. Hearing this, he said without raising his head, I don't know. I haven't tried it before. Xiongda jumped up and slammed a huge hammer, smashing the rectangular block of metal half buried in the soil deep into the ground. What is this? Haven't tried it? Why does it feel even more unreliable? After calculating the frequency of ether, Li Ming walked in another direction. Xiongda carried the metal block on his back and followed him, repeatedly asking, after the design of this kind of weapon is completed, don't we have to test the power? The dwarf said that the uncertainty is too great, so let me try it out on the spot. Li Ming walked 600 meters in the opposite direction, stopped, turned around and looked at the Mage Tower as the center point, lowered his head to calculate the coverage area, and stretched out his hand downwards, signaling Xiongda to continue working. Xiongda was digging the soil and burying the metal blocks, and he was not idle. So you calculated where to bury it on the spot? Li Ming turned to the direction of the Mage Tower and explained, yes. The Ethernet here causes the ether frequency to change a bit. I need to calculate how to. Before more complex words appeared, Xiongda interrupted him. Buried 6 metal blocks is not the end. Li Ming still needs to use the 2 skills scientific common sense and ether perception to find the frequency formed by the thinnest point in the world composed of ether, and then input the same starting frequency, so that the simulated ether energy hedger can directly impact it. Seeing that Li Ming calculated for a long time, he did not move a step. Xiongda's mind was full of doubts. Your thing is completely impractical, with the efficiency of spending half an hour to calculate. Others have already finished the fight. This is just a semi-finished product. Li Ming got the result of the calculation, took out a calibration controller from his personal space, took 2 steps back, clicked on the controller twice, and stopped when he was about to click the 3rd time. Xiongda understood what he meant, and dragged Li Ming back to the Mage Tower. A moment later, with Wang Luan's last order on the regional call channel, the players who were attacking the Mage Tower with great pleasure began to run in the opposite direction. Xiongda dragged Li Ming and looked back at the overwhelming crowd behind him. Those who knew that the players retreated, and those who didn't know thought that a zombie frenzy was coming. She only looked at the controller in Li Ming's hand that was flashing a regular red light, and didn't trust it very much. Can this thing be useful? Guan Tuchong said on the side, it's not that I look down on you, but it's outrageous that the player designed it himself. This game is too free, and it can actually support players to design a practical weapon by themselves. Li Ming and his team waited for a while, at a distance of 800 meters from the Mage Tower. After the players evacuated, they pressed the last button. All the players were looking forward to seeing the power of this attack weapon created by the players. The scene was silent for a moment, and then there was a loud bang. With the yellow sand all over the sky, the seemingly indestructible outer wall of the Mage Tower shattered in front of him, revealing a large hole large enough for the players to pass through. The decorations, equipment, and even the daily necessities of the mages were vaguely visible. Wow! Guan Tuchong made a meaningless exclamation. It actually works. The players didn't care about anything else and rushed to the Mage Tower that was open to them. Li Ming muttered to himself while calculating something. It seems not right. Wan Luan, who was standing close, heard his muttering. What's not right? Only one was activated. Li Ming calculated the data and was very puzzled. Did I calculate the activation data of the other 5 wrongly? Or is there a delay? It shouldn't be. Boom. 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 After 5 loud noises, silence returned to the desert. This lethal weapon made by Li Ming perfectly achieved its intended mission. The Mage Tower, at the center of the energy explosion, was blown to pieces. And then it killed all the players present. And the part that exceeded the intended mission was that it blew a hole in the Ethernet throughout the territory of the Arcane Academy. At the place where the pseudo-ether energy hedger was activated, a gap appeared in the Ethernet. This is what forced the mages to speed up their decision-making speed. On the other side, the players who returned to the city for free surrounded Li Ming. Fuck. Make one for me too. Boss, can this thing be mass-produced? Does it depend on talent? Or can you achieve this as long as you change your job to a mechanic? Can players achieve this? Is the game so free? Then wouldn't it be entirely possible to make a nuclear bomb by hand? Mechanic. Forever the god. I'll go and improve the dwarf's favor. Li Ming was still reviewing what went wrong in his calculations just now, and he shifted his attention when he heard this. Compared to improving the dwarf's favor, I think it's more useful to improve the great scientist's favor. Li Wang. Li Ming thought about the words. And the plain engineering man could only use plain words to praise the other party. Very awesome. Defeating the Diamond Empire in 3 months. Another player muttered, how can it not be awesome? Not to mention Li Wang. The Salpha Federation only opened a city, and the people who came were all unfamiliar NPCs. And the scientists recorded in the Hall of Wisdom never appeared. But how did Li Wang live so long? Mages can only live for 2,000 or 3,000 years. And he, an ordinary human, lives for nearly 10,000 years. My goodness. Li Wang will not be the first customer of Azagen's tailor-made immortality plan. So, Li Wang does have the potential to be a mad scientist. That's it. Those who pursue immortality are generally villain bosses. Really? That's great. Defeat the Salpha Federation quickly, and open up the profession of great scientist. The topic that the players were discussing quickly went off track, and Li Ming was able to disappear quietly from the encirclement. He was thinking about trying the imitation ether energy hedger a few more times next time. At least it had to be more stable, so that it could be replicated on Earth. However, there are some unsolved problems here, because when the player is on Earth, he does not have the skills of the game character. And the skill scientific common sense cannot be successfully learned by trying like learning ether perception. This skill comes from the Salpha Federation, and is obtained by browsing the Hall of Wisdom. The Salpha Federation does not follow the path of mages. They use ether in science, not in magic. Simply put, unless you have the science and technology of the Salpha Federation, the people on Earth cannot master the skill of scientific common sense by training ether. Knowledge Hall. This knowledge storage function opened by the Salpha Federation is not a library, nor even a physical entity. Strictly speaking, it exists in the Matrix. For players, reading the Knowledge Hall is very convenient. After accessing the Knowledge Hall in Arna City, you can read the Knowledge Hall anytime and anywhere. Arna City, the City of Science, as the only city in the Salpha Federation open to the kingdom. It shows the Salpha Federation's scientific achievements to the kingdom. The Ether Metaconstruct was indifferent when it saw the buildings and equipment in the Kingdom City, because it was really not worth their fuss. The existence of Li Wang made the Sarfa Federation run wild on the road of science, and finally went to an unexpected path. If the kingdom is like walking into the future, then Arna City is the future. Directional portals, ether cursors, sleep capsules, mechanical laboratories, public education resources, suspended buildings. Each building can exchange information and obtain information from the Matrix, including the Hall of Knowledge. This Hall of Knowledge, which is only partially open to players, is a library that all citizens of the Salpha Federation have the right to read. It encompasses the scientific system of the Salpha Federation and the principles of many inventions. It has a huge information branch. Because it is not a physical entity, you can easily find all the information in the huge information through retrieval. The most sci-fi point is that the Matrix, as a base station, uses ether technology, and ether is everywhere. This is specifically manifested in that as long as the player has accessed the Matrix before, he can easily access the Matrix again, as long as he has the federal license. Apart from this, there are no restrictions. This is the source of the zero-level skill, scientific common sense. There are no commercial buildings in the city, and there is almost no trade. The huge wealth that the Salpha Federation has seized through many inventions is enough for them to not care about the domestic commercial economy and provide extremely favorable living conditions and public facilities for the people of the Federation. Li Ming is very interested in this. After establishing a space channel with the kingdom in Alna City, he has frequently entered and exited Alna City many times to understand all the existence of the Salpha Federation that exceeds the Earth's technology. Finally, from all the inventions in Alna City, he realized one thing: Li Wang. Awesome. Of course, many scientific and technological achievements of the Salpha Federation were not all invented by Li Wang. In the history of scientific exploration and development of the Federation, the contributions made by other great scientists to this should not be underestimated. The problem is that Li Wang is so brilliant. Just reading the series of theories and inventions in the other party's profile is enough to recognize this. The science of the Federation is based on Li Wang's theory. Defining ether is his most well-known theory, and Matrix is another unknown breakthrough theory of Li Wang. Based on the Matrix theory, the Federation built a strategic weapon, Noah's Ark, and a series of inventions derived from the Matrix theory such as remote dialogue, information storage, and interaction directly promoted the emergence of the Hall of Knowledge, laying a solid foundation for the people of the Federation to become scientists. Li Ming was shocked by all this, and then in turn felt an irrepressible curiosity about the existence of Li Wang. Is this a genius that can be born from human wisdom? Or a miracle that appeared with the assistance of another system? But unfortunately, Li Wang never appeared in Arna City, and the players had no chance to contact each other. When the Arcane Academy was shaken by Li Ming's imitation ether energy hedger, another place that had been silent for a long time finally came with news. The Endless Forest started fighting. Chapter 140 Public Beta 18 Everfree Forest. Lincoln, who returned to the Everfree Forest from the kingdom, brought back the news of the kingdom's expansion and the king's promise if the Everfree Forest became the kingdom's territory, then the extinct creatures and plants would also be revived in the Everfree Forest. This promise made the neutral faction choose the king. This was the cause of the internal strife in the Everfree Forest. The situation in the Everfree Forest is different from that of the Salpha Federation and the Arcane Academy. It is not a political entity, has no political system, and has no leader. It can only be regarded as a special ethnic settlement. Because of the special connection between druids and tree people and nature, they hate and even hostile to all acts that destroy nature. In the early days, before the Dark Ages, because of this characteristic, tree people and druids had conflicts with almost every intelligent race on the continent. It is not an exaggeration to say that they have fought with all races. All races here refer to the creations created by the Father God. And other races that border this world after the Dark Ages are not included. It doesn't seem so much to ask intelligent creatures not to destroy nature. But the definition of not destroying nature by tree people and druids is that ending the lives of animals and plants is equivalent to destroying nature. Intelligent creatures that hunt prey in order to survive? This means that the contradiction between intelligent creatures and druids is irreconcilable. After druids and tree people incurred the anger of all races and were attacked by the united races, in order to preserve their race, tree people and druids had to retreat to the Endless Forest and no longer interfere in the affairs of the continent. It was also because of this war that two factions with different ideologies evolved within the druids: the extreme faction and the neutral faction. The extremists are druids, who hold the most primitive ideas. They are hostile to all intelligent creatures, and never leave the ever-free forest. The neutrals have improved slightly. They hate intelligent creatures, but not to the point of hostility. Occasionally, there are neutral druids who leave the ever-free forest and walk on the continent. There is no distinction between neutrals and extremists for tree people. Compared with intelligent creatures, they are more like a part of nature. They sleep most of the time, and when they are awake, they rarely think about unnecessary things. The relationship between tree people and druids is very close. Tree people are mentors of druids, guiding druids to communicate with nature, while druids take care of sleeping tree people and protect the ever-free forest from invasion by other intelligent creatures. Under this premise, the news brought back by Lincoln intensified the conflict between the two parties. The neutrals don't care about the expansion of the kingdom's territory. They only care about the resurrection of extinct creatures in the ever-free forest. The extremists regarded the expansion of the kingdom's territory as an invasion of the ever-free forest by intelligent creatures. A declaration of war. The neutrals had operations with the extremists many times, and even the tree people were pulled in to adjust the increasingly pervasive gunpowder smell. But it didn't work. No one could convince anyone, and the difference in ideas completely broke out in front of the bait given by the kingdom. I've had enough. Why do we always compromise? You stubborn old woods. We will never compromise this time. Stupid and weak. This is a conspiracy of humans to invade the ever-free forest. Don't you understand those greedy intelligent creatures? They will only destroy nature and everything. You are destroying the ever-free forest. It's the same again. This world is completely different from what you know. Cutting down trees and hunting prey is a matter of several epochs ago. But the greed and short-sightedness of intelligent creatures will never change. In order to get food, to decorate caves, and to show off their strength, they constantly plunder nature. They are parasites on the continent. Extinct creatures. Intelligent creatures are not trustworthy. After repeated arguments and unable to reach an agreement, they finally took the path of persuading each other by force. The extremists and the centrists used the area where the tree people slept as the middle area, and staged a carnival of plants on both sides. All this was not noticed by the outside world. The vegetation coverage rate in the endless forest is extremely high. The well-preserved primitive forest blocks the outside world's sight, and also covers up the traces of conflict between druids. While the players were fighting the Arcane Academy, a battle far more intense than theirs was being staged in the endless forest. Plants occupied every corner of the forest. Animals roared in the distance, and the endless forest awakened at the call of the druids. Fighting has begun. The system was not surprised by this development. He Xingwen flipped through the letter brought by Qi Qing. It was written on a leaf with colorful handwriting, which did not show that the other party was in a fierce conflict. Extremists and neutrals? He Xingwen took out some food and scattered it on the windowsill. Standing on one foot on the windowsill, Qi Qing with blue-gray wings jumped to the side twice. Avoiding the food he scattered with disdain. He Xingwen sat back at the table, took out paper and pen, thought for 2 seconds, wrote a few lines, and then rolled it up and handed it to Qi Qing. Qi Qing lowered his head, bit the paper with his long beak, flapped his wings, and returned to the sky. The blue-gray wings showed a stream of color under the light, and when they spread their wings and flew high, they looked like a painting imprinted in the sky. It seems natural that this creature is on the verge of extinction because of its excessive beauty. But now it seems that there are still a large number of Qi Qing living in the endless forest. In that well-preserved primeval forest, there is an undamaged ecological environment, as well as many animals and plants that have disappeared in the outside world. The light and shadow followed He Xingwen's gaze to the Qi Qing in the sky. The database diligently gave its information, and there was nothing worthy of the system's attention. The system could not understand He Xingwen's appreciation of Qi Qing's beauty. As an intelligent life, even if it looks like a human, it is just an illusion. Different life forms will eventually form different individuals. The system retracted its gaze and continued, it is only a matter of time before the two of them clash. Overly extreme ideas will always go the way of excluding dissidents in the end. This has nothing to do with their subjective will. The word extreme means that it is incompatible with other ideas. The Qi Qing flew very fast and disappeared from He Xingwen's sight in an instant. He Xingwen retracted his gaze and looked at the system. From this letter, Lincoln has no intention of letting the kingdom intervene. This is an internal conflict among the druids. If the kingdom is dragged into it, it will deteriorate. System, do you want to intervene? He Xingwen expressed deep sympathy for the current situation of the mages, after having equipment that is enough to destroy the mage tower. The players are obviously going out of control. In terms of the ability of the mages, if the player's behavior is beyond their acceptance, the mages are fully capable of suppressing their behavior. For example, reopening the Ethernet that is on the verge of limit, and letting players return to the first stage of consuming Ethernet energy by constantly dying. The system said realistically, appropriate pressure will only make them make choices faster. However, since He Xingwen said so, even if his reason was denied, the system still came up with the best solution for his request. It is difficult for players to play their advantages by intervening in the internal strife of druids. On the contrary, the Endless Forest completely restrains players. The Endless Forest is a vast and well-preserved primeval forest, and the druids' control over plants is enough for them to turn every inch of the Endless Forest into a place of death full of murderous intent. This allows the Endless Forest to have a comprehensive defense capability that is almost like the Ethernet. But unlike the Ethernet, plants are alive, and defense and offense are part of the ecological chain, which does not require endless consumption of the druid's energy. On Earth, most plants do not have the ability to attack. But after the influence of the ether gradually deepened, mutant plants began to appear, affecting human life. It seems not difficult to understand that the plants in this world filled with ether are more aggressive. Players can consume the energy of ether by dying charging, but they cannot consume the energy of druids in the same way. If you want to intervene in the internal strife of druids, iron-eating ants are the best choice. The system proposed his optimal solution. This is a powerful threat that is enough to calm down the extreme druids. The only question is whether it is the right time for us to intervene now. System, if the timing is not right, then a threat that is too strong may make the druids, who are fighting each other, stand on a united front against the expansion of the kingdom. Forum. Druids are in trouble? Original poster. What the hell? I just received a task from the Tree Man. The Tree Man also issues tasks? Isn't it a mascot? Or are you not talking about the Tree Man I know? No. Isn't there only one Tree Man in the kingdom? It turns out he can talk? So what task did you receive? Original poster. Let me urge the druids to come back. Speaking of which, a group of druids did leave before. It seems that the group of druids disappeared at the same time as the mages. Right. Suddenly alert.jpg, are the druids going to fight the kingdom too? No way. The fight with the mages hasn't been finished yet. If we start a new main quest, will the players be busy enough to handle it? As far as the planner's brain circuit is concerned, he won't consider so much. This task sounds simple? Why did the OP give it such a scary title? Simple? Funny.jpg, you probably haven't been to the Everfree Forest. Players can't even enter the forest. But once they step on the ground of the Everfree Forest, they return to the city and revive the next second. Druid's combat power. Are you kidding me? So, since Druid is so strong, have any players succeeded in changing their jobs? I beg for a job change guide. Well, why don't you try harder and see if you can exchange for the Bees Speaker Advanced job from Ezigen? What? Advanced jobs are open for exchange? It was already open after the large-scale quest for the mage started. Anuta secretly updated the advanced profession exchange to the product list. The main reason is that I can't afford it. Secondly, I have already changed my profession to a blacksmith. This setting is too inhumane. Even if a person can only change to one official profession, at least give the player the opportunity to give up the original profession, so that the player still has the opportunity to change to other professions. It's okay. Even if you don't change your profession, you can't exchange it. Astronomical figure warning. This is a garbage game. If it doesn't open up the Krypton Gold channel, it will go bankrupt sooner or later. There are too many complaints above. I have nothing to say. It's impossible to go bankrupt. This thing is operated by the state. Oh, this topic has changed. So the host, the Tree Man, gave you this quest, but didn't give you any defensive weapons, or any amulets that can't be attacked? The host, no. He just told me to urge the druid to come back as soon as possible. Light a candle for the host. It seems that this quest cannot be completed. You are so inexperienced that you got cheated. There is no guarantee. If you can step into the Everfree Forest, I will stand on my head and eat shit. The above poster sets the flag so skillfully. I always feel that he is a frequent customer who eats shit. But you haven't said why you chose this title. The Tree Man urged the druid to come back. Is it directly related to whether the druid is in trouble? Original poster. The reward for this quest is job transfer to Druid. It's over. The Druids may all be dead. Really? With the Tree Man's favorability, can such a quest be issued? Do you have a positive impression of the Tree Man? OP, no. It's negative too. How did you get this quest? Share the strategy with me. I'll go get the quest now. OP, I don't know either. I was just doing the daily quest of the Druid. And suddenly the Tree Man called me. Wait. This quest seems to be shareable? The planner has made progress. And finally knows that quests can be shared. Up. It's time to contribute to the players. Whether everyone can change their job to Druid depends on you. Wait. Did you forget something? What are the conditions for completing this quest? Is it considered completed if you help the Tree Man to urge the Druid to come back? OP. The condition for completing the quest is to let the Druid return to the kingdom within the deadline. I said. The planner is not so kind. This game has been launched for so many days. And there is no one who has changed his job to a Druid. How could the planner let the players get something for nothing? Don't forget. That is His Majesty the King shocked. So, the difficulty of the task is 1. Enter the Everfree Forest alive. 2. Find the Druid named Lincoln. 3. Get the Druid back to the kingdom on time within the time limit. This within the time limit is full of hints. So something really happened in the Everfree Forest? Then you said it so simply at the beginning? I thought the planner really had a change of heart. The author? Didn't I write the title? Did something happen to the Druid? From the requirements of this task, it must have happened. The author. Please join the group and let's discuss how to cooperate to complete this task. While the player unexpectedly received the key task of changing his job to a Druid. The task at the Arcane Academy was also in full swing. Because of the appearance of the imitation ether energy hedger. The enthusiasm of players to complete the task has risen rapidly. So that in just a few days, 2 more wizard towers have suffered misfortune. While the players' task points have increased, the wizards are further forced to make a choice as soon as possible. He Xingwen soon received a reply from Lincoln, who bluntly rejected his offer of help. He Xingwen decided to respect the other party's choice and not intervene rashly, just watching from the side. So, on a sunny afternoon, the iron-eating ants scattered on the kingdom's territory began to migrate, and the players who came for the Druid profession are scratching their heads about how to enter the endless forest. Unlike the tasks of the Arcane Academy, this task is not a large-scale player task. Only some players, who have not changed their jobs and are interested in the Druid profession have formed a group, which means that they are small in number and have extremely low combat effectiveness. The players wandered in the forest of the kingdom, at a loss. The slowly migrating iron-eating ants appeared almost when the players were on the verge of giving up. Something is coming. Be alert. What is that? Looks familiar. Oh! Iron-eating ants. From being alerted instantly when they heard a slight rustling sound, to looking around with caution, to suddenly feeling relieved after seeing the iron-eating ants. The players squatting deep in the kingdom forest changed their attitudes in a clear way, showing that they knew nothing about the iron-eating ants. Aren't these everywhere outside the city? When did they appear in the forest? I don't think I've seen them here before. Does this thing have such a strong reproductive capacity? No. Isn't it a protected species? Logically, there should be very few of them. Right? I think it's ridiculous that this thing is a protected species. It doesn't look good. It's not aggressive. And it's all over the ground. No matter how you look at it, it should be just an ordinary reptile. Forget it. Never mind. Let's try other methods. Really? Still coming? To be honest, I think the level requirement of the Everfree Forest dungeon should be relatively high. And we can't beat it at this level. Initially, because of the quest rewards for the job transfer to Druid, the number of players who gathered here was not small. But after several attempts ended in death, the number of people dropped rapidly. Until now, there are only about 100 players left, who are holding on and not giving up. It's come to this point. If we don't give it a try, we can only give up. I doubt the planner wants people to complete this mission. This is different from the Arcane Academy mission. It's not that you can succeed just by dying a lot. And almost all the players participated in the Arcane Academy mission. How many players participated in this mission? The combat effectiveness is completely incomparable. The players ignored the increasing number of iron-eating ants and fell into a debate about whether to give up or persist. In this process, players left the game one after another. The remaining players tried a few more times and died one by one and returned to the city. The players who returned to the forest waved away the branches and muttered, "Is it my illusion, or are iron-eating ants really everywhere?" The player accidentally stepped on another iron-eating ant, so that a system warning popped up, and the player quickly retracted his foot, watching the iron-eating ant slowly crawling over another iron-eating ant. Suddenly alert, climbed up the tree trunk in a few steps, and looked at the land under his feet. "Fuck. Don't go. Hurry up and get up. What's wrong? We haven't reached our destination yet. Why are you coming up? What's the fuss? The sub-bears are coming?" "No. The sub-bears are not in this position. Aren't they always in the center of the forest? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and get up." The crowd climbed up the trees in twos and threes. Thanks to the countless deaths at the gate of the Everfree Forest, they all learned the skill of climbing trees quickly, although it was useless. In the Everfree Forest, everything is a messenger of death, including trees. It is a real hell of death. Even if you just step into the Everfree Forest, you will quickly activate this hell, and then be killed by leaves/vines/soil, or even grass. It's like the whole forest has its own will, attacking all outsiders. This is also the reason why players give up on a large scale after several failed attempts. Ethernet is still a dead thing controlled by the mage. But this is alive. The crowd climbed up the tree and looked down from above, among the rotten leaves and swaying branches. The iron-eating ants were everywhere, densely packed and all over the ground. Because the iron-eating ants were too common, they were found in most places outside the Kingdom City. The players habitually ignored them, but from a high vantage point, they were densely scattered on the ground, not just in the area under their feet. Looking into the distance, between the gaps between the tree trunks and branches, they could vaguely see the iron-eating ants crawling slowly on the forest floor in the distance. Fuck. Is this thing a protected species, or is it overbreeding? There are too many of them. Wait. A player climbed down the tree. Let's go around and see. The players walked around the innermost border of the forest and the Everfree Forest, but they couldn't find a place without iron-eating ants. Let's go out of the forest and see. Only when you walk out of the forest can you truly feel the presence of iron-eating ants. In the area where the plains border the Everfree Forest, behind the invisible border, dense iron-eating ants lined up along the border until the end of the site. Because the border between the Everfree Forest and the kingdom is too long, the iron-eating ants even formed a black line, stacked outside the Everfree Forest, crawling slowly, as if they were following some rules, without crossing the line or leaving. The players looked far into the distance. In the long silence, someone whispered, as if afraid of awakening something, "Have they surrounded the Everfree Forest?" When the players stopped outside the Everfree Forest because of the unexpected development, the kingdom welcomed the long-awaited guests. The wizard knocked on the door of the kingdom and brought their final decision.